Thank you very much. A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the three key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before. And we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the Israeli military for the wonderful job they've done. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great American patriots who flew those magnificent machines tonight, and all of the United States military on an operation the likes of which the world has not seen in many, many decades. Hopefully, we will no longer need their services in this capacity. I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raisin-Kane, spectacular general, and all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight, not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago. Tomorrow, General Kane, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth will have a press conference at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. And I want to just thank everybody, and in particular, God. I want to just say, we love you, God, and we love our great military. Protect them. God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Anticipating some kind of response from the Iranians, which we've seen over the course of the last week. Israel has been launching strikes freely over Iranian airspace.
Kimberly, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but Donald Trump is approaching the podium.
The Iranian regime launching
a short time ago, the U.S. military carried out
Israel, people rushing under to their shelters, and now this alert from the Israeli military saying under tightened safety restrictions, schools and workplaces will be closed with exceptions for essential sectors. sectors. Donald Trump has been, in the last few minutes, also been speaking with Axios in a phone call, and he's quoted as saying, "We had a great success tonight. Your Israel is much safer now." And so that's Trump speaking to Barak Ravid of Axios in a phone call, saying, "We had a great success tonight. Your Israel is much safer now." I guess, Ali, the big question is whether this spreads out to the rest of the region, how Iran responds to this, because clearly Israel is expecting and anticipating some strikes here.
But, you know, those words, "your Israel is much safer now," does suggest to me that Donald Trump's mindset right now is that, okay, enough. We have come in, Israel has been bombing Iran for 8 days. They have taken out hundreds of targets. America has now come in, and I think from Donald Trump's point of view, sort of finished the job for now. So that seems to be where Donald Trump's head is at. He is not the only person who has a say in the matter here. It is the Iranians. I think Donald Trump will have some control over what the Israelis do next. So I think that if there is not a major response by Iran, or at least if there is a controllable retaliation by Iran, then I think Donald Trump might say to the Israelis, okay, you know, I've done what you've asked me to do. It's time for you to stop now and to de-escalate the situation, perhaps in hope of further talks. But it is dependent, entirely dependent on what the Iranians do next, and whether they widen it or whether they limit their retaliation to something that's a bit more symbolic.
You are watching Sky News. Do stay with us. Coming up, the US strikes nuclear facilities in Iran. We assess and analyze what action Tehran could take in response.
So, thank you for joining us, the ones that are here already. Jide is here. I really appreciate you all for coming in today earlier on, and on such a momentous day. Clearly, it's very interesting that they are showing Russia will not give up territory during negotiation. Putin insists. Russia president said he hopes Ukraine leadership will be guided by national interest in negotiations. Russia is interesting that they pulled him up at that moment, because there's a lot of consequences for Russia for this action that is going on. If Putin doesn't know it, then Putin doesn't know international politics. If he doesn't know what has happened just tonight, he doesn't understand international politics, which means he does. And some people are under the impression now that that Iran is now free to do whatever they want. And it doesn't mean they will stop the nuclear. As a matter of fact, they can now go nuclear. You know what they said, which I wasn't very clear on, that they can go nuclear because going nuclear weapons takes less space than having nuclear power plant. So in other words, they can hide it. They can do whatever they want to do now if they want to go nuclear. Question is whether they are going to pull out from the nuclear non-proliferation treaty. Personally, I would have. I don't know why they were bothering with those things. I've been saying this thing for a long time. Why do people even bother with all these rules? Do you see them following the rules? None of them are following the rules. Power is all that matters. All this long talk is just so wasted on just talking. And I think that Iran leader, a lot of people will be telling him now, we advised you to do this and you refused to do it. Now look at what you've invited onto us. This is what happens when you don't do what needs to be done. The North Koreans have it, and you don't see them treating North Koreans. Do you see anybody trying to attack North Korea? Do you know how many times North Korea has threatened America? If they are saying Iran is threatening Israel, do you know how many times North Korea has threatened America directly with videos of showing how they are destroying the US? So many of them. But North Korea, America is ignoring it because he knows they are nuclear power already. So there's no point. You can't mess with them. And this Iranian leader, if he falls, I wouldn't be surprised if he falls to somebody that is even more hardline, because they would have told him that they must have been arguing this for years now. That why are you putting this fatwa on us? Why don't you just go nuclear? Because these people, they are going to come for you. For some reason, I don't understand why they haven't. Personally, I thought last year they went. Maybe they are hiding it for now. Maybe they have a reserve. We don't know anything. I suspected that they went nuclear last year because there was an implosion that happened last year. People say it's an earthquake. Some people even say there was one that even happened yesterday. There was another implosion again yesterday. And Iran is very earthquake prone. So you can't tell whether it was a nuclear activity, which makes them, you can see how they can easily camouflage anything they wanted to. So they have a lot of chance to do whatever they want to do. But man, if our people can't see clearly that you can be sitting on your own, you mean well, just because some other person feels a little bit threatened by you, or not even feel threatened, they can just come and just take whatever you have, just to make themselves feel better. Better. That's how sad it is.
Father, the point you are making, you are very, very on point on this case. Actually, they gave the picture of Ayatollah Khomeini as a radical. It's not. He's a very gentleman. I'll give you an example. I think it was what was the name of the guy that was here today, the afternoon? Is it?
Is that Mr. James or
no? The other guy, Festus. What he said, right? I actually agree with him that Iran could have just joined that Gaza war. Here is the reason why I'm saying that. Why you will know Ayatollah Khomeini is very patient. Trump killed Soleimani. He didn't do anything. Israel went to bomb Iranian embassy in was it in Syria?
Barely did anything too.
He didn't do anything. You had a visitor, the leader of Hamas. He was killed in your compound. You didn't do anything.
Man.
So
oh my God, that guy will be overthrown by hardline people. Oh.
You know,
like you got us to this mess.
Yeah, what I usually tell people, right? No matter how you are gentle, you gotta know when to act. You gotta have some red line. Even as a
That's why I love Putin.
Here is the way these guys operate. It's like somebody want to take your land. He will come, take 1 meters. You are saying, oh, okay, it's 1 meter, it's okay. He come, you take another 2. The more you get salt, the more they testy water. So that is why Netanyahu had the capacity, had the confidence to get it to Iran to strike. If he has been very tough on doing anything that relates to me, you go very hard, it will take twice. You know, and you know you don't have. I completely agree with you. Your point, I really love your stand on this issue. I think Ayatollah Khomeini was just, I don't know if he's here, he was just too patient. Iran needs to have a more radical guy.
He was, I'm not sure the previous one would have been. The previous one was a little bit more hardened because he went to war with Iraq.
Yeah.
They were bombed with chemical weapons. They withstood everything and survived it. So that one would have been. This one seems to be too gentle. My goodness. They painted him to make him look like the devil.
Oh,
this guy is so gentle. It's ridiculous. I can't believe how gentle he was. He just keeps taking nonsense and keeps going to talk for diplomacy. This guy signed a deal with Boko Haram. This is Barack Obama that they consider America the devil. You know how they paint them in the West. So they say they are the devil, the big devil. Yet he signed a deal with Barack Obama.
After the deal, even when Trump destroyed that deal, he was, even right now, he was still negotiating with Trump, with America. Was okay, we're ready to have deal. We negotiating, we need peace. But almost.
No, let me respond to Pansa. Pansa is saying something like he doesn't know. As I say, contrary to what you have been saying, Nigeria is far from attaining security by increasing its military size. Of course you have to. The two countries are heavily militarized. So if you are not even militarized and you don't have the weapons, you are double in trouble. It's like double slap. Now Israel doesn't even need to. In short, they will just be flying their slow drones into Nigeria. Like nothing. What are Nigerians going to do? Shoot them with a catapult? No, they will just come and blow whatever they like. There is no underground.
They'll say Jesus is coming soon.
Yeah, it kind of stop you. See, just because you don't have this in a gun doesn't mean if a criminal is coming to your house, you don't pick your machete up. You have to, because especially if they are coming to take your life. We as a people have to start from the base up. We've not even built anything. You have to have manpower to start with. That's what Israel had. That's what Iran had. That's what other nations have. You see, when I say we should do something, I'm asking for the minimum. That number is minimum, just to start off. Then you start building up technology to be able to build defensive capability. Right now, if Israel comes and hits us, how are we going to hit back? No way. They can fly to us, we can fly to them. That is how ridiculous it is. They can do whatever they like with us. Because we don't even have the capacity to fly to them now, we are even in bigger trouble. We don't even, and then they can come into our country and bomb and do whatever they like. We can't even defend ourselves on the ground or in the air. Come on, man. You have to start from somewhere. I'm just saying, start having the manpower first, then you build on top of the manpower. Because if you have manpower inside your country, it's harder to compromise you inside the country. At least give them something to beat than just sit there like this. If you go and get a sophisticated weapon, how are you going to overwhelm them with that sophisticated weapon anyway? You're not going to get anywhere. They will still look at Iran that has a nuclear power plant. They took it out. It doesn't matter. Numbers matter to a point, but if you don't have it, you are going to need it. Everything that you say that they have in technology, if you scale it up, it's more powerful. If you have 10 nuclear weapons, if you have 300, you're going to be more powerful. If you have one jet fighter, but if you scale it up to 300, you're going to be more powerful. So no matter what technology you argue for, it's still good to have more manpower. Israel has so much technology, they still have the manpower. Small country, barely 7 million Jews in that country, because they are the ones doing the most of the fighting. It's not the Arabs of the country. So I don't know where this argument is coming from, where you just think that. I don't know why people just argue that. They just come back and say, oh, you don't need a number. Okay, don't need a number. Go and sit at home. I'm telling you, these are the kind of people, when Nigeria is facing the day of tribulation, they will take them and throw them inside a pit somewhere. Because when the day of judgment comes and you're not ready, and I fear the Ayatollah is going to face problems now. Because I'm sure a lot of people would have told him, this thing you are doing, you are playing a dangerous game. These people are crazy. They will come for you. And he will like, Fatwa stands. I'm supreme leader. Fatwa stands. And now they are started bombing them. What are you going to do? And if he starts saying they should go and negotiate, they might like, what? Negotiate? You want to kill us all? They are going to be like, you are trying to kill us all. Enough is enough. No nation has been this humiliated to this point. And Russia, China, they have a lot of questions to answer, because at this moment, BRICS is practically in the coma right now. Because if this stands, and Russia tomorrow, I hear that they are just folding their hand and pretending as if they don't see what is happening, BRICS is dead. I think South Africa should start working for their white masters. And,
what fatwa do you keep talking about?
The fatwa the Supreme Leader put that they should not go nuclear weapons, that they should never build nuclear weapons. He did it. And I think Iranians right now will not be very happy with him.
Where did you guys start hearing this fatwa at all?
Oh, you don't know about it?
I think the problem has to do with the fact that
you don't know about it.
The Supreme Leader is
hold on. Are you not aware of it?
What fatwa, bro?
Okay, let me
get
it for you.
What's
he passed? They did a fatwa. You know how they do their fatwa. I'm not exactly sure of how the modalities are, but he did it. Okay, let me show you now.
I think he did. I'm not
saying he didn't do. Anyway, hear me out. You know what fatwa is, okay? But I'm not saying because of the fatwa that is the main reason why they are not proceeding with a nuclear weapon. That's not what that's what I'm saying. Like the fatwa is not what's holding them back.
But if a
You get what I'm
leader,
saying?
if a religious leader declares a fatwa, if you break it, what happens?
What do you mean, religious leader?
If a religious leader in Islam passes a fatwa, and the people that adhere to that religion break it, what happens to them?
We've never had that incident before, so I don't know. There are ethics covering it, but you have to remember this Iranian model of government is practically new. It's not like something that has happened in Islam over time. It's a new system of government where they now have a Shah, then they have the government, they have the Islamic Revolution Council itself. It's a new system, so we don't know. We don't know.
Look at that. This guy, man. This guy, man. I need to share some things about this guy. I think a lot of people misunderstand who he is, you know. They totally misunderstand him. Yes, people misunderstand him a lot in the West. And this is what happens when you have, people painting your country the devil forever. Let me just share this again. Look at this. I was looking for fatwa that he passed. Look at this one. He was like saying, oh, they should not be, he prohibited them from insulting Sunnis. Can you imagine that?
He's a peaceful guy, to be honest.
He's a peaceful guy. It's not.
He's just ridiculous. Every day I'm like, it looks like they have a hippie for this thing, and they are painting him to look like
let me tell you, even what somebody was saying today, go online. He said, oh, there is no freedom in Iran. That's not correct. Even the Christians in Iran, they have peace.
The Jews in Iran.
In fact, the Jews in Iran are the highest after Israel.
Like Khomeini visiting him,
the Jews
having during festivals, you will see all
the Jews in Iran are the second highest after Israel.
Yeah, even the Jews.
And they protect them. They have parliaments representing.
Hold on. It's not even about protecting them. 1 second, Audie. It's not even about protecting them. The Jews are Arabians or Persians. They're from that area. So these new white people that converted about 600-700 years ago, the Ashkenazis and all these other people that now decide to call themselves Jews, they are not Jews. They can try to rewrite history all they want. They're not the people in the Bible. That's not
everybody knows that.
Okay. So let me. Can I have my say?
Anyone? Wait. I speak the truth. Anyone can be a Jew, right? Because it's a religious ideology. It's not an ethnicity.
Yeah,
you can convert. Anyone can convert. Yes. The Jews in Igbo land are as the Jews from Poland and Russia, right? So anyone can be a Jew. It's a religious ideology, not an ethnicity. It was Hitler. It was Hitler that made Jews Semites.
Again. So in fact, most of the Jews in Israel today are actually, and this is aside from the colonizers, are actually from Morocco, North Africa, Yemen, Iran, Iraq,
Ethiopia.
Ethiopia. Well, those are minuscule. I'm talking about the fair-skinned ones that we see, and say when you say Jew, then we look and say, oh, visually this is a Jew. Most of them are from North Africa. But the ones really controlling the power, the way the country is run, are the European ones.
The European ones, yes.
The Ashkenazis.
See, I just want to say something. Everybody has been respectful. I'm not going to go personal on anyone. I have a different view from everybody here, but please, let's respect each other. Don't call me names.
Whatever you say has to be backed up with. You have to back it up.
Fact.
Don't just say anything.
No, there is no opinion here. There is fact. You got to put fact.
Can I have my say?
No, you can have your say, of course.
Have your say with fact. Thank you.
Yeah, it has to be truthful though, and you know how we are talking here now.
No,
just to be fair
for you guys to do your voice.
Just to be fair to you, you saw how I was questioning. I speak the truth about what I didn't know about the fatwa. So don't think it's only about you.
No, this has nothing to do with me. I'm not to say. I know who. Everybody knows who I'm talking about. I don't want to go personal with anybody. I've been talking with. I've disagreed with Jide. I've been on the same side with Jide. I've disagreed with AY. I've been on the same side with AY. I speak the truth. I've been my most, the person I've been most disagreeable with. But, we have certain places that we agree on, but only one person has been very insulting. I'm not going to call his name to me every time I speak on this show. And please respect me. I'll respect you. My point is this, we know, I did mention it, that Abraham, if the Jews that as I speak the truth, is a very knowledgeable guy, we know. They come from this side of the world, Iraq, Iran, the Jews, the original Jews, they were in Israel. Even the Arabs that everybody was saying before, hey, the Arabs are not saying anything. The Persians are not Arabs, right? And they even look at Arabs inferiorly. And if you know history, you know why they do that. This great people. Nobody has said they are not. What we are saying is, after Trump did whatever he did, nobody likes violence. Look at the response from the Iranian national TV. All American citizens are targets. This is not how countries behave. That's what they said. So,
okay, so hold on. If you bomb someone's,
can I finish what I'm saying?
No.
Is this a fact or not? Can you
hold on? Okay, just give me 1 minute.
Let me finish up.
No, give me 1 minute. Just 1 minute. You can have your time, right?
Give you 1 minute. Let me finish. Okay, go ahead. Take over.
Listen, if you bomb someone's nuclear site, right, you risking creating nuclear fallout that could endanger the whole country, right? So for them to have a retaliatory rhetoric doesn't mean that they're bad people. If you come to my house and bomb my or destroy my gas, my gas pipe, and endanger my whole family, what am I supposed to do? Like tell you thank you? Let's be reasonable here.
No, let me correct. Let me confirm something.
I'll negotiate with you.
Hold on. That doesn't. Hold on, please.
Exactly. I'll negotiate with you.
Can somebody let me say something, please? That doesn't sound like Iran to me that I know today. So where did you get that information?
That's what I'm actually checking now too.
Just check it. This is off the press from Iranian TV. Iranian TV. I'm not saying if the other guy, even you feels that this is not the way people should be speaking.
But let me say
no, hold on. The other guy is saying, and Jide, they are trying to say this is the correct response. I don't think most people.
I never said that is the correct response.
No, well, the other guy said that if that's the correct response, the guy was saying.
No, he was.
We are going to try to defend it now.
Oh, Jide, hold on. When I'm talking, please hold on. Let's try to get decorum here. Let's not argue too much.
Right.
This is an important day. This could be one of the most important days for a very long time to come. So let's treat it like that. Is there any evidence to what you've just said?
Let me just help him out. It wasn't the US, it wasn't the Iranian government that said it. I'm looking at it now. It was a commentator from the IRIB, that's the Iranian broadcasting station. So
that's why I say Iranian government. I said Iranian national television. That's what I said.
So
it's like NTA saying something, and you say it's not Iranian TV. You guys said facts. I'm giving facts.
Calm down now. He's just shared it now.
Right. So both sides are right, but the way, but let's be honest.
Can you share the link? Please share the link.
But the way you presented it. Anybody?
Yeah, it was more like from Iranian government.
But still,
the way you said it was
from,
like, hold on.
It's NTA, not Nigeria.
Adi, 1 second. So the way you said it when you told it to us was that, well, is that how a government basically, not maybe you didn't use the word government, but is that how basically a country should be acting, like saying all Americans are target? So you did imply that it was an official statement. That was the implication, and that's what I think you alluded to, and that's what I think everybody got from it.
But yes, it's an official statement.
No,
if it comes from your national television, it is an official statement.
No, a commentator, they're discussing, just like us. Whatever we say is not an official statement.
On your national television, okay. Let's move. Let me move to my point.
How many stations?
Oh my God, hold on. I'm not going to have this. Can you provide evidence for this, please? I would like to see the evidence, but I've not seen it anywhere. Where did you find the evidence? I speak the truth.
That there, I'll send you the link now.
Oh, it's very important we have
Even
clear
the
evidence
Times,
of this.
even I'm even going to send you a link from the Times of Israel. So
that's good. You know, forefather, if you are allergic, you must prove. This is not where you just talk and go. We don't let you go.
So this is a serious statement now, because to be fair, if it was me, if somebody at Iranian TV said something like that, that is quite a serious statement to make, because they know full well that their bosses are listening to them. No, they can't just say stuff like that. Their bosses are listening to them. If their boss don't approve that kind of statement.
No, not true. Not true. People have opinions. So it's just like saying whatever is said on Hannity and Combs, or whatever Laura Ingraham says, or whatever Steve Bannon says should be attributed to the government of the United States.
No, we're talking about PBS. If it's
what about Voice of America?
Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. If it's
well,
like
but
Voice
listen,
of America,
wait, forefathers, relax. So we have to juxtapose in this case. Iran, how many TV stations would you think they really have?
They will have quite a few. I would like to think more than 10.
Well, we never hear anything from the remaining 9. All we ever hear about is from the IRB, and it's because of the kind of society that it is. So most of what you ever hear is from the Iranian broadcasting, the national station. That's what we ever hear. So you just stop looking at it like it's a Western society.
Okay. Now you see that is now. Repeat, please. Nobody interrupt again. Odi, repeat what you said, please.
Repeat anything. I'm not going to repeat anything. If you have anything, just say it. I already have. You can
let me clarify.
Later.
What he said, what it was said was that every American that is in the region is a target.
Of course, what's the same thing?
No.
All Americans are.
No.
Not all Americans everywhere. All Americans in that region.
Of course,
I thought you were referring to all Americans or everywhere.
So that means if I fly as an American, if I fly to Dubai, I'm a target.
No. But that's in the region because of the military assets there.
Okay, all right. No, that's not what you said. No. Hold on now. I respect you.
You guys are going to go all over the place. When he said that, he was also playing. The video is there. You guys watch it. I'm giving you a link.
I've seen the video. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, but if you've seen the video, so why are you misinterpreting it? He was also playing a video of American bases in the background, military bases. So he's telling you that every American in this region, meaning the military,
let's hear him, please.
آمریکا با این اقدامی که انجام داد علیه ایران و حریم هوایی ایران را شکست و جنایت علیه ایران انجام داد، دیگه جایی در منطقه غرب آسیا نداره. آقای رئیس جمهور آمریکا، شما شروع کردید و ما تمومش خواهیم کرد.
So that is it there.
Interpret for us.
I don't speak Farsi. Okay.
Good morning. So the point is, this guy said all Americans in the region, yes, but he said also American military. He didn't say only American, it's American citizens. So that means he's talking about civilians and soldiers differently.
Yes, that is what this Israeli newspaper said. We've not fully interpreted.
No, this is what the guy said. Even I speak the truth.
He's not speaking
I
English.
disagree with him, but he knows. Okay, that's fine. Okay.
So hold on. Odi, sometimes you really surprise me. Sometimes you really look at how agitated you are. You shouldn't be this agitated. We're just trying to get to the truth of things. And when somebody tries to correct you, you're just like, why are you doing that?
Which correction? What do you mean?
It's defensive.
There's no need to talk. Nobody is going to come into your office there and pull your book off the shelf. Your book is going to remain where they are. Your clothes are going to remain where they are. Calm down.
Well, you're smiling now. That's better.
No,
but
I'm trying to let you know that you are a little bit too agitated. Take it easy. The point is that
because you guys are attacking me now. You see, I'm one against many.
We can
Can't you
attack
see?
you.
No,
But
in
our
this
attack,
room,
no one is
it's
our attack
only
attacking
is
you.
not going
me
to
No
get
one is
against all of
attacking you.
you.
I'm on your
our
side,
attack is
No
not
Odie.
going to
I'm not
one is
touch you.
attacking
attacking
you.
Just
you.
No,
know
I
that.
speak the truth. Respect to you, man. Respect to you. I have no problem
No one
with
is
So
you.
no one is
I
attacking
wanted
you,
to
man. No one's
alert you. I
attacking you.
wanted to alert you to the fact that this is an Israeli side that is reporting this. They could have willfully chosen to misinterpret what he said. Remember, it is same Israelis that told us when they were pointing at the walls in the Gaza underground that list contains some kind of targets or whatever, or terrorists, while it was just a calendar. So you have to be careful. You know, we
Okay,
don't know
fine.
what he actually said.
Can I land? That was my opening statement. Let me land now.
Please go ahead.
I have, the picture that is being painted about this current Ayatollah as a very peaceful man. I think he's just trying to change history. Now, this is a man who comes to TV and says death to America, death to Israel.
You have a proof? Can you throw out the proof, please?
We're going to
I
see
will
it.
actually explain that misconception. They say it, but it's
You
not
will speak
actually.
fast.
I
No,
will
no.
explain that
You
misconception.
will speak fast this night. You.
I will see. I will speak Arabic. I will
Even
speak Persian.
forefathers was going to speak fast, and he ran away. But no, see, no wahala. See, this guy is the same guy. Remember, I did during the last episode we had. I talked about the origin of this particular problem between Iran and Israel. This problem that led to this bombing of these guys could have had their nuclear weapon if they just had stayed humble and quiet. But everything started from October 7th. Remember, Israel went PTSD
No,
after
it did not
October.
start
Let me
there.
land now. Can't you just let me finish my point?
Yeah,
Just let
because
him,
we
let him
are
No.
get his
giving you
point.
an
Let
Your
him,
point is
let him
incorrect. We're
talk.
trying
Let
to
him
correct
talk.
you.
is he
Yeah, but let
correct?
him
No.
talk.
Wait.
Let him talk.
No. Listen. You don't spread
This guy just gets agitated
misinformation.
and continues to.
Don't
Let me
spread
finish.
misinformation.
Allow me to finish
Let
my.
him finish his point because it's
Let me
opinion
finish my
based. When
point.
it's opinion based, then you can't ask him for evidence because
You
that's his
know,
own opinion.
let me finish. Then you can take over. October 7th, Hamas, propped up by Iran, went and attacked Israel. I remember Ayatollah came out that night and made a speech. He said he congratulated Hamas on a successful mission. That night, that people were crying. Everybody said you killed 2,000 people, civilians in their homes. And he came out and congratulated Hamas. What do you think that if you're a country like Israel that know they are stronger than Iran will do? So you leave him. He's the head of the snake. So what Israel did is systematically go for Hamas, go for Hezbollah, go for the people in Yemen and people in Syria, and then now came for him. This is the war tactics. They are enemies. How can you say that a man who came to congratulate people for killing 2,000 people, civilians, is a peaceful man? Don't change history, my brothers. Tomorrow,
2000
people will tell us
no
that
2000.
the
No
headsmen who killed people in
explain.
Benue, in
2,000
Benue.
civilians were not killed.
Okay,
Let's correct
whatever.
that. 2,000
2,000
civilians were not
people.
killed.
We are not
2,000
killing.
people.
800,
Well, hold on.
800 people.
Okay,
800.
800 people. Whatever.
And
Okay,
what
fine.
There
you're
you go.
saying is even wrong. Do you know that there
Okay,
were some of
And
those
why
people
do
that
you
were
increase to
killed
2,000? I
by
don't think it was
IDF?
even anywhere near 2,000. I don't know why
Okay,
you.
they
Yeah,
That's not
killed,
even
okay.
true.
See,
Yeah,
says
okay,
that
that's
let's
not
say
true.
let's say he killed 5 people. One day, tomorrow, people will say the Fulani people who came to kill people in Benue are peaceful people, and people who came to celebrate them. The man is not a peaceful man. You can't say that. And the man can't continue to say death to these people, death to these people. He has to, if he wants to be a leader, let him act like a leader. They could have just developed their nuclear weapon. They were doing their thing, but immediately they did October 7th and he congratulated them. They had to go after him, and this is a legitimate war.
Please go
So
ahead.
for you, history started in
Yeah.
October 7th, right?
So
But
honestly,
wait.
what you said is very wrong. Because this thing did not start from October 7th, as essentially said. This thing has been going on for years, for close to 80 years. This conflict, it has been going on. That's number one. Number two, you are very wrong. that Hamas organized what they did, the attack with Iran. That's not true. That's not true. The attacks were actually
I did not say that. You can play back my.
Well, you said you planned it with Hamas.
You did actually. You did.
You said you planned with Hamas.
I said they are prop Hamas attacked and they celebrated. I never said that Hamas. Look, whether the chicken or the egg, whatever came first, it's not even the matter. Because let's not die on.
Okay, I understand. I'm not going to argue. You're right. Okay, fine. Now, can you explain the mowing and lawing that Israel does every three months or every one year in killing innocent Palestinians before October 7? It's a ritual in Israel or Palestine where they
and that is bad.
And that is bad. So yes. Now they are now reacting to it. So they are now the ones that are evil.
But why can't you say that one is bad too? I said what Israel has been doing is bad. I believe that October 7 was bad.
Let him speak.
If you slap me, I will slap you back.
So you knew that one and you could not even go back.
You did not mention it. If you slap me, you want me to look at you and be saying, yes, sir.
Adi, do you have a problem with Iran standing up for the oppressed people in the Middle East?
All these surprise.
Okay, he asked me a question.
That to America thing. That to America. Oh, I'm shouting. Oh my God. Okay, that
okay,
America
say it. Yeah, go.
Don't let me say one. I shouldn't say that. That tied to America thing that I did say in Iran. I don't like I said. That tied to America thing. They're actually referring to when the Shah was in power. That was what they were referring to. When the Savak police were trained by the CIA to kill innocent Iranians. It's like what is happening in South Africa when they will say, tie the boys. Yeah. It's the same thing. They're not going to kill the boys.
Yeah.
It is just a chance to remember the trauma they went through. It is common sense.
So no, it's not common sense. So
okay.
Because remember, Iran killed so many people, many Americans who came to Iraq.
When
Qasem Soleimani.
Wait, Adi, 1 second.
So okay.
When they killed, when the Iranians killed the Americans in Iraq, was it because the Americans were giving out candy to people in the Middle East, or because they were hostile to the inhabitants of that area?
Because they were giving them chemical weapons.
Because
they're giving chemical weapons to use against.
Let me take 1 minute.
I know. I'm
just Father. Let me take 1 minute. You see, Ode, you are too intelligent for all these discussions. Sometimes you just, that's when people get surprised. Of course, you are a smart guy, but when you try to defend this rubbish, it makes you look, let me not say with due respect, it makes you look stupid. I remember in February, I can share the video with you. Even Chimamanda, that's a woman, they will interview Chimamanda. What is going on in Gaza? So the journalist in Canada, this was in Canada, the journalist asked her, Hamas started killing people. They kill people on October 7. He said, you know what Chimamanda said? He said, I quote, you don't start a book from secondly. That's what Chimamanda said, no, you have to start from first, not secondly. That was the answer of Chimamanda. I'm just referring to it like, if someone like Chimamanda, a woman, can stand up for justice, I really wonder why somebody like Ode cannot stand for justice. You really defend. Ode is aware. Why I'm blaming Ode? Ode knows very well that in Gaza, Palestinians are living in open-air prison. He knows, not that he's ignorant of it.
Why they're not even living anymore. They're getting burnt every day.
If a market woman had said that, be defending like this, I would say, I will forgive her. Ode, I can't forgive you because you know.
Okay, can I just say something about it?
Let me finish. Try to stay by justice, by truth. We know, yeah, but issue led to October 7. Yeah, nobody wanted slaughter innocent people. Nobody is in support of that. It kept going every day. Also, they come to this platform defending what is going on in Gaza. To the extent that even people that don't even believe in God in America, they are like, stop killing people. children, killing women, blowing up
They
hospitals,
just
blowing up schools,
burnt.
Every day they are just doing it now as if it
Then
means
what do
nothing.
you want?
Now,
Now, do you
because the
want?
whole world is looking the other way, they're just doing it every day
Yeah,
now, just killing continuously.
Senator Elizabeth Warren posted yesterday. Now, what are they doing? People go collect food, you blow them up, you slaughter them,
burn them in their
like what
tents.
do you want? When do you want to say even Passat that I feel like Passat is too hard? Passat is there. Passat is coming, telling Netanyahu, telling these people like what you are doing is a war crime in Gaza. We thought I get confused. Like, bro, what do you want?
Anybody right now that supports Israel has to look themselves in the mirror and tell themselves the truth about the kind of people they really are.
That is a stock supporter of Trump. Go and watch his videos now. Go and watch video of what's the other lady?
Bannon.
Candace Owen.
Steve Bannon.
Their stand on these issues now. Because everybody is open. So I don't know why we can
I say something?
Because
right, you were talking about
you dollar, you do this, you do this. Today you were bashing Iran. Nobody can. I was telling for after you left, I said Iranians are some of the most intelligent people in the world. You never be in school, but you say different stuff and you have all this information.
Me?
That's why I was really harsh on Tony today. Stop misleading the public. This is a public platform.
No, the truth can't just be what you said.
See, I've studied with
I've got a
Iranians.
different.
I give up.
I've seen Jews too. And see, okay, please, you wanted to say something, Odi, go ahead.
Yeah, so if you remember forefathers, when this Gaza war started, I came on many times. I tried to change. Let's talk about Sudan. Nobody talked about Sudan because, between Israel and Gaza, I just believe they're kind of the same people, right? And what has been going on in Israel is actually something that came from the First World War, and we know how it came. We know that the area called Palestine, they took it over from the Turks now, or the Ottoman Empire, right? Who were administering the place. But part of why, and if even people, they talked about Archduke Ferdinand and all that, we know from history that these people have been duking out to who gets Jerusalem, right? And I said, all I've said is that this is not my war. That's all I have said. And I agree with you that whatever is going on,
you are just being disingenuous when you say it's not my war. Let's go to
let me land now. You called me out. Let me say
don't say this is not your war. We are in this war. This is our war.
I wanted us to talk more about this.
Let him just finish, please.
I know you're upset, because of whatever reason.
Because he's the only one on the other side. So
yeah. So yes. Look. What is going on is in Gaza today is not right. Right? I'm not saying it's right. When people are being killed for nothing, we know that the only reason it's happening now is for Netanyahu to prevent criminal prosecution. Everybody knows.
Why do you think that is it? Is it Netanyahu has been planning this for a very long time?
No. I'm talking about what's going on now because the Gaza issue
really stepping it up because of that.
Because of that. The only reason. Look, I can understand. Look, what I've said privately is that if my daughter was taken to Gaza as a hostage, I'll kill everybody in Gaza to get my daughter back.
What if your land was taken from you? What would you do?
Well, you do everything for this war. That's what I'm saying.
This war, okay.
Do you know
this is war?
Do you know the role that the IDF played on October 7th?
Which one?
The role the IDF.
You stole my land. I reacted.
Do you know? Can I please line, please? Do you know? Thank you, Audie. Please. Do you know the role that the IDF played on October 7th with calling away the troops, attacking their own citizens, Hamas did not even kill a lot of evidence has come out, and Israeli Internal Commission actually said most of the deaths came from the commanders saying, kill everybody, hostage, Hamas, whoever. You just see in that that concert, kill everybody. The IDF killed most of the Israelis that were the casualties on that day.
Okay.
IDF also
Yeah,
I
the evidence
speak the
I
truth.
saw suggests
wait,
that
wait,
they did
just
kill a lot of killing.
let me end with this. So the IDF also killed most of the hostages that were in Hamas custody. You know that, right?
No, so I don't know that. I've not seen the evidence. But look, am I saying that? Look, there's been, you see, the Mossad they have done many things. They've killed Americans also. People know in history. It's not that straightforward relationship. I'm not saying these people are good people. Even the America who is running the world, I'm not saying they are good people. The question is which evil is better than the other. But let me talk to Jide. Jide talked about this argument has been made so many times about who took whose land. When you go to Benue, or you go to, let's say you go to Kwara now, the emir of Ilorin is the Fulani man, right? But he's living there. But at the point, he took the land. But he's living there now. Land ownership is about who overpowered. Look, you see, we are, in space now called Nigeria. Tomorrow we could be displaced, and 300 days later, somebody
Okay,
will be
let me
living
just
there.
quickly add something to that so you don't waste too
So
much time on that.
let me just land.
Quickly, it's a quick
idea
point.
of
No,
who
there's no
has
need for you to conclude because you are making a mistake. One, that Ilorin case that you made, the emir, he is governing with the people. Israel is refusing the Palestinians. It's like the Fulani guy comes, he says, I will kill all Fulani, all Hausa people here. That is the difference.
You see, the Ilorin one is the success. It's a success story. What is going on in the Middle Belt now is clearing and forwarding. What they are doing is to clear and dominate. With the version of what you're saying Israel is doing, it's happening in our country now. But we are looking at other people and
you don't
calling
like
them
it,
out.
and when it happens, you don't like it. But in Israel, you seem to
No, I'm not saying. Well, the question is, I don't like it. I don't even like that Israel is clear. But remember, the people of Israel or whatever, they were
No,
cleared
I
at
want to
some
hear you
point.
say you don't like that Israel is clearing the Palestinians out. You don't
No,
like
no,
it.
of course, no.
He like
No,
it
no, no.
too. He will
Look.
deceive
Okay,
himself.
let me use the West
Let
Bank.
him say it now.
Let me use the West Bank
Force
now.
him backward now.
Say
Hold on. Let me
Say
use the West Bank. Hold on now. Let me use the West Bank as an analogy. I don't like the idea of settlers or building settlements. I believe that there has to be a way to create a Palestinian state. I believe that there should be a Palestinian state where people will carry a Palestinian passport proudly. Many people believe this. Of course, the problem you have in Israel now is whether it's through the Netanyahu or whatever, people have propped up, people have come to meet these Hamas people and say, look, go and scuttle the whole process, peace process. And they said, oh yeah, let's go. And they did it. And that's what...
Before there was Hamas, tell us why Yitzhak Rabin got killed.
Can you say that again?
Tell us why Yitzhak Rabin got killed.
Oh, because he was making peace.
Okay, so where did Hamas come? So how did Hamas come?
He was killed by an extremist right-wing Jewish guy.
Listen, Israel, when they came on that line,
and everybody was heartbroken. Everybody loved Yitzhak Rabin.
Starting from Golda Meir, starting from Ben Gurion down to Golda Meir, everybody else we've ever had, Ariel Sharon, Yitzhak Rabin, Ehud Olmert, everybody. Nobody wanted peace. There was never a plan.
Are you saying Yitzhak Rabin didn't want peace?
There was never, outside of Yitzhak Rabin, I just said, and even Yitzhak Rabin, the Palestinians basically had to give up a lot of things. They wanted to have a military. Israel will control the water. Israel controlled how they came in and out. Israel had the right to build settlements. Basically, they were like willing to give Someone's thing is echoing. So they were willing to give up a lot of their freedom, right? But now let's take it back to now. So the echo is throwing me off. What's the echo is there? Hey, is that you?
Let me see.
I'm not hearing anything.
I'm hearing it.
Yeah, there's echo.
You can hear, right? Yeah, I'm hearing it. I'm hearing the echo. So the bottom line.
I think it's from you. We can't hear you.
He's muted completely.
And anyway, so to his, against his point, Ehud Barak wanted peace also.
Can you hear me?
See, if Israel, yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, there's still an echo.
It's good, Dan. No echo. It's good.
I don't think you can hear us.
No, there's echo. There's echo.
There's an echo.
Yeah.
So I think that if Israel wanted peace, they would have had peace. But the reason why they don't want peace is because they want the land. Because they made peace with Jordan, they made peace with Egypt, and many of these nations are people that actually attack them. Even Lebanon, they are at peace with Lebanon right now. They could have always
didn't even make peace with Egypt or Jordan. Remember, they took those lands from them. They took control of certain lands before they actually made
Golan Heights was
the Golan Heights was well, that's Syria. Bro.
That's with Syria. They didn't finish with Syria. So, but the point what I was trying to make was that they could have let the Palestinians get their state. The excuse that they always give is that, they are going to be enemies to us.
Yeah,
why are the others not enemies to you? Somehow the Palestinians are uniquely enemies to you because you don't want them there. And I've said it to them to their face, and they just keep trying to waffle. Some of them will come out and start saying, it's after all, it's our land, really. It's just that they are there right now. I'm not saying we should get rid of them. I was like, but when you are saying, you are not saying you should get rid of them, but you're not trying to reach peace, then there's only one solution. You want to cleanse them out of that place. Either you kill them, and they have actually said it. They said the Palestinians will either have to live as second-class citizens in Israel, or go away, or be killed. Those are the three options that they were given.
Let me.
That's an Israeli personality saying this.
Forefathers, I speak the truth. Good, he's back. You know that it's echoing again. I don't know.
There's this. Is it me? I'm the only person that be causing echo.
I think it's from Modi. No, not from Modi. I think something is wrong. Either forefather, I think I'm suspecting.
Let me mute myself.
Yeah, I'm suspecting. Yeah. Did you muted?
It's not your forefather.
This problem is big.
I can't hear any echo.
I can't. There's no echo on my end anymore, but I can hear from you guys.
Okay, let me see. Can anyone still hear any echoes?
No.
Okay.
No, I can't hear now.
No, I can hear it. Let me see if I come.
No, I can't hear it.
Okay, good. So I think one of the key areas that we probably need to watch out for this is the consequences to I keep going back to it, the consequences to Russia and China from this, because I feel like that part of the equation has not been looked at. And if that part of the equation is kind of saying China and Russia will not accept this type of behavior, it means that this thing could prolong. Some people are already suspecting that China is supplying some kit to Iran. And it's really going to be fascinating to watch what happens in the few days coming. China could still try to hedge its bet because America, they carried out an analysis that China in 2027 will be at a point of no return. And it's not so, all this is happening now, it seems like it is surprising. But if you look at it from a more abstract or geopolitical point of view, based on analysis, it's meant to happen now. And America is spoiling for war now. That's why I consider America the most dangerous country for so many reasons. At home, they have trouble. They have trouble with China.
War, though.
They have to.
Well,
why? I am predicting it. I predicted it a while ago that they're
Talk
going to
about
go
that.
for a war.
Let's say it as it is.
The
I'm also
only-
here in the US. It's a very violent country. Let's just say it.
The only
looking-
reason
they have to.
America is
They
not
have to.
spoiling for war. The only reason why we are taking this step is because of the push from Israel. America itself does not want to go to war.
See, if you had German Chancellor, was it the German Chancellor or one of the senior officials saying what they are saying? I can tell you right now, here in the UK, if you go and ask them, the people that are in the establishment, they will tell you what Israel is doing is part of their will. It's not, this is no hidden secret. Even Trump, sometimes he will be having some weird Freudian slip. I don't know what I would call it, Freudian slip, or just admittance that America was just in neck deep inside this whole operation that Israel is carrying out right now. So they are spoiling for it. They know they either need that war.
Look, America's not spoiling for war. America is
Americans may not be.
America is under at least in the governmental level, at the highest level of government, meaning from the executive to the legislature, are in the tentacles of the Israeli lobbyists, primarily AIPAC. So they, whatever it is that they have on America, people like us can only speculate. A lot of people are speculating it has to do with the Epstein files. This is what most of us are thinking. Okay, so this is why even when America, well, you're not here and you don't have connections to those things. So even when America, when Donald Trump and Elon Musk,
Bro, I speak the truth. You're echoing so bad, man. It's so hard.
yeah,
I can't hear it. Why is it? What is going on?
So
I think you need to
let me
step out
mute
and come back or something.
Yeah, let us speak the truth. Step out and come back.
Well, let me finish what I'm saying because I'm being
Father,
helpful enough.
you are using UK internet now. Your internet
So
is
even
not,
even
you will
to-
not hear
even,
it.
even when Elon Musk and Donald Trump had a spat online for a few weeks ago, one of the
Yeah, he's now muted or something.
files. He said Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. You're not in the Epstein files, except you are a pedophile. One of Donald Trump's promises when he came into office was that he was going to release the Epstein files and the files relating to JFK's assassination. He's been reluctant to do that. And the only reason he's been reluctant to do that is because he could not effectively scrub his name completely from the Epstein files, and he could not remove Israel from the files pointing at them being involved in JFK's assassination. Now, most of our leaders used to go party with Epstein. If you don't know who Epstein is, I would say go check upon him. And what we believe, similar to what Didi used to do, was there are video evidence of most of them indulging in perverted behaviors that will not only destroy them politically, but would also lead to them being incarcerated. This is why
I speak the truth. Don't forget, that was so part of the reason why they take him out now.
Yeah, that was why they killed him. That was why they
Yeah.
killed him in
Yeah.
NBC.
You know,
So-
Elon Musk recently
personally,
accused Trump.
I think you guys are
being-
going leave Epstein.
Yeah, that's
Epstein
what I
is
just
gone,
said.
man.
I don't think it's because of the Epstein
I
files.
don't-
this
I
war is
don't
going to
think.
start.
I don't think.
Yeah,
it
I
has-
think
I
we are
don't think it's
going.
because of the. I don't think it's
Hold
because of
on,
the
I speak the
Epstein
truth. Hold on,
files.
hold on. I see.
I don't
why-
think so.
see, Epstein may
It's
have
far
a
from
lot of
it.
influence, and some of the donors may be compromised, but there are a lot of new.
I said one
lawmakers.
of the reasons. I didn't say that's the main reason. The bottom line I'm saying is because remember what we are discussing.
Oh, come on,
is-
man! What is the bottom line?
Can you let other
Because I was
people-
talking, you interrupted me.
No, yeah, exactly. So let me finish. We don't have to argue just because you like to hear yourself talk. So
I wanted to
me
finish
and
what I
you-
was saying.
well,
You just
me and
interrupted me, and you want to start telling me a long story again.
Well, me and you have to learn to listen. Okay. So what me and you started this off between me and you was if Israel had an influence over the United States. And I'm giving you reasons why, outside of reasons that we know, like AIPAC and other Israeli lobbyists, you saying America wants to go to war.
It's not just Israeli
And I'm
lobby.
telling you,
Okay.
we don't want to go to war. And our leaders are compromised. The United States leaders are compromised, and there's a reason why they have our balls in their fucking hands.
You know what? See, let me say this. If that is compromise, a lot of leaders want to be this compromised because somehow almost everything Israel is doing seems to still favor them anyway. So it doesn't only favor Israel. I think that's part of the error too. Some of the things Israel particularly is doing doesn't necessarily not favor them. My suspicion, I wouldn't call it a suspicion.
That is very important.
Just hold on. Let me finish my thoughts. My suspicion, I did highlight the one that I suspected the House of Saudi as part of. It's a whole constellation of motives that come together to manifest whatever they're going to manifest. But one thing I can say for sure, I know here in the UK that the officials here and the people here, when they see some of all this is happening, out in the open, they will say they are not for it and all the rest, but behind they know they are all.
The House of Saudi?
They know they are all doing this thing. So when you say because how can you explain the Ukraine one? Ukraine has nothing to do with Israel. But yet
what was with the House of Saudi that you just mentioned?
The House of Saudi almost all the regimes that have fallen.
Let me emphasize on
hold on, man.
Oh God, let me talk. I have to say something very important.
Don't worry.
Let me say it's not an experience. It's not a long thing.
I know it's not long. Mine is not long too. I'm just trying to tell him that all the nations that has fallen under what the neocons want to do in America, they were all nations that the House of Saudi doesn't like. And it's funny because the 9/11 itself was conducted by mostly Saudi citizens.
No, it was conducted by Israelis.
But the names we have that carried it out are Saudi ones.
Yeah, but we know that they were conducted by Israel.
We don't know that. Nobody knows. I don't know that. I cannot tell you that I know that.
You don't
but
know that.
See, you might say that the evidence that we have so far point to there, and the fact that I'm also saying that there is also. That's why I don't rely on only one thing. There's also tangential stuff. We are watching. Hold on. We are watching the Arab countries. They've been They are slaughtering Palestinians every day.
What do you want them to do?
They took a stand before. They didn't have to go to war.
They're taking a stand.
They can stop trading. Even to today, Turkey is still trading with Israel. Many of them are still trading with Israel. Many of them are still doing it now.
Yeah, that was the foolishness.
And then they also go out of their way to defend Israel. Some of them
for economic reasons. Israel.
See,
but let's not move. Let's not go too far. Jide wanted to go ahead. Whatever.
Yeah, Jide, please go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to say something that is very important. This thing, you see, that's why the media. It's very unfortunate that the mainstream media is very misleading. I don't know if it's mainstream media, but this notion that it is AIPAC lobby that controls the US government. No, that's not true. That's also not true. There are many lobbies that influence a lot of US politicians. In fact, the AIPAC lobby is not even up to 20% of the lobbies.
What the hell are you talking about? Is this what the hell are you talking about?
Am I wrong?
Yeah, you're terribly wrong. What the
fuck am I talking about?
How is AIPAC not even 20%?
So what about
AIPAC?
But talking about lobbies.
Thomas Macy, listen to me, because you people come on here and you just start whatever rubbish you decide to say out of your mouth. Thomas Macy is the only person in the United States Congress today that does not have an AIPAC person. Every congressman in America, senator. Let me finish.
You are saying rubbish.
You shut
Didn't you hear what I said? Didn't you hear what I said? I said the percentage
in America.
Didn't you hear what I said?
Every AIPAC person, every congressman in America has what is called a AIPAC person.
That's not what I'm saying. That was not what I said.
Have a controller. If you have a government.
If you the AIPAC lobby as well as the military industrial complex too. You cannot just isolate AIPAC lobby and say it is AIPAC lobby.
Do you even understand everything? Do you understand how lobbyists work?
I do.
No, I speak
No,
the
you
truth.
don't.
Please address what he is saying. He's
So-
saying that the percentage
The
that
percentage
AIPAC
is not even as much as the
controls.
military
And I'm
industrial
telling you, it
complex.
is rubbish. So if he lets me finish,
It
with
is
his
not
nonsense,
rubbish.
AIPAC
But go on.
you are fucking annoying.
I think you are
AIPAC
thinking
has-
that he's saying the number. Sorry, hold on. I think you are thinking that he's saying
not
that is the
thinking
number
anything. Let me
of
finish.
House
The money
of
that
Assembly
is
members.
being
No, that is the
spent.
money he's talking about.
Let me finish.
Split.
AIPAC-
Yeah, let
Why
one
would you want to
person speak.
respond to the wrong question?
AIPAC as a
Because some people
lobby
they will say,
group.
what did he actually say? then?
AIPAC
I didn't
as
disagree.
AIPAC as a lobby
I
group
didn't disagree.
has the tentacles, the American government in its tentacles. Okay, they
That's
control
not true.
effectively
That's what they know.
the
That's what they
United
want you to
States
know.
government. So this is what
No,
they
no,
do.
that's not true.
Everybody, can I finish? Because you
But
have no
go
idea
on.
what you're talking about. So just be quiet. AIPAC as a group has control of the United States Congress. Every single, even Ullman, every single Congress person in America has what is referred to as a AIPAC person, meaning before they pass any law, when anything is brought to the floor, before they make a decision, they have to call their AIPAC person to decide to tell them which way to vote. If you don't think that is a country under control of a foreign body, then you don't understand what the fuck you're saying. There's only one person in Congress today that does not have a AIPAC person, and that is Thomas Macy. And you can go find out and check that out. Effectively meaning he does not have a controller. So when Israel runs AIPAC, because AIPAC works on behalf of the nation of Israel, and they have a controller for every congressman, every representative. Our country is under fire from a foreign body. Don't come in here and tell me every nonsense. You don't even understand what is going on.
I agree with you on the AIPAC member.
You're absolutely
they
wrong.
assigned.
You're absolutely. You still don't understand what I'm saying. Maybe it's my accent that you cannot listen to. I don't know. Maybe it's just my accent. He doesn't understand what I'm saying.
Flesh your point out. Flesh your point out. Flesh your
He's
point
saying
out.
rubbish.
Oh yeah,
I didn't
No,
disagree
no
with
need to
him.
insult him now. Just say
No,
what you have to say.
listen, Odi, stop saying that. He insulted me. I have to respond to what he said. I am not saying that AIPAC lobby does not influence American politics. What I'm saying is it's a small percentage. It's not as significant as the military-industrial complex.
What the fuck are you saying? What the fuck are you saying? You just
You
just open your mouth and you just use every word that
But-
you heard.
but
I will give you evidence. I'll provide evidence. You want evidence, right?
Who runs the military industrial complex?
The Americans.
What is the military industrial
Jide-
complex?
It's the Americans that run the military
So let
industrial
me say
complex.
this. Let
You
me
can't
say
just come on here
this.
and say whatever nonsense you want to
All
say out
I
of your
know,
freaking mouth.
all I
Yo,
know.
Is it the Israelis
wait.
that run the military industrial complex?
Yo, Gita, the military industrial complex. The military industrial
That's what I'm
complex is wait, it's Lockheed Martin's, Boeing and all those guys. Those are the military industrial complex. So yeah,
Lockheed Martin.
that's right.
When it
Understand?
comes
That's what
to
this guy is saying.
America, AIPAC, no direct AIPAC. I don't even know why. Ibu Ode that was a deviant, and now he's in line. You guys will now want to deviate. So I don't know what you guys. So you see, OJ now, all he's seen now be forgiving.
Eccentric hasn't said much.
Yeah. But Jide, to be honest, I think AIPAC is these people are very strong, man. Trust me. They have big influence in America's Congress.
Yeah, but my concern is that we are at a risk of thinking that
But anyway,
everything
what
they
is the
do.
percentage?
Hold on, Najide. Hold
This
on.
Yeah,
is
me, I
over-
can't say
overhyped.
that.
Hold on,
Me, I
Jide.
can't
Hold
say
on.
that.
Hold
It
on,
is
Jide.
overhyped.
Hold on, Jide. Calm down. The thing is the scale of their control. That is what we are trying to discuss here. Jide is of the opinion that it's not as strong as people like to believe. And I think there's a little bit of simplification of, people just simplify it and say, oh yeah, AIPAC is controlling everything.
No,
From what I can
Papa,
observe, it's not that straightforward.
Papa, let me tell
Yo,
you
yo,
the evidence.
wait. Let
give you
me
evidence.
let me say something. Let me say something about that.
Sorry, 10 seconds.
Go.
There is an interview the former president of United States, that just died. What's his name?
Carter.
Jimmy Carter. He said it direct, like no missing words. He said the system is controlled by APAC. He was even talking like, even as a president, you are handicapped. There is nothing you can do. Dr. Dameji have that video. You
Let
can
me
ask
see
Dr.
that.
Dameji for that video.
Okay,
Like, that was his statement. Dr. Dameji was actually the person that played the video one day here. I was looking for the video, but Dr. Dameji have it. If you talk to Dr. Dameji, he will show you. Like, if you watch that video, even this Palestinian issue we are talking, he gave details how he even traveled to Palestine to monitor election after he left about. He was saying that when they asked him, he said, no, it's all about APAC. There is nothing. He was basically saying there is nothing he can do even as a president.
Yeah, but he didn't say that he controlled the US system. Maybe he controls.
You need to watch that video for father. When you watch the video, please message for father. Tell him, message Dodami, ask him for the video. Tell him the video he's playing.
I can assure you. I can assure you that. I don't know why. You know when they said, "Hold on now, calm down."
I was right.
Even if you are right, see,
right.
calm down.
This guy just started and insulting me.
Calm down, calm down, Jide. Calm down,
Jide. Calm down, Jide.
Calm down, just calm down. You see, Jide, the point you are making, I hear it. I'm even sympathetic to what you are saying.
I can show everybody now.
Yeah. See,
Ebac is talking about top three. Top three. What the fuck is he saying?
Calm down now. Calm down. Why is everybody so hot today? It was OD.
Yeah, you using ChatGPT now?
OD was acting as if they want to jump at him from inside here. Calm down.
You guys were jumping me now. See, I've been quiet now.
Calm down. See, APAC, I don't subscribe to the idea that APAC just controls everything. Because if you, in other words, I think, was it not in the Bible or somebody always says that how the devil convinced the world that he doesn't exist. And lie to the greatest trick the devil played in the world is to pretend as if it doesn't exist. To make people believe that it doesn't exist, So it tells you something that the people that are truly in charge, you are basically dismissing them and saying it's just this small country and these Jews that are controlling them. I don't believe that. When I see a white man today, I don't think that they are not in charge. They know they are in charge. They know when they want to take control, they will take control. This is not a joke business. And look at Israel. Israel was trying to defeat Iran or target Iran, and they don't even have the kits to do it. If you see the way Benjamin Netanyahu was talking, I don't think he was full with confidence that Trump would do what he wanted. He wasn't full with confidence. He was just saying it. And you can see that he wasn't 100% sure.
Was very good. And then why you say you know these people are controlling everything, man.
I don't think it is true that they are controlling everything. They leave them
controlling. This was telegraphed. What happened tonight?
Because most of the stuff Israel is doing aligns with their interests too. I don't know why people keep saying what Israel is doing doesn't align with Western interests. What most of it is Israel is doing aligns with their interests. I don't know why people keep saying that.
Absolutely, it does.
That is why they support it. The German chancellor literally said it, or German leader said it, that the Israel is doing their dirty work for them.
So, Joe Biden said that if they didn't have another Israel, they'll create another one.
Jide was right. Jide was right, but the thing is, wait.
There was no Israel, they'll create another one.
I speak both of you were right. I speak the truth was right. So Israel lobby, the APAC, right? There's a symbiotic relationship between APAC and the military-industrial complex. If
the lobbyists lobby on behalf of the military-industrial complex. They are
exactly. If there's a conflict in the Middle East, the military-industrial complex benefit from it, right? Because they sell weapons. So that's the symbiotic relationship there. And most of the wars that the United States are engaged in are wars from the Middle East, right? Except the Ukrainian war, right? So there's a symbiotic relationship, but they're not top. They're not on the top, right? On the lobbyists, there's a medical industrial complex, of course, medical industrial complex, whatever. They're a big lobby too. They're a big lobby group as well.
The medical lobbyists, right, or the
Because we've not even
lobbyists
mentioned the multinational corporations.
for the
We've not
military,
even mentioned the
do
multinational
they
corporations that are looking.
Yeah, multinational corporation. Yeah, multinational
hold on,
corporation.
Centric Cast. Let me ask you a question. How many military lobbyists do you know that control any congressman in the United States today?
Look, let's
And
move on
Judah,
from this.
Judah,
You know,
I
I
think
think
every congressperson have someone from Lockheed Martin's, Boeing, controlling them.
Not true. Not
I'm
true.
telling you, bro. Oh,
Not
dude,
true.
are you serious? Dude,
I am dead.
for these guys to build something in your state. You know what I mean? Like, if they build something in your state, they can control your whole state. You know how many people they employ? You know how many people Boeing employ, like here in Washington State?
It's Centric Cast. Lockheed Martin can influence congressmen. They cannot influence every single congressman to a state where before they vote on a bill, they have to call their Lockheed Martin person.
It depends on the bill. It depends on the content of the bill.
Hear me out. I said, hear me out again.
It depends on the content of the bill.
Again, hear me out. And I'm talking absolutely.
But you have to be specific, though.
No. I'm talking absolutely, meaning specific. Absolutely. I'm not guessing. I'm telling you that every congressman today in the United States, and you can feel free to go online and find out, go listen to Thomas Mason himself, listen to Ted Cruz, listen to everybody. Every congressman in the United States today has an AIPAC handler. Every single one.
Okay, your point is well taken. I speak to Drew. We need to move on from this. Okay, you already made the point. I think we'll go do our research unless you have something else to say.
Let's get headlines of what is happening now, because I think news is rolling in relatively quickly, isn't it? Based on what has happened. So let's see some of the new headlines. Bombs, and then Israel intercepts 2 drones launched from the east. I don't know which one is the east. Hamas condemns US strike on Iran. Trump decision to attack Iran constitutes clear grounds for impeachment. No, that's from the weak Democrats. Iran's Arakchi says US attack will have everlasting consequences. Yeah, we've heard that before. How will Iran respond to the US attack? And CARE and AIPAC react to US strikes. Let's see what AIPAC says about it, since we are talking about AIPAC quite a bit. So it says the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, the best known pro-Israeli group in the US, praised the strikes ordered by Trump and said that the US must now work with our allies to protect our troops and regional interests against Iranian attacks. So basically what they are saying in other words is, suddenly now you create a situation whereby your troops are in threat, and now you are asking for them to help you protect them. So we'll see what happens. I think when Iran will respond, Iran will be ready for the consequences too.
Forefather, the attack is symbolic. You know that, right? Nothing was damaged. I hope you know that.
Yeah, I think that too. They are saying it, but you can't be too sure.
I'm too sure because we already got the news, right, from their nuclear agency. There's no leak anywhere in Saudi Arabia. They don't have any leak there. They don't have any trace of leak anywhere in the surroundings.
Let me ask you a quick question. Did you see the interview?
No, because if it's underground, there's not going to be leaks now.
Did you see?
Yes, there will be leaks, of course. You can detect it. You can detect it.
Did you see the interview?
Go ahead.
No, thank you. Okay. Did you see the interview with Tucker Carlson and Ted Cruz?
Yeah, that was interesting. I didn't see the full one, but the clips that I saw, man, that was embarrassing.
Go watch the full one, and you will understand to a large extent how the American government has been run, at least in the last 60 years. Because a lot of people are still not getting it when we say, Israel controls the United States. I think people don't get it.
I don't buy that. I still don't buy it.
I don't expect you.
Your problem is that you're not in the UK. You're not in the UK, and even when you see evidence to the contrary, you don't.
I'm not talking about the UK. I'm talking about the United States.
Yeah. Hold on. Hold on now. You see, when Israel is doing something, and America is doing something, and America is siding with Israel, I can see from the background, even when the UK people are saying, oh, we condemn Israel, in the background, they are not. I'm telling you, these people are not stupid. It's not because of Israel they are saying in the background, they do it. No, they know what they are doing. And I think Hex said with all
We're
this
not
tattoo.
saying that. Just like you, listen, you cannot go into their head. I cannot go into their
I
head.
can actually, because I've seen their reactions to these
All
things.
right, okay. You're a magician. I'm not a magician, so I cannot go into their head. You can go into their head and say this is what they're thinking. I can only go based on the evidence on the ground in front of me. You know, based on when they were told to register as a American Israeli Zionist project and all that, to register, and they went against it, and JFK got pissed, and Ben Gurion had to resign, things like that. I can go with things like that, okay? I can go with AIPAC having influence on the United States with evidence, with monies that they donate to the lobbies.
We
and
know that. We believe
you know,
that.
and the lobby, let me finish, please. And the lobby, you obviously don't know it. So
You've said it multiple times, but you won't let me talk.
Well, but let me finish what I'm
But this
saying.
lobby
So you
just less
you
than
just heard me
2%.
say. So I said
This lobby
so
that I keep talking
if-
about is
so
less
if-
than
if-
2%.
So
2%.
when you're ready, you tell me how many places in Washington you ever worked. So so if you look at the influence they have with the donations they give to the American politicians, and why the American politicians have to vote in their favor or vote in line with whatever they order, then you can come and tell me that, well, yeah, you know, I see the British people, and because I'm a magician, I can tell what they're thinking. I can't do that. I'm not a magician. I can only go based on paperwork. That's what I was trying to do. And that's what
I'm not seeing. I'm not going to their head. I'm seeing what their reaction and what they are saying about it, and their actions too. It's not like, don't you see? They would be telling you that they are condemning Israel, but they are still selling it weapons. They are condemning that they are working with them. They are not just like saying, "Oh, just shipping them what they paid for." No, they will go there and work with them. They are flying aircraft helping
that
Israel
is the
with surveillance.
symbiotism that this guy is talking about. We're not
Yeah, but
denying that.
your mistake is thinking that they are doing that because Israel has something over them. That is your
I'm
mistake.
saying that because whether it's over them,
All
whether
right,
it's
we got to move on, man, from this.
whether
Forefather, I have a
it's
question for you. I've got a question.
whether it's the whether
I
it's
speak
the
the
money,
truth. You've made the point. I think
whether it's the money, whether it's
you don't have to
threats,
kill it. We've already.
whatever it is, I don't know what it is, but my
All right.
bottom line is that they effectively run the U.S. government.
Okay, fine.
No,
I have
I
a
speak the
question
truth.
for you, forefathers.
I speak. Wait. I speak the truth.
Let me ask my question now.
Wait. There's a historic aspect of this that we need to consider as well,
No,
right?
let me just ask my question.
No.
Then
Just give me 1 minute.
Seneca, you heard him wanting to ask the question before. Now
I've been trying to ask this question. You just
ask your question.
No. It's it's gonna mess up my train of thought. It was what
so if it's not gonna mess up my own chain of thought, do you care about my own chain?
It will be chaotic. You will do that. Just let him ask, then you can ask your question. Or
so, forefathers, what do you think about Russia not wanting Iran to have nuclear bomb?
I think
they said it, right?
Yes, but that is in what they call it in step with what Iran is also saying it wants. Iran doesn't want to have nuclear bomb. If they wanted, they would have gotten it by now. Do you believe that, Odi, that if Iran wanted it, they would have gotten it?
Of course, they wouldn't have gotten it. Come on.
Yes,
Iran wants nuclear bomb. Even you said it's stupid for Iran not to have nuclear bomb.
No,
why would you enrich uranium?
They've had 20 years. No, don't it say that they had about 10-20 years to enrich uranium. It's just recently they started going ahead. They could have done that a long time ago.
Because if Russia wanted to give them, these guys have been friends with Russia. If Russia wanted to help them get this, they would have done it. What I'm trying to bring out is the point that, you see, Russia and the United States, they are not that so much of enemies.
You are wrong.
No.
Can I explain that?
Iran doesn't want to go nuclear. You keep forgetting that Iran, that Ayatollah, personally, I think it was a bad idea. Doesn't want to go nuclear. What are you going to do? You're going to force him? The guy went and passed a fatwa.
You know, when you understand what
happened. It wasn't the Ayatollah. It wasn't the current Ayatollah. It was the previous one.
It was the previous one that put it.
Instead of the
I thought that one was even meaner, but that one to put it. You see what we are dealing with?
No, it's not the previous one.
How can the current one lift it when the previous one put it?
No. It's the correct one, not the previous one.
Look at that.
The previous one had the same fatwa.
Why? It's true, you know, because I heard that in the 1990s. Something like that was also put in place. So I don't know.
That's right. What did they use? Did they bring chicken or the goats and kill it? What was this fatwa?
They bring cola nut.
So how did they make this fatwa? Is it like coffee?
Let me explain it.
Yeah, what did you expect?
Their ideology is in line with their religious
temple or in the mosque.
See, this is a declaration by the leader or a spiritual leader saying.
What father? Which are you Sunni or Shia? Which one are you?
Can I make the point I was going to make?
Just somebody that calls things as what it is.
Yeah.
I don't want funny behavior.
Can I make the point I was going to make?
Sorry.
Yes, please. Let Ethnicals go. Let Ethnicals speak, please. Let's try to be a bit respectful of each other.
All right. So what I was going to say is, remember before Israel was established, right? Napoleon wanted Palestine to be part of France. So there's a reason why Israel was created. You know what I mean? It's for the interest of the West. The West wanted to control East Asia and Africa, North Africa, those part of those region. And if you look at where Palestine is located, it's a strategic location, right? They wanted to control trade routes, control the culture of the, East Asians, right? So this is like the West. This is the West.
West Asians.
Yeah, West Asians. Yeah. Thank you, West Asians. This is like a European project, right? This is the European. That's why all Europeans side with Israel. It has nothing to do with Israel as an entity, what they actually want themselves. This is the West. They are like the bullhorn of the West. You know what I mean? That's what they are. The West is using them to actualize their own aims. You know what I mean? I mean, if you think about it, Netanyahu grew up in Philadelphia. His name is Milakoski. He grew up in Philadelphia. He was a couch salesman in Philadelphia. He was selling couches. That's why he sounds like that. He has that voice, that salesman voice. He can use it to convince all these buffoons, right? The guy was a couch salesman. He went to school in Philadelphia. Most of the guys that are running Israel, people in the Knesset, are all Americans. They're all American Europeans that are Jews. Jewish religion, that follow Jewish religion. So this is European. This is a European project. It might look like Israel is controlling the United States of America, controlling Europe, but we need to look at it kind of a little deeper than that. Perhaps these guys are working together. You know what I mean?
Historically, it's very hard to find a situation whereby another group, technically another race, control a small tiny group controls the entire European nation. Historically, you won't hardly see that anywhere else. So
absolutely agree.
Now that is what is happening. It's just simplifying. It's kind of using the Jews or Israel as a scapegoat.
Exactly, they're using them to actualize their own aim.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm emphasizing. That the spending is not even up to 2%, say, of the entire political structure of the US. The so-called APAC spending is not up to 2%.
Yeah, let's just watch this video as a kind of break.
Wait, no, listen to this. ABC just came up with the news. This is a breaking news, right? They say that Trump and the Israelis planned this attack 2 months ago. The attack they just carried out. They planned that 2 months ago. So it's not a surprise. There's something that they already planned. So I'm saying, so to us, it's something like that. Go ahead.
To you guys, it's surprising.
There is no sound. Who is this?
Joe Biden.
Support, as most of us do, Israel in this body, for apologizing for our support for Israel. There's no apology to be made. None. It is the best $3 billion investment we make. Were there not an Israel, the United States of America would have to invent an Israel to protect her interest in the region. The United States would have to go out and invent an Israel. The second part is people should understand by now, this should be crystal clear, that Israel is the single greatest strength America has in the Middle East. I always say to my friends when they say those things to you, I say, imagine our circumstance in the world were there no Israel. how many battleships would there be? How many troops would be stationed? You know, I used to say early on when I was a kid, I'd say, when I was a young senator, I'd say, if I were a Jew, I'd be a Zionist. I am a Zionist. You don't have to be a Jew to be a Zionist.
Progress occurs in the
So
Middle
they
East
will
when
understand this
everyone knows
Zionist
there's
thing.
simply
Wow,
no
of course.
space between the United States and Israel. There is no space between the United States and Israel when it comes to Israel's security. There is only one nation in the world that has unequivocally, without hesitation, and consistently confronted the efforts to delegitimize Israel. At every point in our administration, at every juncture, we've stood up on behalf of the legitimacy of the state of Israel. The security of Israel and the United States is inextricably tied, and we will never, ever, ever abandon Israel out of our own self-interest. I also emphasize what I've said throughout this conflict. The United States fully supports Israel's right to defend itself against indiscriminate rocket attacks from Hamas and other Gaza-based terrorist groups that have taken the lives of innocent civilians in Israel.
So, and I've had former military officials in America talk about how the action Israel is taking is on their behalf. They literally, and Michael Flynn was the one that said it. It was like what Israel is doing, and he volunteered that they were participating in it. This is what I was saying, that's what I see with people here in the UK.
You know,
they are participating in it, that they are doing it for them, not for Israel. They are doing it for themselves.
Fathers, in as much as you love to hear yourself talk a lot, it's always good to, with all due respect.
I don't know why you just always have to go
educate. Yeah, because you need to educate yourself on issues that you decide to expound on. Okay, so even in those little clips, you know what I was looking at? I was looking at where was Joe Biden when he was saying these things, and you seen that it was in usually. You see the candle, the Israeli candle, you see was vying for presidency. It was mainly in Israeli controlled settings. So places where he has to, not saying what he's saying he doesn't believe in it, but places where he has to speak to the Israelis to get whatever favor he's taken from them, whether votes, whether it was monies, whatever it was. I mean, you can go back and you see the settings or the banners in the background. You can tell where he was. That said, you cannot pick one line or two lines or 10, or in this case, 10,000. I don't know how many lines you can pick from that video to now say, well, this tells me that he's not being controlled by Israel. Maybe you need to go learn about American politics better. Go learn about it more. Because you guys are on here just talking. You're just talking. This one doesn't know.
You are being dogmatic now. You're just being dogmatic. You don't care about the truth. You're just being dogmatic about it.
Can I ask you a question?
There is evidence. You have heard people say, I can show you another US official. They are telling you that they are the ones
the one you've shown is fine. Let's talk about
many examples. I can show you
breaking news.
More examples. What's the breaking news?
No. Any breaking news, please. Let's stop talking about APAC and all the things. There, you know what's
There's a breaking news. There's a breaking news. Six rocket impact at Tel Aviv. Breaking news.
What channel?
Channel 12, Israeli channel 12.
So what's your question?
Wow, okay.
No, so
six rockets, six impact at Tel Aviv. Just recently, just now.
Are you very happy? Are you happy? Are you very happy with that?
Breaking news. I thought you said breaking news. It's breaking news, man. I thought you wanted to hear breaking news.
You asked for breaking news. You're asking what is very happy.
Are you crying? Why are you crying, man? Stop crying, bro. Stop crying.
You asked for something, they give
Stop
it to
crying,
you.
man.
Let me see. This guy talked about. Look, Trump always knew they were going to attack. It is simple, right? I don't know why this is echoing so bad.
I'm not hearing any echo. You can go.
No, it's Omode.
Okay. All right. So no, this is so. I was looking to see whether I can see any update on that regarding any strikes.
Yeah, Central Tel Aviv. Central Tel Aviv. Six impact.
That's interesting. I guess that's the minimum you can expect now after all this has happened. Iran, if they have
what has happened? Nothing happened. Nothing happened.
Yeah. I think if Iran has got anything to show for it, they have to make a
It's for the news, man. What happened was for the birds. You know what I mean? There was nothing.
To me, though,
it was for the birds. Nothing really happened.
Let me bring it up here. See, what was this? Okay, let me just get it out and back in. So I wanted to say that if I was Iran and I knew I had the capacity and capability to create nuclear weapons, and this stuff happens, I would just I could just decide that, okay, I'll pull out of the non-proliferation treaty and just go quiet. Just disappear, go quiet. Until you're ready.
You know, do you know they remove all their reactors, right? They remove all their reactors. You know, they can actually create one that if they want to right now. You know, they can create one.
No, they can create one. And somebody has already said that they probably have alternative sites that nobody's aware of at all. So this one
they will.
Now. Yeah, they'll be stupid not to.
Having a treaty, what difference does having a treaty make? Okay,
because if you come out being in the treaty,
they followed all the rules in the JCPOA to the T. America plus 5.
That's why I'm saying they should pull out of it. Just to make the statement that it's useless.
Even if they pulled out, listen to what I'm saying. They followed all the treaties. They followed all the rules in the treaty, in the JCPOA. They didn't violate any. IAEA did not say they violated it. U.S. intelligence did not say they violated it. Even Tulsi Gabbard that said they adhered to it. The United States, England, France, everybody, except Donald Trump and Netanyahu. So what the hell has a treaty got to do with anything? What they should have did from day one was violate the treaty from jump. But it still wouldn't help.
I see. They should have violated it from the get-go and build their nuclear weapons first before they start arguing with anybody. Because you should know that when you do what they are doing, they are playing a half-house. This they saw what happened with Gaddafi. They saw what happened with Saddam Hussein. It's a bad idea. It's a bad idea. These people they don't reward half and half. They reward when you go fully nuclear. Then they know you can harm them. Then they'll
it's a deterrent. If you do it, they're not gonna attack you. It's a full deterrent. You know,
so that's when you can talk. That's when
there's a mutual destruction. You know, if they have it right now, there's mutual destruction. You're not gonna attack them.
And that is very important because we need to learn from all these things. Because in this world, at least the way it is right now, if you show weakness, you pay. You will pay. The moment you give weakness, you pay. You have to show strength. Peace through strength. That's what the world believes now.
That's true, though. Like, personally, I look at the West like they're barbaric. You know what I mean? Europeans are pre-barbaric. Even though they give us all these nice things, all these niceties, they're pre-barbaric. They don't hear any other language. But
are they barbaric, though?
They're fucking barbaric. What do you mean? It might be the freaking Neanderthal DNA.
But you call them barbaric, but they excel.
World War I, World War II.
They think sharply better than you.
They're freaking barbaric. Look at what they do to indigenous people. Australia, like white folk, they're pre-barbaric, man.
People when you say they excel, people say things as if they did it on their own. No, they didn't. In addition to stealing knowledge from other civilizations and
that's facts. I agree with that. I agree with
that. Now we are going to the low-level argument.
But we're not that's not the point.
That is argument that says I'm weak. So they are just bad people. That's why they succeed. They're just bad people.
They are pretty barbaric, dude. I'm telling you right now.
Those are bad. Let's face it.
You always try to say that they excel. Excel in what exactly? If they did not,
they do excel. Come on, man.
So if they did not steal technology or knowledge from a lot of civilizations and attach their names to it, a lot of this inventions we see in the world today were actually, especially in America.
I speak the truth. We know that. I think we know that.
You know what I'm saying? So I have people that are not white, but they attack the name to it and pretend it's this. But then you have people like forefathers going to say, "Oh, they excel." No, if Nigeria did the same thing, then Nigeria too will be the bastion
Listen,
of
we know,
civilization.
we know that. You know what I mean? We know that. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm saying, like these guys are pre-barbaric, and there's evidences to prove that they're pre-barbaric.
Barbaric, you can call them barbaric. You can
They're
call them
barbarians,
warlike.
man.
Those
They
are terms
How many people
that
have?
people without power try to use. Let's face it. People that have power and they figure out a way to run circles around you, and they do it in such
I mean,
a way
China.
that,
No, China has
Let
power.
me finish my point. They do it in such a way that other people do their fighting for them. How can you call those people barbaric? Other people do their fighting for them. If
China
you're not
has
smart
power.
enough, you that is a smart one, and that is not barbaric, why are you not smart enough to outsmart them? They run circles around you all the time.
Yeah, that's why that's why you need a deterrent.
Because they are smarter.
That's why you need deterrence. I mean, look at North Korea; they have their own deterrence. No one is touching them. No one's doing anything to them. You know what I'm saying?
But then again, North Korea does not have oil, and North Korea does not have diamonds, and North Korea does not have uranium, and bauxite, and columbine,
They got a nuclear weapon,
and
though.
silver. But if they had all those natural resources, I guarantee you, these freaking Neanderthals that run the West would have gone on over there talking about they want to give them freaking democracy. North Korea has nothing that they want. If North Korea has something that they want, they'll be over there today.
So
Pastor
China doesn't have
is
something they want. Why didn't they invade China?
Pastor, I just saw you in the
I can't believe that. I can't believe that I speak the truth and I are in agreement on so many issues, and yet we're fighting all along.
Because you
that is an
repeated.
unholy
No, but I told
alliance.
you
It's an unholy alliance.
Because if I say certain things,
I speak
people
is
get
quite
offended.
dogmatic about things. I'm
No,
surprised how
but
dogmatic you
the
are.
guy is knowledgeable. You can't take it from him. He can be tricky sometimes. He can, but
he's knowledgeable, but he just says stuff just because it sounds good. There's no evidence to it. Even when you see contrary evidence.
No, but he just talked about North Korea. The way he spoke about North Korea, it's very sensible, right? It's like, you understand, because people remember Bill Clinton was given a straight shot to do what Trump did tonight. He didn't do it in North Korea. He could have done it.
The only countries America invades is the one that have oil.
Even Bill Clinton said,
"No, they have good stuff. Good stuff. It's an empire.
It has good stuff. The most
There's 218 million Nigerians, right? And you're doing a show. You don't get 100,000 people. You don't get even 100,000 people watching your show, which means there's something you're doing wrong.
What do you mean?
Pastor, you need to remove yourself. You echo. You need to remove yourself.
There's no echo. I'm not hearing echo. I don't know why people are hearing echo. What kind
I
of
hear an echo.
There's echo. There's echo. It's so
I hear
bad.
an echo, but it has nothing to do with me. Maybe you should mute your mic once in a while.
Let me mute my mic and check whether the echo carries on. Please go ahead.
Okay. There are 218 million Nigerians. When you do a show, you get 60 people. It means you're not doing something right. That's an echo.
Then it's not my mic then.
But one good thing about an echo.
Let's check this one. Okay, talk again.
Can you hear me? Or it's better? It's better now.
Better now.
Yeah, it's better now.
Okay.
The echo is gone.
I know why.
Whatever it is.
So it was you all along, forefathers, huh?
You've been here talking all day.
You gotta apologize to us. I need to apologize.
I've said my apology.
You weren't able to talk here until I
No,
get here.
Forefathers need to apologize. I've left this platform 3 times because of echo. He needs to apologize.
Okay.
I
accept my apologies. My apologies for misunderstanding that it was my system that was causing. I didn't know.
Let Pastor speak.
Look, the reason why I came in here, forefathers, is that
I don't know why.
every day you keep talking about Nigeria having more boots on the ground, more military personnel. I know I've debated you one-on-one in another platform. So don't change your story. What you've been harping on is that we have so many Nigerians that we need a lot of soldiers and a lot of police people to protect us. Some people, especially me, have said that we need training. we need to take care of the ones we have already, have them well equipped and well trained, right? Get intelligence, do the right things, have cohesion in the country. That you said you've been harping on the number of military personnel we have. So today, when I wasn't on the platform, you're trying to change what your position. Right, I was asking you in the chat, I said, look, how does that help Iran right now? Because we couldn't even get to where Iran is. You do understand that Iran has a
highlight Pansat, why are you putting him in the highlight him?
It's okay. He's just jealous. I'm thinking I shot him from where
we
likes to put me down here.
We have to give him in the small minority section.
But so
minority.
What's happened here? I hope that you would then stop and let's try to fix the problem we have in the country, right? It's not the number of military people that we have. In Iran, they have, they have like 3 kinds of military, approximately 610,000 active personnel, 610,000, and then 350,000 reservists. That's like 1 million right there. But more than that, they have what they call the Atesh, which is the regular armed forces, 350,000 ground forces, 18,000 Navy, 37,000 Air Force, and then 15,000 Air Defense Force personnel. Then they have what they call the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC. Some people have been mentioning it here tonight. So approximately 190,000 personnel has the Navy, Aerospace Force, and all that. Then they have what they call the Basij, a volunteer paramilitary force controlled by that IRGC. A membership of 12.6 million. Here, let me post what I'm reading from, so you could see that it's a credible source. So all that does not protect them. Not only did Israel, a much smaller country,
what did they do on their own?
Take over I'm gonna start with what they did on their own. They took over.
What did they do on their own? Yeah.
They took over the Iranian airspace.
That's
right?
false. That's false.
Right.
False.
Hold on. Let me land. Then you could shoot it down. Hold on.
Just allow him to talk.
I want him muted. I want that guy muted now.
False. Right? No, that's false. Don't mute me.
That's a lie.
I want to, after I say what I'm saying.
Pansat, here you got to speak fact too. We fact check people here.
Yeah, please hold on.
No, the other guy just said that 6 missiles landed on Israel. You didn't ask him for the evidence. You see, you guys
showed the evidence. No,
you want evidence? All right, hold on. It's channel 12.
Interrupting me because they're Muslims. Eccentricate. What is your excuse? You're not a Muslim. You say you're
not a Muslim. I'm not a Christian. I don't believe in religion. Religion is nonsense. It's for kids.
Okay. All right, hold on. When it's your turn, then you say those kind of things. It's my turn.
They didn't control the airspace.
You say you're from Issaquah, right? You say
we want you to speak fast. Right?
So what I'm saying though is, listen to this. I don't want forefathers to get away with it. Tonight is a very good night for us to call them out on being ubiquitous on the internet, making frivolous arguments. Now we have a live case scenario. Like Nigeria could never attain Iran's status in 20 years at least, which means the military personnel, the technology. They have all kinds of technology. They just lobbed missiles at Israel. See, the point I'm making is that he keeps saying that not only should we be able to protect our citizens from, say, Ghana, other hostile countries, right, or terrorists, he's saying that we should be ready to fight Oyibo. He's not that we're weak, that we look weak and we look stupid because Oyibo can come and take us over any day now. That we shouldn't worry about training. Now, I want this to be a serious discussion. Now, I'll try to end it in about 3 or 4 minutes, so you could talk.
No, not 4 minutes. Make it 2 minutes.
Okay, 2 minutes. But listen to what I'm saying, so you could address it. I want you to address this tonight. Let's end this. If a lot of Nigerians, all the smart people on this panel right now, on others, they've been telling you that we need to get our people educated, that we need to have food security, that we need cohesion in the country, have the government go and talk to all the various groups that are agitating, find out what their problem is, how do you make them feel like they're Nigerians, so that we could then begin to do the things that every country does. which is to lift off people from poverty so they have jobs. You won't have out of school kids, build infrastructure, have some prestige to attract investment into our country, things like that. You say no, that we should have a super military force first, that will bring about the other things, right? It's like you're doing it, which one, the chicken or the egg, which one comes first, right? So I want you to address it now. We have Iran.
No,
Let's just say, yeah, let's have a situation. What I want you to explain to us, if we were to be like Iran right now, and the Oyinbo come attack us like they attack them, how does 2 million Nigerian soldiers, how does that save us? How does it help us? 5 million Nigerian soldiers.
Okay, you've said it now. You've said your piece.
Yeah.
So one, on the ground, does it not look like Iran is making its own decisions for itself? Yes, they are. We are not. Does it not look like they are doing better than us? They are doing better than us. Yes, technology does count. Nobody said technology was useless. But whenever you have one technology, if you have two people using that technology, you have more power. So number always matters. You might like to think that number doesn't matter. If you have one gun, somebody has one gun, and the next person carries another gun, you have two guns. If you have one missile, some other person has 2 missiles, you have 2 B-2 bombers. 10 B-2 bombers is even bigger than 2 B-2 bombers. Numbers matter in defense. And having a footprint on the ground in your country matters too, because you have to be able to respond to threats in every corner of the country. If you decide that you abandon one area of your country for people to just come and do whatever they like, that takes you 12 hours to get there. Good luck. Anybody can do whatever they like in your country then. So that is the point I'm making. And that is the minimum. Number part is a minimum, because America has even more number than many countries that we know of similar population. But they have by far more technology too. So technology counts, but number is the first layer. If anybody that knows about military, they will tell you the most important aspect of your military is the number that you have.
No,
then, hold on, please, hold on now. No, you're not addressing the debate so far. That's what the debate is about. What you just stated. Nobody's saying that having soldiers is a bad thing. Let me try to be more specific. Let's say between Israel and Iran, you see Iran lob missiles and you see them being shut down, right? So they have their space defended, right? Do you understand? Their skies, their space is defended, and they have control of their space. But Iran do not have that kind of technology where America or anybody can help them knock out all their defenses, and they're just sitting there like dogs as they come there, bomb their whatever they want to bomb, take out a lot of the president, take their military personnel. They're just sparing the life of Khomeini himself.
Where's the Mossad chief right now?
Pardon?
Where's the Mossad chief? David Ben-Gvir.
Okay, so my point I'm making to you is that in order for you to have indigenous technology or the technology to advance and defend yourself, you have to go to school and budget money for research. You have to, you wouldn't have people who feel, for example, if I'm
talking about Iran or Nigeria.
Sorry, it's Nigeria. We have the highest concentration of professors in Africa. So what else do you want? You have
okay, that's what I'm saying. In order for you, education is not that I said that to you before. You have to have research, you have to have technology, you have to budget money, you have to have people go to school. Nigeria has a lot of potential geniuses.
I can go to the site where they talked about this, where they talked about military size and this thing, and that analysis is so correct, because if you look at what happened
show it, because what I wanted to do.
If you look at what happened to Iran, among the great things, among the errors that among the things he described there, where Iran made the error is the tactical aspect, where they felt that they can negotiate with the UN, do the normal stuff, and get it their way anyway. They are not looking for nuclear weapons, by the way.
I mean, they were being civilized. They were acting like civilized people.
Following the rules.
But they were not being civilized, actually. Civilized people understand the truth of things.
That's not how civilized people act. That's barbarism,
They
dude. That's
know that
barbarian
rule
stuff.
doesn't apply to a lot of people. US
Dude,
didn't sign on to it. Israel didn't sign on to it. Pakistan didn't sign on to it.
You are not talking about what we're
India
supposed
didn't even
to
sign
talk
on
about.
to it. Why are you
Listen to
following
me.
things that
You're not
none
talking
of
about
you
what we're supposed to talk
Wait,
about. What I'm
Pastor, let me
saying
just
to you is
ask
that
him,
it's a very. Let me just say this, and then somebody else will come in. It's okay, because I don't want you being slippery on this, right? I want you to stop. Basically, after today, let's try to get the things that we need to get right. That's education, food security,
But we
all
said
kinds
this
of
a
stuff.
thousand times. You're not
So
going to
No,
get
he's spot on. He's right. He's right.
just hold on now. So
I
for
said,
right.
I
what
was the one that
you
was
do
telling
is
it to him.
just
He
put
doesn't
us.
listen. He's not
Let's
going to
just
listen.
say
I can
Nigeria.
say it again now.
He's right. He's spot on.
All
What
the
he's saying
way.
is spot on.
Forefathers is not
Yeah,
going to
if
listen.
Nigeria, succeeds to the level of Iran, we're still not safe. We cannot fight to Yibo,
But
right?
Pastor, let me
Let me just make.
ask
I
him a
want him.
question. Let me just
You
ask him a
see,
question.
what I'm saying is that the scope of what he wants us to be tackling, in essence, he wants us to be ready to fight to Yibo, and he's ubiquitous on all these panels talking about this. What I'm talking about now. You
Okay,
cannot do it.
so you are telling me that because it's an Igbo man that comes to take your children, you're going to say, oh, because it's Igbo, you will not fight.
No, what I want to do is to start preparing by doing the basic things first.
Yeah, but let me show you the basics now. People that are specialized in this. It says factors to consider when evaluating a country's military strength. There are several crucial factors to consider when analyzing strength of a nation's military. The capability and availability of equipment, vehicles, weaponry, and this is essential. The quality of training each soldier receives is vital. Their commander's ability to consistently devise effective tactical strategies can be pivotal. But one of the most fundamental measures of a country's military strength is the number of soldiers it can deploy. So these, no matter how you run away from it, everybody tells you the same thing. Even Israel, with all their technology and fancy stuff, why do they have so many soldiers? Ask yourself.
Okay, let me answer you this question, because they're talking about a country that's already done the basic and count. They're not talking about Nigeria and that stuff you're looking at right now. They're talking about, let's say you're comparing Russia and United States or China. These people have already done Nigeria has not done the basic stuff.
How much
you understand?
See, I'm trying to get you to understand that they started from the numbers first. All of them
No,
started
no,
from the
no,
numbers.
No, they didn't.
No.
What are you talking
Okay,
about?
give me an example. Give me your evidence for this, please. Please give me
Can
your
I answer, or somebody gonna answer him? I want to give him a thought. I
just
really
want
want
to
to
ask
offer
him
us
a
to
question.
stop.
Give me your evidence that they didn't
this-
start
Okay,
from
let me-
number. They
let
built
me-
their
Let me
number
ask
not
you.
based
Let me
Evidence
ask you, forefathers.
is
How much?
there are
do you
things that are
think
self-evident. The evidence
wait.
is self-evident that by common sense, when they talk about that the training up there, that training means that before you start counting somebody as a soldier,
Effective
they're trained,
training.
right? You cannot count a soldier who's not trained in that magnitude, in the number itself. When you come to look at the number of soldiers, they're counting people who have the stuff that I told you in the beginning, which will be, that's just basic reading comprehension. The soldier has to be trained. If you have an equipped and trained battalion, it's battalion for battalion when you're doing comparative analysis. But if you have all these fat stomach soldiers in Nigeria who can only handle AK, they don't know how
to read maps.
You know what I mean? They don't know
what
anything.
you are doing is that you are trying
that's
to
what a
put
soldier.
both extremes. You are putting both extremes. If you unreasonably, let's say you have somebody that has trained in fighting, let's say taekwondo, versus a simple guy on the street. Yes, the guy that has trained taekwondo will beat the single guy on the street. But if you double that single guy on the street, you triple it. Now you're going to see the
No, they
taekwondo.
will get their ass whooped.
Hold on, calm down. Calm down. Hold on. Oh, stop.
Let him finish.
I need
Go
to
ahead.
finish this point
Go ahead.
because it's important.
Go
if
ahead.
you are saying that taekwondo guy will beat that 3, okay, fine. Let's increase it to 4. Is he going to beat them? Okay, let's
The
increase it
chances
to 5.
that they still will get their ass whooped.
Okay, so let's increase it to 6. Is he going to beat him?
But after
Let's make it 7. Let's make it 7.
Hold on now. Let's keep going. Let's keep going.
When you beat,
wait.
Hold on.
Let's sit to this point. Let's sit to this point.
Let it land. My syndicate, you are too excited. Just let it land. It will end up the same place again.
If there's 4 or 5 guys coming at a trained fighter. By the
Okay,
time
4 or 5.
hear me out. Listen, hold on. You just told someone
I'm not
excited.
stopping at 4 or 5.
So let's say, well, you will increase to whatever infinite
You just
number
let
you want.
him get into
Let me
this and
finish.
protect
Let me
something in a
finish.
certain
Let me
class.
finish. So if there's 4 or 5 untrained guys right now, and let me even speak personally.
Oh, I don't want you to speak for that. You are making this too complicated. No. You are making it too complicated. No, I'm not going to let you do this time. No, you are complicating it too much. I'm not going to let you do this time. It's very simple. If you say they are going to beat the 5, okay, I'll make it 6. Are they going to beat?
Okay, hold on.
Okay, can I answer? Let me answer. I'm sorry to come in again.
Hold on, no. Let's get somewhere. We need to get to the end until he says those numbers are going to beat the one taekwondo guy.
You love hearing yourself.
Is he going to be the 6?
Let me finish. You asked me a question.
Is he going to be the 6?
There will be 1. After I beat 5, there's 1. After
I beat 5, there's 1.
When
so
you keep increasing,
just say yes now. Just say yes.
I want to let me just make it one point. Audie, I'm sorry. Let me.
It's a very simple thing.
Hold on. Forefathers.
Oh my God! I can't believe how we can't be patient. Can we just be patient for a moment?
When you keep increasing them, there will be 1 left.
Speak the truth. Hold on.
So
you guys like critical analysis here. You guys, this is embarrassing. Yo, you need military-industrial complex.
I don't know about 20 men, but you ask me. Me personally, if I
the strength of your military depends on your military-industrial complex.
Let me speak on my own, like personally. If there are 4 untrained guys with me within the same height, same weight range, 4 of them, barring luck, I guarantee I will fuck them up.
Good. Now, if there are 8 of them, would you?
Can I answer that?
Well, now we're talking crazy.
Hold on. Can I answer that?
No.
Can I answer?
No. Maybe when fatigue sets in.
I want him to answer it.
Maybe when fatigue sets in, yes, I can't do 8. I can't.
Okay,
but
12.
Same height, same weight range.
12.
I just said I can't do 8. Can you do 1?
Okay, you can't do 8. Good. So now the point I was trying to make there is number does matter. At a point, number starts counting.
No, it doesn't. Because
hold on. Oh my God! Just hold on.
Also, when you bring up these weird analogies, also listen to the other person. If I beat up,
well, you have not even let me make my point.
Because I'm telling you, it doesn't make sense. So if there's 3 people, 4 people, and a trained fighter beats up 2 or 3 of them, the psychology of human being is that he's gonna fly. He's gonna run away if he's untrained because he does not want the same fate as his friends.
Okay, let me answer that so that forefathers. Here's the mistake you're making. Forefathers. Here's the mistake you're making.
300 movie.
When we say, hold on now.
Pastor, I don't want to let this point go because you guys just keep massacring it all the time like you can't understand that simple concept.
Will make it easy
no.
for us.
I'm not going to let you get away with this one.
No,
I'm going to drill this point down until we get. I will put you backstage. I will drill this point down.
Go ahead. I'm going to leave. I'm going to leave.
Yeah, you're going to leave then. If you unmute yourself again, you're going to leave.
You're making
See, the point is that I'll have to drill this point down because I'm sick of people coming here making the false analogy that numbers don't matter. Numbers do matter. If numbers don't matter,
you're right.
Then if numbers don't matter, you'll be able to beat 8, 12.
You're absolutely
16,
right.
20. Number will dilute skill.
Father, you're right. Listen,
dilute skill. How is that concept so? Listen,
it's not complicated. No, you are right. You're right. Wait. I'll speak the truth. Hold on. He's right. You don't have to argue against that point. He's making the point.
It's a very simple point.
The analogy Pansat is making is in a military.
Pansat is also right. Both of them can be right at the same time.
If you have 4 untrained, if you have 400,000 untrained fighters and they're not properly equipped, and I have 100,000 trained fighters properly equipped, I'm gonna whoop your ass from here to Sunday.
There's a reference. We can reference World War II. We can reference
Let me make my point.
The Soviet Union were able to beat the German well-trained German army. The Soviet Union beat them. They were not even as well-trained as the freaking Nazis.
But what were the facts?
So
What were the facts?
that's the point. Forefather takes the point for that.
I don't understand how this completely evades you. This is common sense. If you go on the street, if you fight one person, which one is harder to beat? If you fight two people, it's going to be harder. Even if you are
who is fighting on the streets, though? Who is fighting on the streets?
It's not a street fight.
It's you now, Pastor.
A trained soldier is somebody who.
This is hard to understand.
Hold on. Let me ask you a
This is
question.
simple principle.
How many Nigerian soldiers can fly an F-35 right now? They don't have anybody trained to do that. If somebody is flying an F-35, he could wipe out the entire Nigeria. It doesn't matter how many soldiers you have. Once they take over the space and they hold on.
I think that's the point. I think we need to.
I'm not sure you can wipe out the entire Nigeria.
Well, you can actually if you want.
How many years is going to have to do that?
No, you just say
not that small. One F-35.
They just dropped 30,000 pound bomb.
F-35. You know, come on. Forefathers, I want to bring up a point.
Bomb in Asarok, right? It's going to turn into
Pansat, I let you just say your thing. Hold on now.
Go ahead.
Let's talk. You know, me and AY have been very quiet. It's just that AY doesn't like me because I'm not pro Hamas.
No.
You know, so
I only differ. When you speak fact, I don't care.
Look, forefathers, you know, I think I see where Pansat is coming from, because you make this point about numbers so much. Numbers do matter. I don't think anybody said that, but in this world,
what they are saying, it doesn't matter.
No, hold on now. Let me land. Technology matters more than numbers, and in fact, your intelligence. You know, hold on now. It's not even AI or something. We know when Israel had the 7-day war, something, whatever. The whole Arab world was against them. They had more numbers. Israel just went and took out all the Egyptian, tanks and their flights and their jets within 1 day. It was just intelligence.
Okay,
So
here you go again. You're doing the same thing again. There was no war. They didn't declare war. There was no war. They just preemptively.
Do you know almost the whole Western and military, like some people say, industrial complex was behind Israel, and you just make it look like it's just Israel standing on their own.
Let me ask you a question.
But why did you mute me? Why did you mute me? I was making my
didn't want you
point.
to interrupt when I'm talking, because everybody likes to talk over each other. I want.
But I was talking though.
If you had to fight,
you had finished me. You've made your point now.
No, I hadn't made my point. That other guy just jumped in. I was
If you had to fight
disrupting my thought process.
could you beat them up? 10 6 months old. They're all 6 months old. Could you beat them up?
6 months old. Yes, of course you beat them up.
All right. What about 50?
56 months old.
No, man, you guys, this is childish, man. Don't.
That's the point I'm making.
No. There's a difference there. There's a difference.
Nonsense, man. Look. Father, I have a question for you.
Talk all the time. Can't we just have simple conversation?
So can you beat 56 months old? They swarm you. Can you beat all?
Wait, I talking about you.
Wait. Hold up. I just want to show how dumb his analogy is. Okay. Can you beat 10?
Like he's joking with you. Can't you see that?
Can you beat 10 6 months old? Like they come at you, 10 of them.
Oh my God.
They're more than you. They're more than you. It's 10 of them.
No,
can you beat them?
Because they are incapable of fighting at all.
What are we doing right now? This is embarrassing.
This is a joke. Father, I have a question. But you're just irritated.
Odie, ask question. Odie, ask your question.
Let me ask the question. But
ask your question because he was talking. That's why. Please go ahead and
you're fixated. So you made a point that Iran is like 75 times bigger than Israel. And that was in the other broadcast. And you said, they've got an advantage, that they have a small space in Israel that Iran can drop anything they want. They have a small target. You said that, right?
Yes.
On the other side, having a small space may actually be of an advantage. You can protect your borders. Iran has a very big country,
true,
where it looks like they've not been able to protect their borders. Mossad is running wild in their country and doing whatever they want. It's like open for all field. So the idea that you see, and this why I brought this up also is, numbers sometimes may not give you, the superiority that you think you're going to get from it. It could become clumsy.
Trying to sleep.
We know about the Spartan.
You guys don't want me
in history.
Odi, Israel has about almost two-thirds the number of Iranian soldiers, and Israel is a tiny population. They have almost half to two-thirds the size of military that Iran has.
So that's what and the point I've been making. And if you have heard this point before, these things would have been easy. You have always projected Iran as some power that is so mysterious and so big that everybody has to emulate.
It was about Nigeria, though.
That's what I'm saying now. He's always said Nigeria should be like Iran. That's what he's always said. That what I'm saying is being like Iran doesn't guarantee you that protection that you think you want.
Okay, hold on. Let me rebuttal your point. So if you look at,
let me finish. Now, this guy, I know you don't like me, but you just have to control yourself and your emotion.
Let me rebuttal your point. Chill, calm down, man. Calm down. Stop eating a lot of salt. Man.
I
can't even hear the sense that he's making when he's talking.
I'm trying to rebuttal your point.
But you have to let me land first.
You already landed. Where you landed at, though? Where else are you landed?
Man, this accent, where you get, I know, I speak the truth, I understand his accent. I just can't get your own. Is it Philadelphia or is it from Navy or from Ban? Or what is it?
Okay, stop. You're acting like a child right now. You're acting like a child. Grow up. Okay, so you can reference the war, the Ukraine, Russia war. You can reference that to make a forefather's point. When Russia, when they had few military, they got kicked out from Izium, from a lot of the regions in the east Ukraine, right? And then they mobilized. You know what I mean? They went in and mobilized more people. That's how they're able to have the success that they have right now because of their mobilization. So number does matter when it comes to, and you cannot win a war without having those foot soldiers, ground war. You cannot win a war in the air alone. You have to have a ground war. You know what I mean? With number, you have advantage. World War II is another reference. Germany was well-equipped, well-trained military, but the USSR kicked them out. The Soviet Union kicked them out.
The USSR absorbed the casualties at first. Then later on, they started, because human beings learn, especially in the military, they start learning, and the moment they start learning and cutting down your tactical advantage,
not true.
But
that's not true. That's not what happened in the Second World War. I speak the truth. I'll let you.
Germany lose on their way to Stalingrad was the weather.
Thank you. And the idea that this guy is trying to rewrite history.
It wasn't
It
only
was just the weather.
Sorry. It wasn't only the weather, because Russia was industrializing while they were attacking them. So
come on, man. Let's go.
Russia started manufacturing more armored cars
because
than Germany.
Now we're deviating, okay? So, and I don't even want to go into this. It's very easy to go
Sorry. And if you don't know that the Allied forces were supplying Russia weapons, then you don't get the point.
No, they were not. They were not supplying them anything.
I think they were helping them too.
No, they were not. They were not. That's false.
The thing that stopped
I'm gonna go and sleep. This guy is.
Odie, you don't look like you read. You look like an idiot.
I'm not 100% sure that the Allied.
Don't call me names. Don't call me names.
But the idea that number, even when you read it from people that are supposed to be experts, you guys are still fighting them. When they come and show me evidence that where they tell you number doesn't matter. All the
numbers matter to an extent.
Exactly, is that what I've been saying?
No, you make it seem like numbers matter absolutely.
No, where we are right now, at the stage we are, we need the numbers because we have the people already. You don't have to go and
but that's not what
on the ground.
But everybody is saying, everybody else, I would assume, and I'll speak for myself and Pansat, maybe Audi is saying, is that numbers are not that important now if you are untrained.
That's what we're just
For one,
saying.
you don't have the
You're
technology.
going to get training now. That's your
For
point.
two,
If you're going to join the
how
military,
do you take, if you you say, for example, you take 100,000 people or 300, how many soldiers do you want Nigeria to have? Let's move on. What
1
would you
million
say?
at least.
1 million. So you need maybe what, like 700 more thousands, 800 more thousand in Nigeria.
Yes.
So if you gave 800,000 more people, even if you had to conscript them into the army, how do you fund such an army?
The way Algeria managed to do it, the way Egypt
On
managed
what
to do it.
budget? Your budget
No,
is
hold
less
on.
than.
See,
On what
you see
budget?
the kind of stuff you are saying. You are making it look
Vietnam.
like
It's very
Vietnam.
simple. Don't run away
people
from
are
the
doing it
budget.
all the time.
From what budget? Because you got to be
From the
realistic.
national budget. I've actually
Okay,
done the
so this is
numbers.
what I wanted to ask you. Your budget is how much every year?
Currently, they are spending about $4 billion.
That's not what I asked you. How much is your national budget every year?
It reduced to 28 billion the last year.
So 28 billion. How much is a B-52 or a B-2? How much is a B-2?
A B-2 bomber.
No, a B-2 freaking water gun.
3 for $5.
Why is that even? How is that even relevant to whether you secure your
It's
country?
important because you've been screaming all these things without taking.
Okay,
into
let's say
consideration.
no, hold on. I don't know. I don't know your point. You are getting me
Of course, you
mystified here.
don't know the point. So
Okay, tell me
how
what
much
you are.
is a-
B2
how
bomber
much-
is
how
more
much-
expensive than our national budget. Okay, what is the point?
Okay, so you want, but you've been screaming on here how you want a B-2, you want Ejide wants an aircraft carrier, and he wants an F-35, and you want 1 million people in your army. How do you fund them?
With your national budget that
So
you
you're going to
already
take
have.
the entire national budget, ignoring healthcare, ignoring education, ignoring housing, ignoring food, ignoring R&D, ignoring technology, and you're going to take
And that's the
everything
point we've
and
been
give it
trying to
the
make all
military.
this while to
That's what
forefathers.
you're going to do?
Do you know how much the current government borrowed?
Let's say they borrowed another 3 billion, 31 billion. Is
No,
that
they,
what you're
they
gonna do?
borrowed well more than 3 billion.
How
And
much?
based
you
on
don't-
my
How much?
calculation,
How
let me
much? How
finish
much?
my let me
Tell us.
finish my point because I think he thinks he's making a point, but I've already done these numbers before. See, my point is that given that they even borrowed about just $8 billion just on fuel subsidies alone. If you took that $8 billion, you're not even going to spend half of it. You can recruit the new recruits that you're going to bring in, and you're going to train them, arm them, house them for less than 3 billion. At least you are going to be recruiting about 300,000 a year or 400,000 a year. You'll be able to house them each year, and you spread the cost over 3 or 4 years.
So where are you going to house them? In trees or in freaking holes in the
Oh
desert?
my God! You think I've not done the numbers?
You
I'm telling
obviously
you,
haven't.
it doesn't even cost up to 4 billion to do that a
What
year.
are you talking? Oh my God, this guy's crazy.
Okay, so
It
let's try to
doesn't.
be let's try to be organized, right?
It doesn't.
All right,
And
Pastor,
you know what I
take it
did?
over.
I actually doubled
Huh?
the salary of new recruits. to even
Forefathers,
do that.
just one
And yet
second,
he
because
did all that.
you get away
You
when
want us
there's
to do the
I
chaos.
math
speak the
here?
truth,
No,
please,
hold on.
please.
If he thinks I'm joking,
I
do you
speak
want
the
us to do
truth.
the
Just
maths
leave
here
him, please.
so that I'll put you to
Let's
shame?
let's do two
I've done
minutes,
the
right?
numbers.
Look, forefathers, let's do two minutes because you want to get away with.
If you want,
just
if
up
you
to
want
it.
proof, we do the
Let's
numbers
do
here.
let's do
Let's do the
two
numbers.
minutes. You start from all day because I want to use my 2 minutes to just narrow down on what I want to discuss with you. So when it gets to my turn, then I'll speak. Go ahead. 2 minutes. You deal with everybody, and then when it comes to all of us, we want to get clarity from you today on this.
Okay, I
Thank
think
you.
that makes sense. 2 minutes then. Let's do 2 minutes. I think for once the pastor said something that I totally agree with without any opposition. It's
Yeah,
all
for
good.
once he said something
Look at that.
sensible.
Pastor is making
Pastor,
breakthroughs.
that's good. You're improving.
So, you know, I've never agreed with forefathers about regarding his idea, you know, where he voices that you need just more military power and less economic power. So I believe the economy, a strong economy, far outweighs for me than like a strong military in this world order that we have. I'd rather have a strong economy like Dubai, like United Arab Emirates, and not have as much economic, as much military power, like maybe let's say North Korea. You know, comparing United Arab Emirates. I'd rather live in United Arab Emirates than to live in North Korea, if that should be an example for my point. Thank you.
Okay, you didn't even use 2 minutes. That's really nice. Eccentricals, please go ahead. 2 minutes.
Okay, so military-industrial complex is important, right? If in the United States of America, most of the employers, are military industry, right? Boeing employs a lot of people here, 100,000 people, more than 100,000, and Boeing subsidiaries employ more people. Some of them employ thousands, some of them employ hundreds. So that also, has a connection with the economy as well. Military industry boosts the economy. You can have people serve in the military without being active service members. You know what I mean? People can train and be on standby. So the government don't have to subsidize those people. They can be on standby. Government can have programs and say, hey, you can go to free college tuition and all that, like they have in the United States of America. You don't have to really be in the barracks and with millions of people. They can be doing their own thing. When there is war, they can be mobilized. And a little bit of training to dust off, the cobwebs, and then you can put them on. So it's doable. You need numbers. Numbers works. And Ponside is also correct. You need expertise. That's where the military industry comes in. In order for you to run Boeing, you need engineers. You need all types of engineers. I know a lot of them. You need smart people, smarties, to run those companies, to build those B-2 bombers, to build all the equipments that you need to run a military industry. So there's a connection here. It's all intertwined, and you need people. Definitely, you need numbers. That's how Russia is winning in Ukraine. When they were not as many as Ukrainians, they were getting their asses kicked in the beginning of the war. Like we have references here. Vietnam War, same thing. United States had everything, but Vietnam beat them. Vietnam had nothing. They were making bamboo. They were making traps with bamboos, and they won the war. Okay, we can make references here. This is facts. Anyway, that's my 2 minutes.
Thank you. Wow, it looks like you are timing yourself, or you have an internal clock that is so accurate, more than the atomic clock. Very, very accurate. You just like on the dot. Is it? I speak the truth. Please go ahead. Or should I start from the other side? Okay, go ahead.
Okay. A hungry man will never defend you. A hungry man has no loyalty but to anybody that's going to give him a plate of food. Then an untrained hungry man is going to betray you. You put an untrained man on a battlefield, you do not have a fighter. What you have is zero. You have an untrained, improperly armed person on the battlefield. It's not working. You guys are coming up here with all these fantasies of Boeing and Lockheed Martin as if you do not need an economy or an industry to start off projects like this. And you can only start off those kind of projects in an economically viable, economically productive, economically successful society. Nigeria does not have that. Nigeria does not need. And this is a dumb discussion. I'm sorry to everybody engaging in it, but I think it is a dumb discussion. But of course, we have to indulge in forefathers' fairnesses tonight, as usual. We don't have educated people. The so-called educated ones we have are improperly educated or poorly educated. All right? This is a problem in Nigeria right now. We have very hungry people in Nigeria, but you think the most important thing, instead of thinking of technology, instead of thinking of the healthcare of the people, removing people from poverty, you think the best thing to start thinking right now is taking the country's budget to start feeding soldiers that you cannot even feed the ones that you have right now. You can't even train the ones that you have right now. But you think we need 1 million people to do what? To do what? But guess what? With a strong economy, with an educated people, comes military might. There's never been a civilization on earth, be it the Romans, the Greeks, the Persians, even the Arabs, even the Europeans, that did not first educate, build their people, have the necessary industries before they started thinking of military might. We can't sustain ourselves
time's up.
properly.
Time's up. AY, are you there? AY is busy taking care of the father, taking care of the nation. All right. Pansat, please go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. Those who have spoken before me, they all made concrete points. Now, I'm invested in this with you. Like I said, I've debated you before for an hour and a half, and I believe that you're a patriot, you're sincere, and that's why you're mistaken and you're wrong. You're not evil. Now, I believe that what's making us argue back and forth could be that we're not identifying, focused enough. So I believe, for example, here in the United States, you do a threat analysis. You have a very good intelligence community do a threat analysis for Nigeria. Before that, you know how you go about doing the first things first that you need to do. You tend to identify our problem to be Europeans and Oyibos, mighty countries who have bigger soldiers than we do. Now, I don't believe that that's educated stuff. You're pulling that out of your ass, right? You have to do a threat analysis and know, are we going to be attacked by Ghana? The politicians could be one of our problems, the corruption. So we have to deal with that to secure our country. In the United States, they identify the state actors, obviously, and their proxies, then terrorism, transnational crime, cyber threats, drug trafficking, illegal migration, stuff like that, domestic terrorism even. And of course, in the state actors, you have China, Russia, and people like that. So we have to do the same thing in Nigeria because we cannot afford to go preparing to fight Oyibo if that's not the immediate problem that we have. So that's one of the things I want you to understand, that because the people you're talking about, for example, the Oyibos, don't let that little skirmish going on around fool you. These people have directed energy weapons, what they call DUs, right?
Sorry, time is up. Sorry.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Festus, thank you for joining us again. Please go ahead. 2 minutes.
What's the question, or what's the topic of
They are trying to argue against whether it's good to have a significant number of soldiers, like large military versus relying solely on technology. And as a matter of fact, some of them go as far as saying prioritize your economy and your education versus your security.
Well, I think it's one is to understand that a country needs security first, but then also if you can't defend yourself, then you're just easy prickings. But then it's also a no-brainer that you can't have like a shitty economy. Your economy has to be strong. You have to start from food security, food sovereignty, stop importing, use your land well. You've got labor. Nigeria's population, we've got that. We've got natural resources. We need our economy to be sovereign. And you need to understand that if Nigeria goes on this path, we're going to be on a collision course with the US, Britain, and France. If you look at West Africa, all the France-African countries, if Nigeria is doing well economically, they'll be tilting towards us. France wouldn't let that. So you need a strong military. So as far as how technologically advanced our military can be, I mean, we have to balance our budget, our books. We have to spend how much we can afford. We're not going to, there's this terminology called guns versus butter. So that's like you spend a lot of money on military, but then butter, that's like the welfare of the economy is actually lacking. You gotta like have the right balance. So it won't make sense to spend so much on border, which is welfare, but then like the military is lacking. So you have to find the right balance. I also want to remind you guys that this stealth bomber you guys are talking about, the B-2 Spirit, the first stealth strike plane you guys had, that is the F-117 Nighthawk. They built that around towards the end of the Cold War. It was actually shot down by old Russian surface-to-air missile in the Kosovo War. This was used by the Serbians when the US NATO troops were there. So your technology can only take you as far as it can go, but they are very expensive. So you need to understand that there is quality and quantity as well. So relying solely on expensive technology, if you actually use them and then they all get blown to pieces, then what else do you have? Because it costs a lot of money. Aircraft carriers cost a lot of money as well. So you need to find the right balance with your economy and the military. So going for against one doesn't really make sense. You need to find the right balance. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. Let me finalize my own point. First of all, you have to be alive to build any economy at all. If anybody else has more of that technology and military strength more than you, and you want to build the economy, you will never succeed if they don't want you to. They control you. They basically own what you call your economy. Make no mistake about that. And I think maybe even when I'm saying this, some people will still not get it anyway. But it's obvious. If you don't have the power to control your economy, you don't own it. The people that are allowing you to do those things, they actually own it. They can decide that, you know what, we will destroy it tomorrow. And they will destroy it because you don't have any way of stopping them from doing it. So let's go to numbers now. There's a reason why even the best mind, that's the first so-called political father of what's his name, Machiavelli, believes that. He didn't even talk about economy at all. He didn't even talk about it. He was like, if you want a nation, you have to have a strong military and law and order. Because he understands that sometimes some nations experience hardships. Sometimes some nations have other problems. It's not all nations that have food while they build. Examples are out there. China was living on rations when they built their first nuclear weapon. They didn't say, oh, let's have an economy first. Khrushchev offered that to China and China rejected it. And they were wise to. Look at where they are today. But I'm sure many of you that are arguing against me today will choose the other way. And you end up like Iran today. That is a mistake you all keep making. Then, nobody's saying technology doesn't matter. Technology is a force multiplier. In other words, it amplifies what that individual can be able to do. But what if the other side is able to do that? Just a little bit. Cancels out maybe let's say the force multiplier value is 10. That person's power magnifies by 10. The other person decides to cancel it out by 2. It means that just 5 of them might be able to get you now. If that person is able to cancel that by 3, 3 of them might be able to get you. In other words, numbers do matter. It plays a role in every conflict. This is why even nations that have technology still have large numbers, because they know that if I have this key technology that is more advantage, that I can use it to do so much damage to my enemies. What if I have it in the hands of 10,000 men? It's better, isn't it? It makes me even more powerful. That is why numbers will always matter. No matter how big your military is, you will still need more numbers.
Your 2 minutes has been up about the
it has been up. Can I ask you a question then? Let me ask you a question.
Opinion. So I have to
hold on. Let me ask you a question. Because, it looks like we're talking past each other, right? Festus, when you try to tell him what this debate is all about, you just obviously gave a false narrative. That's not what we're talking about. Yes, numbers matter. Nobody here has said that Nigeria should not have soldiers. Technology matters, numbers matter. What we're talking about is that when we're talking about a country having soldiers be trained, they have to have a strategic vision, operational expertise, integrity and character, rigorous training, discipline, and adherence to standards, physical and mental fitness, current age weaponry, stuff like that. So if you have those things, and let's say the minimum that you could get away with, I think we have enough soldiers. Then when you also have your threat assessment, if when you do your threat, let's say it's Ghana, that is the most pressing people we should defend ourselves against. We know they don't have B-52s, So we're not gonna go looking for missiles to shoot those down, right? We know it's gonna be a numbers game, basically. We're gonna be able to overwhelm and run them over with a lot of soldiers. But that's not what you're talking about. You're saying that we are basically weak, that Europeans could come and take us over. And I'm trying to say to you, these people have those kind of weapons I was talking about. So, yes, we should prepare in the future at some point to do what China did. They had to prepare, you have to secure the borders, you have to have an educated population, you have to invest a lot of money in research and technology.
That's not what China did.
Let me just land, because that's what they did. That's what they did. I want you to know that.
Agrarian society when
no, because I've heard you make that. Okay. Hold on now. I'm asking you a question. You could answer it with when you answer that. I will try to cut mine short, 30 seconds, a minute or so. I'm trying to say that you keep dancing around. China has never been what you're thinking about. I've seen you describe China as agrarian. China has never been that. Let me land now. Let me land.
No. If you are saying you have to have proof for what you are saying. You can't make assumptions.
Well, Google it. Google it now. What do you mean?
When did they test their first nuclear weapon?
Is that the only thing that makes somebody advanced society? China built that wall.
That's a mark.
Do you know how long ago they built the wall? Do you know who invented gunpowder? Hold on.
For you, I'm making it easy for you. I'm saying I'm setting the bar so high that it's when they tested their nuclear weapon. So tell me, what year was that? Then I will check the economy of that country and tell you then whether it is an agrarian society or whether it's a highly educated society. Tell me, because you are saying China did all those things first. Tell me what year you think that they tested the nuclear weapons.
I have no idea when they tested their first
nuclear weapon. Do you know the society China had in 1965?
Hold on. I can't give you the exact year, but I know when it's going to fall. They were the first. Soviet Union and United States had nuclear hydrogen bombs way before they got one. The point is that China invented gunpowder. So China is an ancient civilization, thousands of years ago. So they've never been what you're talking about. Yeah, they're not as they weren't as advanced, and there are a lot of like Japan colonized them, Britain, until 1949, when they then decided to be inwardly secure their borders and then do those things we're talking about now. Pull themselves off from the bootstraps. So they've never been what you think. They're just a very big country with all kinds of minorities and all kinds of problems in their country at that time. So they were able to then go inside and then kick out all this. They gave Britain a day certain to lower their flags in Macau, in Taiwan, in Hong Kong. And then that's when they started to build themselves up. You cannot develop with Britain inside your country. It's impossible. Nobody's been able to do, not even the United States. The United States had to kick him out. China had to kick him out. Those are the things that you have to do first. You got to kick him out. So now, but to bring it down to the question, I'm saying to you, if you do your threat assessment first, then you're going to know how to prioritize. Nobody's saying you shouldn't have soldiers. You should have adequate soldiers to protect your country, your borders, and stuff like that. But what you're talking about, though, the adversary you're talking about, you cannot solve that by number of soldiers, even if you have 10 million soldiers.
I hear what you are saying about that one. That is not what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Well, I've always said it here. You start from the numbers first because you already have the people. You don't need to go overseas to ask people for technology. You don't need to invent it. The people are already there. You train them.
We have the numbers now for what you're saying.
Yeah,
look,
we don't.
We have soldiers.
We have 220,000 to protect
that's it.
How many? You don't have the numbers now. So stop just changing the goalposts all the time.
No. Train those soldiers. If you train those soldiers that we have now, if they're trained, we have adequate for what we need now.
How does 7 million people manage to squeeze out more soldiers than 220 million people?
Pastor, please let me indulge.
And you are making an excuse for it.
Forefathers, which one do you think is more important for Nigeria's security right now? A police force, meaning well-trained, size, numbers, adequately provided for, a police force, or the military, if you had the money right now to pump into either of these forces, which one would you try to, which one would you allocate more money to? An effective Nigerian police or the soldiers?
When you say police force, what do you mean?
For internal security.
Okay, police force or
a police force that does not carry out the functions of the military.
Okay, I think both are similar functions.
No, that's not what I asked. That's not what I asked. Which one would you prioritize? Pretending you were the Nigerian president, which I hope you would never be, but pretending you were the Nigerian president right now, which one would you prioritize? The police or the military?
Based on my own opinion, both of them are equally prioritized. I said
that's
1 million.
Not what I asked. Which one would you?
I just said it already. I said based on the plan that I kept proposing, both of them are equally prioritized.
That's not what I asked you again. Which one would you? You cannot prioritize two. Which one priority?
Okay, if I said if I have to choose one.
No, if you have to choose 500. If you had to choose, prioritize between the Nigerian military and the Nigerian police force, which one would you prioritize in terms of allocating money to for training, arming, welfare, and things of that nature?
I'll prioritize the Nigerian military.
Over the police?
Yes.
I hope you never vie for presidency of that country. You don't know. You have no idea what you're talking about.
Exactly. I'm glad you got that out.
I don't need your permission. See, the truth is, let me describe what the economy of China was in 1964 when they tested their nuclear weapon. China's economy was weak agricultural output throughout, though some recovery had started because they were going through famine due to the Great Leap Forward. They were going through hell during that period. In other words, the economy was not good at all. Then the industrial, they said after severe setback during the Great Leap Back, forward, the Chinese focused on rebuilding light and heavy industry under more pragmatic leadership. This was in 1964 when they've already tested their nuke. They didn't have those things then. So now, central planning, the economy remained centrally planned with heavy government control over production, pricing, and distribution. Soviet withdrawal, and so those are the kind of the state they were in. They were not like highly educated, sophisticated economy, not even close to that at all.
Okay, I posted for you now because what you just did there is to go and take something that's totally irrelevant.
I will check it now.
Hold on, I posted something. If you can, I will read it if you cannot put it on the screen. I want you to put it on the screen so I can read it fast, right?
Okay, let's see. No, I don't want you to just read it and just start talking from there because let me check it. So now let me read what it says. The question
put it on the screen now.
Okay, let me put it on the screen. Don't start reading and disrupt me. The question is, how did China rise? China rise to global prominence is a complex story rooted in economic reform and strategic infrastructure development and a focus on education and technological advancement.
Okay, hold it.
Hold on now.
This
is what I don't want. He's not going to let me finish it. Let me finish.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you start from the beginning?
Hold on. No, I've already read the other one. He's already made the point you wanted to get out. So now he talked about it began with the implementation of market-oriented reforms in 1978. Now, this is the point I am making. The foundation had already been built by the events in 1964. They were already secure. Nobody's threatening to invade them anymore. As a matter of fact, Nixon went to China to have their rapprochement and all the rest. Then they started changing the economic policy. They can afford to now do those things. And look at when they actually started. You were saying they needed that to build a nuclear weapon. They didn't need that. They didn't need that.
Okay.
This is what I've been telling you.
Hold on now. What you see, there are things we agree with you on. That is what I'm trying to say to you. We have to narrow the debate to where we disagree. We agree that a form of security that's adequate is in order, right?
Necessary.
But the question is, when did they rise? They didn't rise from that nuclear thing that you're talking about. This AI basically gives you some kind of structure of how they rose. Okay, so if you want to put that up again on the screen, because it's important to look at the first two sentences there. That's very important.
But
because
it happened in 1978.
I know, but look, listen to this. That time that you're talking about, they were being colonized, right? Even at that time, when they had those. Listen to me now. I know I was here. You probably weren't even born then. China, at the time that you thought they had a lot of, at the time they've always had millions of soldiers or paramilitary or police and all that. They've always had the numbers, but the small Japan colonized them, took them over, right? And Britain, small Britain. You see how small Britain is. It's not as big as the state of California here, but they were able to do a lot of things. When they were hegemony, for example, Britain was able to rule the whole
Civil War too.
Hold on now. Britain, here's another point that eviscerates everything you're talking about. Britain was a hegemon that was able to rule the whole world for a long time, starting from the industrial age, right? So they were able to conquer everywhere, and they're small. Sometimes, for example, Nigeria is probably a company that will come and take over Nigeria or India, as big as India was. So the numbers is not the point. You have to have all those things that we're talking about here.
No, the Chinese went through a civil war. They were weakened. That's why the Japanese were even able to do what they did. They were fighting each other, and then they managed to fight the Japanese off.
Listen to what I'm saying.
They didn't manage it.
Let's not. I will conclude now. We have a new guy here, Festus. I'm sure he wants to. He's being polite because he's new. The point I'm making to you is that you need to be focused for the country. Nigeria needs to get some things right. Forget about the number of soldiers, because if let's say I land in Nigeria today and I'm made president, I'm gonna cut that military down to size. Or everybody who has ideological whatever has to be retrained. It's not an Islamic army. They have to be obedient to our constitution. They cannot obey illegal orders, right? They have to respect civilian authority. They have to be trained. If you're not in shape, you shouldn't be in the army. You have to be trained. We don't need that many soldiers as far as what you're talking about. We need intelligence. We need drones to police our borders. We need them to be well paid, right? We need the barracks to be built up, modernized. We need them to train in all kinds of technology.
Okay, let me ask you, do you think the sequence should be recruit people first or you train those people first? Because in the end, you still need people to be in those areas that people are not present now.
What is the point of a bunch of
intelligence
soldiers in the army?
Right? Intelligence is
nobody would say they should be untrained. What kind of gaslighting is this? Nobody said they should be untrained. Are you going to just get Agbro from the street and train them to go and put khaki on? That's not
that's what we do now. When people they capture Boko Haram terrorists,
that's not what they're doing.
They recruit, they change and say, "Look, I won't be a terrorist anymore." They put them in our army.
Repentance terrorists, and you put them in the army.
Terrorists, and those. Have you seen our soldiers? Have you seen Israeli soldiers or American soldiers or British soldiers? These people are professionals who from their lives, even the police. All these people should be paid very well. All these people should be trained. All these people should live in the barracks and have.
All this is you are arguing. Your problem is that you are choosing to say, let's go for those ones first instead of let's get more numbers in. I'm saying,
look at this guy. Are you serious, man? You're not serious.
Hold on. I'm saying you need to get in numbers.
That is crazy.
You are saying let's train them first. Let's get them advanced training first. That's
it's not me saying it. It's not me saying it. No, it's the way it is, right? It's
okay. Are you saying basic training, the normal training every military official gets?
No, what I'm saying is
that's my problem with you. You are saying until you get them some very, very sophisticated training that is not standard, then don't bother going for the numbers.
I named off what I meant by training earlier, right? You have to have all of them have a strategic vision, effective leadership, basically.
So that's
So
how
you start from there.
you think
Hold
that's
on.
how Algeria did it.
Hold on. Listen to me now.
How do you? Whoa, 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 whoa,
I
whoa.
said
So
one thing.
He always tries to pretend like. How did Algeria do it? Go ahead, tell us.
Algeria recruited soldiers, trained them. Got recruits, trained them, and got them into their military. That's how they did it.
And they got just a bunch of untrained, unarmed, on people without proper welfare in place, and they just put them in.
Do you know how many graduates don't have a job in Nigeria? What are you talking
That's
about?
not what I actually. We're talking about Algeria. Don't run away from it.
No, I'm talking
'Cause
about
you wanna
Algeria
act
too.
like you know
Algeria is
how
the same.
Algeria got their army.
Yeah, Algeria is the same. That's how they got their army. They train
Algeria is
them
the same.
like every other DC. They are not. They don't have to train them to what they call him. What's this in in the UK? Well, I've forgotten the name. Where they train military. They don't have to attend the Sandhurst. They don't have to attend Sandhurst to be able to join the. You see,
No,
whenever this guy
they
hears
don't.
that,
But look,
he
I
shows up.
told you that you have to have a strong leadership, a well-trained and disciplined. They have to be disciplined personnel. They have to have advanced
Do you
technology.
know?
Hold on, I'm trying to tell you.
Hold on, Pastor. Let me even say something. Do you know
I think what you are
the
doing
problem-
is
the-
you are
the
just
bigger-
trying not
hold-
to
hold
solve
on,
any
Papa.
problem. You are
Hold
trying
on,
to
hold-
just stand still.
Do you know why?
Basically, just pretend as if you are doing something.
Do you know why? The number one reason why Nigeria cannot defeat Boko Haram today on the battlefield. Do you know the number one reason?
A combination of factors. It's not just
Good.
one.
Well, the one reason when you encompass everything into one is lack of loyalty. There's no loyalty.
You can say that, but you can also say
No discipline.
you can also accuse any country that goes to civil war of the others are not having loyalty. Point
Well,
is that
that's
if
not
you
what
have
I'm saying.
enough security, chances are that you'll be able to suppress that nonsense.
When you don't have loyalty to nation, when you don't have loyalty to country, you can never, ever, starting from the top, ever have an effective army. Ever.
Wow.
Because what's going to happen is what we're seeing in Nigeria, for example. Whose sound is that? Please turn it off. What you're going to have, for example, in Nigeria is what we have in Nigeria, where everybody is starting from the army chiefs down to the officers, down to the regular soldiers. Everybody is pilfering money to defend the nation. So when you don't have loyalty, that's number one. And you cannot get loyalty, or in this case, buy in quotes, with the kind of tactics that you are recommending. It'll never work. You keep talking about China ration food, so that should be okay, which I shouldn't be surprised about, because this was you that was espousing 50 million Nigerians to die of torture at the hands of a dictator if it was needed, like Stalin. So don't look as astounded. These were your own words, okay? So if your family called you, which was what I was trying to interrupt Pansat about earlier, if your family called you and they said, you called them and they said, I can't talk right now, I'm standing in the flour ration line, how would you feel? Because you don't think it is crazy that China did it, but you recommending it for Nigeria in the 21st century. How is anything that you even say even making sense?
I don't know, man. I don't know how to help you, because sometimes some of the things you say is like astounding, really. It's like you don't see clearly. That's the problem. You are pretending as if the people that you are trying to save are not already doomed. That is,
no, they're not.
If they follow, hold on, let me finish. If they follow what you are doing, you'll kill them. I am trying to preserve their lives. You are trying to kill them by pretending as if. Hold on, let me finish. Now you finish talking your own. By pretending as if, by giving them their immediate need. You know how somebody can decide to give a drug addict their drug, keep taking the drug, then you think you are saving that this thing. But anybody that knows that you are damaging that individual. That's what you are doing. The examples all around the world clearly shows you that there is a concept called delayed gratification. You have to go through sometimes difficult period to get to a better time. The only reason why it sounds like you are having a choice right now because the consequences of this decay we have been going through hasn't hit home yet. When it hits home again, go and tell those people then that the deaths that they are seeing in front of them wouldn't have been better that they suffered it earlier.
I agree with you on that. Festus, do you have something to add before? We'll be wrapping up soon, so go ahead. What do you have to
I
add?
thought there was a question. Is there any question for me? Because I couldn't.
Okay, let me ask you this. Let me build this context for you. 2,000 years ago, almost every nation that I know of that was a superpower during that time, they are doing fine today. Take into account all the lives that have been born since then that are still alive today, that the one that passed on and that lived a secure life, a prosperous life, okay till today. 2,000 years ago, like Rome now is still fine today. Greece is still fine today. UK, all of them, thousands of years ago, they've been powerful and they are still powerful today. If you had the opportunity to solve all Nigeria's problems and make Nigeria a superpower in this world, but it's going to cost 50 million lives, would you do it? Oh, look at that. He jumped. Who switched that this thing so quickly? How did that thing switch so quickly? Look at that. He's smiling. He don't want the whole world to hear you. This one is a tough question. Go ahead.
No, it's not a tough question.
So you're saying if I have the chance to build up Nigeria for the future, and it means costing 50 million lives?
Yes, it's going to solve all Nigeria's problem. Will make Nigeria a superpower in the world. Let's say even the top most superpower in the world.
But you have to kill 50 million people.
Yeah, it's going to cost 50 million lives.
See,
what?
Hold on.
Hold on.
Can I speak?
The question is for Festus now.
I
Let's
don't
not
be
start right
interrupting
now.
you guys. So please don't interrupt me.
It's a stupid question. Trust me.
Leave it. I know it's a simple question. Let him answer, please.
Nigeria's population is 239, if I'm right. So why would I keep 50 million? Because I want to. I mean, I didn't even create Nigeria, and both people did. So I won't want to sign up to kill 50 million because of making Nigeria a superpower. I won't do that.
Okay,
if you want to go ahead, but if you have any other question, but that one, I'm not going to kill 50 million.
Yeah, he fancies himself as Stalin and Pol Pot.
Can you finish? Now, let me finish what I'm saying. So you see what I mean? When you are not willing to do the hard things, you create more loss of life, especially if you are in a position at the time. Now, let me explain.
I completely disagree. Okay,
so let me explain what I mean.
Hold on. Let me land. As bad as Nigeria is today, we are not losing 50 million lives like anytime soon. If maybe you lower the number down to like 5 million, yes, but 50 million, like that's collateral. There's no country to keep 50 million.
Even a life. Even one life is too much.
Calm down.
Yeah. Let me finish. So even one life is too much. Instead of thinking about the extremes, there are better alternatives. If you really had the leadership skill in you, which, with all due respect, you my guy, you don't have it. I know we come on here, you like to pretend, which is nice suits, and pretend like you know what you're talking about. You don't, all right? So you come on here, you think the best way to achieve economic or military relevance or development for your country is to murder 50 million people. I don't even know.
That's a lot, bro.
That's a lot. I want to ask you, hold on.
I don't think
because they don't have any trouser to stand up.
Let's be practical.
There are better ways to take those 50.
See, you said you just want to have a quick one. Let me just. I was talking
Again,
to Festus.
Can
you let me talk to Festus? Let's not make everything rowdy now. I'm talking to Festus.
No, I want to ask a question.
No, we've not even dealt with one question yet. We want to ask more questions.
No, in line with what you ask. So
okay,
you
ask
your question very well. I'm asking because the simple question I'm asking you is Traore on the right path of making his country great? Ibrahim Traore.
Thank you. Let me deal with
Thank you. Is he on the right path of making his country great?
I say thank you. Let me
answer the question, bro.
Do you want to just annoy somebody, or do you want me to
I'm asking you a question.
And then don't stop harassing me. I will put you backstage. I don't need this headache this morning.
Fuck you.
Don't tell me see what I mean. He just came to insult me. It's okay. He just came to insult me. It's all right. You are welcome. It's like he insulted me. It doesn't matter. If you don't want to talk to, please go backstage.
Well,
I don't need this hassle.
Just answer the question.
Can you let me talk then? I'm talking to somebody. You won't let me talk. See, the point I was trying to make was that if you are a superpower and for 2,000 years you remain a superpower, and you are the most important or most populated black country in the world, and you are going to be superpower, and the black population in the world numbers 1.2 billion. Right now, we are at the bottom of the barrel and we have no defense. We don't have no nuclear umbrella. We have nothing. For all we know, we could be enslaved again and we may end up like the Red Indians. Let's make it clear. It is not impossible to happen to us right now. That is not out of the game. So if it was going to cost 50 million lives to remove that cost or that potential from our head, from the head of 1.2 billion in the world, you're not going to take it. For 2,000 years, you won't take it.
So, I'm trying to like process what you said though, right? 1 billion black people in Africa. And where are these 50 million people going to be killed? Are they Nigerian blacks or African blacks or which one?
Well, I'm not looking at it from the point of view that they're going to be killed. Let's say because you are just doing something and Oyibo people got cross and just decide to kill them because you are doing something. It doesn't matter what. It doesn't mean you're going to kill them yourself.
So the fact that you're
Professor, sorry to cut you off. That wasn't the question. That wasn't what you implied, and that wasn't what we've been arguing all these months. The question was about Nigeria saying, for example, a dictator eliminating 50 million Nigerians. Now you're trying to sugarcoat the question. The question was always, if you were a dictator, would you mind killing 50 million people for the benefit of Nigeria's success in the future? It wasn't about Africa.
It wasn't success, making Nigeria a superpower.
Okay.
Yeah, Nigeria's success. So Nigeria.
Thanks for
let
the
him change it.
Because let me contextualize what he said, and so that you actually understand where I'm coming from, why I put it that way. Because when you are making a decision like this, or when you are giving your opinion about this, you have to take into account the bigger picture. Even if you are dealing with Nigeria, Nigeria represents something. So please go ahead.
Okay, so 50 million Nigerians. Our population is 230 million. So 50 million, that's about 45% of our 20 to 25% of our population gone. We didn't experience such during slavery. We didn't experience such during colonization. So the fact that you're trying to beat up Nigeria to prevent extermination, well, you're actually exterminating Nigerians for something that hasn't even happened. So I'll be very careful to use that sort of
No. The concept is not about something that has happened. It's like you have a vision and you know this.
Well, yes, I'm saying that, but I'm also saying no leader has wiped off 20% of their population. And the worst we've faced, we haven't lost 20% of our population from external forces. So for us internally to eliminate 20% of that is, the US didn't eliminate 20% of their population before they got to where they are today. Not even Britain. Name one superpower that eliminated 20% of their population. So
I think Russia may have lost almost.
You're saying may have.
I'm not sure of the number. That's what I'm saying. But may have lost as much as that. They lost 28 million in the war alone.
Even
Stalin was accused of killing about 3 million at the most.
Okay, so Stalin didn't kill about 20% of his country's population. So that external threat you're trying to protect Nigeria from, that actually even gives them valid reasons to topple you because you're killing your own people.
Yeah, but you are looking at it from the point of view that I'm not. See, the way you're making it look like I'm the one doing it. I'm looking at it from the point of view of the idea.
Well, the idea
you have one. See, my problem with people is that they are running away from the idea and making it personal.
It's
You are running away from the idea because it's comfortable for you to say, I would trade potentially 1.2 billion lives for 2,000 years for 50 million. And let me correct you with one. You said we've not lost 20% of our population. How do you know?
How do I know?
Because we are dying of poverty all the time. We have low life expectancy. You know poverty is a killer.
Okay, so what are the statistics to how much 20% we are losing? Nigeria's population is increasing, not reducing. And let's look at the death rate, the mortality rate of Nigeria. Do you have any figures to prove what you're saying?
No, Nigeria population is growing now.
But
if it was growing, what if we're growing at the max that we were supposed to be growing from?
So a lot of the things you're saying are what if, maybe.
You're learning,
but that is the context of the question too. That's the context of the question too.
Okay, so and I'm going based on like historical events, right? There is no nation. Before you make any projections, any context, you have to.
Let me find out. Let me find out how much percentage of Russian population was lost or Soviet Union population.
Hold on. The question you should ask is, was lost by their leaders? Not,
exactly, not lost. Like the way he calculates, you could tell he is not educated about the topics that he decides to start speaking on.
You think? Can you just stop, please? I think you guys just like to insult. No, I'll put you backstage. He doesn't want to talk. At least you are not insulting. They just want to insult people. I'm tired. I've been here for how many hours now, and all I get from them is insults. They can't even argue without insulting you. Why can't you argue like a mature person? You have to insult people all the time. Jesus Christ.
But forefathers, I think Festus answered your question by actually mocking you. Would you answer that question yourself? Would you eliminate how many million Nigerians? 25 million
of Soviet population.
Would you do that?
Let me ask you to Stalin's wars and policies.
Bring him back now. Bring those people you took out back. I
don't want him to start shouting. He's just insulting me. He's not going to let me do anything right. He's just going to keep insulting.
He won't insult you. Just bring everybody back. Stop winning argument by.
I'm not winning argument. I'm just saying he should not be insulting, and that's supposed to be a rule here. You're not supposed to be insulting people.
Bring it back if it's back.
You can't just be insulting each other constantly. They just do it and get away with it.
Okay, wait. Before you start yelling, wait 1 second. Tell me how I insulted you.
Started.
No, it's a simple question. How did I insult you?
You insulted. Okay, you didn't insult me.
How?
You called me all kinds of names just now. This guy, the way you just talk like you talk like you are a leader. You are not even a leader. You do that all the time. So stop going on. I'm not going to do this with you. I'm not going to reduce myself to your level. I'm not insulting you. So I'm not going to go into this kind of.
Okay, let's move on. Don't worry about that. Spirit 2, don't worry about that. Let's move on.
I'm not interested in stunted conversations.
What is the number? What is the number?
Why do I want to argue with you like that?
What is the number that Stalin killed? Why does it even matter?
Let me check the total number. So
okay, but as you're checking it, let me say that it doesn't matter. He didn't go killing his people so he could be strong. It was in a war, and the enemies killed those people. The enemies killed those people. He didn't kill those people.
Yeah, but that's the point. It's not. Nobody says they didn't say, "Oh, you have to kill the people yourself." Your actions leads to the killing of those people.
Okay, so it doesn't really mean it. It's neither here nor there. Do you understand that we have a problem in our country, forefathers, and we want to get to a destination.
We're taking a number. Let me give the numbers. So from what I can see here, total deaths due to Stalin and policies, approximately 20-25 million people, low end, and possibly 30 million or more. So Soviet population it was around 140 million at the time, and post World War II, it reduced to post World War II approximately 180 million, despite massive losses. So roughly 10 to 15% or more of the population were lost due to Stalin's repression and all the rest of it. So 10 to 15% of the population.
I understand, but hold on. The thing is this. Right? It's not framed. The conversation we have is not framed. If you went into war and the enemies decimated his people, right?
That doesn't count.
The thing you're gonna have to show is that if he knew that going in, if he did it on purpose, then if he didn't sacrifice his people, he didn't know going in. Once you don't know, there's no intent,
One
right?
sec, let me even jump in. All that
Of course
doesn't
he
matter.
didn't go
What
in.
matters, what really matters is what were caused by Stalin himself. Like, say, for example, dissidents, people that were against his government, people that were so serving to him. So people like that, or for example, the people that died as a result of his putting them in the gulag, overworking them. These were things that happened in the Soviet Union at that time. What happened? Cycle World War II does not count.
Right,
It doesn't
and he's a
count.
brutal dictator. I'm not trying
So
to
what
say
happened
he couldn't be
as a
wicked,
result of him being brutal?
but
is what
Festus covered that very well. And why we are even discussing this behooves me, because what we're trying to get to is a destination where we have security from internal and external enemies, right? I've said to you that we have a more of an internal issues right now. Without doing a comprehensive threat assessment, there are some low-hanging fruits that we should tackle. One of those.
I've already dealt with that. We've already dealt with this thing over and over again, and there's no point of going around that point. When you ask the question whether Stalin was aware that so many people were going to die, it got to a point whereby they were chaining each other. They were chaining them, and anybody turns around, they shoot that person in the head, so they are not allowed to retreat. So yes, maybe he was aware that that is a necessary sacrifice that they needed to make. As a matter of fact, they said it. The Bolsheviks, one of their reasoning was that if they didn't do it, they're going to end up slaves of the Western Europeans. That they need to industrialize as soon as possible. That was why they did so many massive and radical policies.
Okay, all right. Okay, without going into the minutia, right?
China, they lost over 50 million.
Okay, listen to me. Without going to the minutia, you asked the question, and the gentleman answered the question. He would not do that. I wouldn't do that.
Oh no, I agree. He wouldn't do that. And if you ask me to, well, am I going to actually be able to do it? Logically, I should be able to do it, but in reality, am I going to be able to? I doubt it. Because even when I know the solution to our problem right now, am I able to do it?
Okay, well, I can tell you, if you say you should,
and do some very, very radical.
Now him be say you know go be commander for our, it won't be in our military. You're out, right? I hope Nigerians are listening. You are one guy that should not be allowed in the army, in our military.
And forefathers, you mentioned Machiavelli in his book, The Prince.
Yeah.
So Machiavelli didn't say anything about killing your people. Yes, he talked about like actually having a strong army and maintaining the security and sovereignty of the state. But he also says when you have to kill, be swift, be quick about it. Citizens don't like their properties being taken. They also, you don't want them to hate you. I know he says rather be feared or beloved, choose one, best to be feared, but not to be hated. So remember that from that, because I read that book very well. So there's a deep.
Oh God, why are you quoting? It's like you're just coming from some kind of jelly. This thing. What is that? What are you quoting that one? Like I don't know about it. I know about it already, and the context of the question is very different from what Machiavelli's represented. My original point was in terms of national security. Machiavelli put it first at the top of the food chain, and all these people keep talking about the economy first. And like they know what it's like. I really wish you guys were the ones running countries while I'm the one running the country the other way. You guys will be my slaves. I tell you, I will assure you, you'll be my slaves. And I would really like the slavery because the way you behave, you deserve it. You deserve it.
You wouldn't even have one person backing you.
You'll be my slaves. See, if I'm taking security seriously and you are busy fighting for economy, I'll say, well done. Keep doing that. Keep doing that.
Look, one of the things, like when you argue Machiavellism and all that, which is basically self-interested, immoral decay, right? You also have to look at what people like Thomas Hobbes, right? Jean-Jacques, I forgot the full name of Jean-Jacques Rousseau, who opposed Machiavellism, right? And they cite the morality problems, ethics and morality, social stability, the nature of leadership, like I said earlier, human nature, practical limitations. So he's right there, mountain off immoral activity, things that are not really practical, right? So it has its critics.
What was their critique then? If you can give us their critique.
Well, go ahead and Google it so that we'll be more precise.
Look at that. You don't have their critique. You see, when you want to say something, you need to have what.
Let me say. They say that Machiavellism suggests that leaders should prioritize power and success, even if it means employing deceit and manipulation. So critics argue that that approach is inherently unethical and undermines the principles of justice and fairness. Now, to you, you may say, because you're a student of his, that it doesn't matter, but it does matter. You have to have social stability. Some argue that Machiavellism tactics, while potentially effective in the short term, can lead to social instability and distrust in the long run. So when you're focusing on self-interest, it will erode social cohesion and make it difficult to build lasting institutions. So you gain tactical advantages by doing those kind of things, and then you lose strategically. Now, and the world he was in, do you understand? The world he was in was a very small world. We have a big world right now where people really can do a lot of things by pushing. You see what's happening in Iran right now, right? Machiavelli,
but his principles still hold strong.
It does not. I've said Thomas Hobbes.
I think the Ayatollah broke Machiavelli's principle. He compromised his national security by negotiating away the right of his people to this in a nuclear weapon when they had the capacity to do it. He basically compromised it, and because he bought into the this international order and the rule of law, international law. He wanted to follow it.
But that is different from killing 50 million people, though.
Pardon?
But that's different from killing 50 million of your people, of your citizens. So.
Exactly.
You are not going to let that one rest. That is a conceptual question. It's not. It's
what's the gentleman?
It's not real.
What's his name? I don't have his name, but that's a point he made when he was making.
So you can kill 5. You see, hold on. Let's go there. So you can kill 5, but not 50. It's the number that is your problem. Look at that.
Well, you said number of soldiers. If you kill 25 million of your soldiers,
50 is too much. I can't do that.
No, but look, forefathers. Remember when he told you there are alternatives, right? Instead of doing all that, that alternative means or doing stuff. That's the argument. A scholar named Edmund Burke. Edmund Burke, Burke. When he argued against Machiavellism, because he called all those things pleasing illusions. So with a more idealistic approach,
Sorry. This is what we do. We talk fancy, but there's no critique. There is no real, no argument. It's just insults. Why do we do this? I don't have energy for that.
But it's not an insult.
Just get to the point.
No, but you having an academic debate, which is boring, right? You maybe you should. You look
now it's boring.
You look
what
frustrated.
What say that you disagree with precisely and make your critique against it. So we see what
I'm quoting. It's not me. I quoted you a guy, Edmund Burke, is suggesting that a more idealistic approach that is more effective than a purely pragmatic one. In essence, you are having an academic debate. Right, so I can only cite, and when I cite,
there might be a point to that. You see, you use a term differently now. You actually brought a critique into it. Before you didn't do that, you just quoted what he said. You said something about there's something more idealistic instead of pragmatism. You see, that is what I want to hear. You didn't bring that out.
No problem.
How can you?
My bad, right?
How can
my
you
bad.
have a
All I want.
Stop.
All I want from
he
you.
knows what I'm talking about.
When we Nigerians come here to talk now for 2 years now, you've been going off on this. I believe that if you modify,
let me address the actual point you made, because I'm not even sure you paid attention to the point you just made just now, because you actually said that his argument was that there's idealistic approaches may have some superiority over pragmatic approach, but a lot of people probably disagree with that. But the reason why I think maybe there's something to be said for what you said, because when we're trying to evaluate Tinubu versus Peter Obi, one of the reasoning behind Peter Obi winning the score as a better leader for Nigeria was because of his mode of operation seems to be idealistic. He has a mode that enforces better conduct within the state, trust and all those things. And I think I heard you mention some of all those things that leads to distrust of the state or something like that. So maybe there's some argument in that area. But Machiavelli wasn't arguing about morality. He's arguing about stability. A leader should gain power and become stable so that people can live their life. That's all his own argument was about.
Right, but like I said earlier, another critic that I mentioned before is telling you that all those will be short-term gains, right? When you're dealing with international relations, they are rational actors that calculate their gains in terms of relative gain, not absolute gain. So when you're doing things that are just dogmatic and you have a short-term gain, but in the long run you lose. Do you understand? For example, our country today, some of those things that when we talk about them having discipline, if we have a disciplined military, man, we have enough soldiers to tackle our problems. They're not disciplined. So if it's an unfair state, there's no cohesion, right? They're not being paid very well. The morale of the military, people, some kids when they're still in elementary school, they want to be soldiers. They look forward to that so they could recruit the best. In Nigeria right now, even when we were growing up, you gotta be a doctor, you gotta be a lawyer. Soldiers don't count, or the police. So there are many things. No parents want. If you have soldiers who their job is to stand injunctions and take money from citizens and stuff like that, you're not gonna aspire to. You wouldn't have the best and the brightest. If somebody has additional mathematics A, physics A, right? That person should be recruited into the army. But it has to be a professional army, not a Machiavellian
ragtag army
that looks at the short term.
Every time I ever hear people
gains, you see what I mean? The best and the brightest into the army, and those are going to try to have indigenous technology like Iran did. See, Iran did exactly what China did. At some point, they withdrew and they built their own.
Sorry, nobody is saying we should not have the best and the brightest into our army. As a matter of fact, if you can get the masters, PhD, all of them join, I don't mind. I'm just saying that you need to have them in spaces where they are not right now, so that our country can be secure. We don't go and keep hemorrhaging a lot of wealth. We are losing almost $50 billion every year in GDP. That is too much to be losing for a poor country.
But who do you think is doing that? Who do you think is doing that? The army that you're talking about, they are the ones facilitating. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So,
but the more you have security, the more the country is secure. There is corrupt people in every system. But if you look at
the army themselves are the corrupt ones. And look, if you go,
it's not all the army. Why do you?
No, the leadership now. When we say,
hold on. Let me make my point. Why do we miss the fact that the country doesn't have zero security? There are people doing actual security work out there. Maybe all of them are corrupt, but now and again, 20%, 70%, depend on whatever you believe. 70% of the time they are doing their job. 30% of the time they are being corrupt.
Let me ask you something.
But it's not zero security.
In a
so the more you have,
it is zero security. It's zero security.
You've been
next time when you go to the airport, if you don't have security, you are not going to make it out of that airport.
In the London that you are, or the UK, before you say I insulted you again, in the UK that you are, how many times have you seen a military officer standing, manning a junction, checking the driver's license of people driving by?
It happens very few times when there has been an incident or
so if there's no incident, you don't see them.
How do you mean? Yeah. There's no incidents. They generally are not there.
But it's secure.
Yes.
By the police.
They are not visible, but they are around.
By the police.
Yes.
So
okay, well, tonight I'm gonna post what.
But the military is not far. Don't think the military is far from.
I just posted a
but as an ordinary
first class
carrying out
army,
the internal functions of security for the country, what you see is the police.
Yes.
Is that like it?
So,
I posted for you
police. Sometimes
what makes a first class army and the number, the magnitude of the soldiers is not even near. I haven't read the rest of it, but you're gonna see what makes a first-class military. It has nothing to do with the number of soldiers, but we know, you know, intuitively, numbers plays a game, obviously, right? But there are things that you have to have. First of all, to be a mediocre military. But when you're talking about first-class, first-rate military, those are the things. If you could put it on the screen so we could see it, I want you to pay attention to that, because that's what we are talking about.
Is not military strength. You know, it's just about quality.
Makes a first-rate military.
Asking about the quality. Why wouldn't they say those things that you want to hear? You are tipping.
No. I asked it, if you just show it on the screen, the question will show.
What makes for a strong, what decides.
Okay, go ahead. Type in whatever you want to ask in that sense. But I wanted to say first-rate military.
Let me put it there so that they can see it, so that it's only fair that they see what you.
Okay, let me read it really fast. A first-rate military is characterized by its combat readiness, technological superiority, strong leadership, and high morale. It doesn't say anything about the number of soldiers you have, right?
Of course.
This includes a well-trained.
The question implies quality.
No. It's first-rate military. In essence, to be first-rate means you're combat ready. You'll be able to win wars. You'll be able to defend your people. Right?
That is quality. So what does first-rate mean? Let's see what first-rate means then. Then you see now. First-rate is an adjective that describes something as being of the highest quality. This is what I'm telling you. You
right, they keep going now.
Extremely good. It can be used to describe a wide range of things, from people and services to product and locations. But it's about quality.
Yes. Now, how are you going to get something to be good if it's not a good quality?
Strength.
It is. It's synonymous in the sense that we're talking about. It's synonymous
of strength.
But it's not if you don't have
strength.
If you don't have a first-rate military, you cannot win a war. Like, it's just a bottom line. I mean, it's common sense.
That is part of it.
It is.
You're probably right. It depends on whether you have 20 countries. The one that has first rate will beat everybody. The one that has second rate will beat everybody.
Exactly. How many soldiers did the United States used to take over Panama during the time of Noriega? How many? I mean, how many soldiers did Britain used to take over Nigeria? Right, they're more equipped.
It's a small country, and very, very. See, America took those small soldiers to go and do those. Even if Panama wanted to fight back, they didn't have a chance because they knew they were fighting a greater power. It's like fighting a child of a rich man. You have to be careful, because if you're a poor man,
I used to like to whoop their ass.
Even if you can be the child of that rich man, even if you can be the child of that rich man, but you don't want to, because you know if you do, the bigger one is going to come and completely decimate your own family, not just the children fighting anymore. So there are consequences.
Look at, by the way, if you read further down to the latter part of the stuff we're reading on first-rate, you're going to see the term originates from the Royal Navy's use of first-rate. Don't go too far now. First-rate to describe their largest and most powerful ships, which were of the highest quality and capability. So it actually narrows the example to the military thing that we're talking about.
Like when you look when he used largest, it was talking about a vessel, and he still went back to quality. It tends to have to do with capability and the quality of this when you say first rate. But when you go to something like strength between two military, what determines the strength, you will see that number pops up again. The number between the both military is a key factor. If you don't,
all these are semantics. By the way, you are talking about something that we're not even. This is not even. We're not up to talking about this kind of stuff. You have to understand that
what decides the winner between two militaries. Two militaries come in battle.
In war.
Okay. In war. Okay, war. Okay, so let's see. Ultimately, winning a round depends on the complexity, the interplay of ourselves, not just military strength. You see that, not just military strength, that's interesting. Why military victories like capturing key objectives? This is a wider question we went and asked. That's why it's broad now. And strategic goals and ability to sustain. Maybe you want to go with battle actually, because this one will
No. If you win a battle and lose the war, what you didn't? The war is the thing. You could even if you're victorious, you can lose a battle, but you're victorious in the war. Losing the battle,
but because you want to. The reason why I'm saying, because this involves political stability and all kinds of different things.
Exactly. You have to have these things. That's important.
But the various aspects is not narrowing it down to only.
Please read the whole thing, please. You brought it about. Let's read it.
Okay, so success can hinge on factors like economic resources, political stability, and the ability to adapt to circumstances, even after initial setbacks. According to War on more wars are won by digging in and enduring. Did you see that? More wars are digging in by enduring, by grinding rather than by genius. Highlighting the importance of endurance and strategic adaptability over solely focusing on tactical brilliance, which could include with all the
it's advancing my point. You're advancing my point.
It's not that. It's not that. What they are saying is that you may have tactics, and I guess he didn't include any of those. He didn't include some of the things we have been talking about, like equipment.
It included what I'm talking about. It didn't include what you're talking about. Hold on. Go back up. Let me read that slowly.
Okay, let's see.
Hold on. Okay. Listen. Let me read it. Ultimately, winning a war depends on a complex interplay of factors, not just military strength. In that case, you talk about the number of soldiers you have. While military victories like capturing key objectives or destroying enemy forces are important, strategic goals. Remember when I read that criticism of Machiavelli, strategic, not tactical advantage, right? All right. While military victories like capturing key objectives or destroying enemy forces are important, strategic goals and the ability to sustain the war effort are crucial. Success can hinge on factors like economic resources, right? Political stability. Remember what I was telling you, that we need to be a cohesive country. Okay. So, and where are we now? Ability to adapt to changing circumstances, right? Even after initial setbacks, like a battle. You want to look up the battle. You could lose a battle, but then win the war. So I think that makes it the point. Other things are gonna.
Have you noticed that? I didn't notice that they decided. I don't know why he decided to do that. He decided to remove this out of it because he knows this is very important. He removed this. So the question we have to do now is this military strength. What does it mean?
Okay.
And so how do we flesh out what military strength means? Because if you just ask the definition of military strength, he will probably tell you, okay, let's see. What
you guys really are checking ChatGPT to decide what military strength is?
He wants to do semantic.
Oh my God, you guys are hilarious.
So yeah, let's do it now, because before you know it, they will start arguing about military strength refers to a nation's capacity to wage war and project power, encompassing the ability to defend its territory and interests. This is a complex concept, not solely defined by the size of the armed forces. Hold on. It says we've already said that. That's how he did it, even in the previous answer. Where
no. This one,
come on. Hold on. Why do you just hear one thing and you jump on it? He did that the previous time. Just let's face
this boy just muted me. Did you just mute me?
I muted you because you were just acting as if he said something else. He didn't say anything special. He just omitted it. In other words, if I go back and say that number, does it not matter? It will tell you that it matters. Why did he omit?
Have you ever seen anybody argue that the numbers doesn't matter on this platform? I've never heard anybody say.
Neither did I argue that it does not. This thing, training does not matter. So why are we in?
Okay then.
Where we are in argument is when we say we want to do it in Nigeria, you will like say, no, let's take care of all the other ones first. The one we've never done before, you've never tried that one. The one we've never tried before.
I'm saying the number is sufficient. I'm saying that we have the numbers.
But we've never increased the number before. We've never done it before. I say we've never increased the number to the
no. We have. Why increase it when we have enough?
Because you have never tried that. You've tried everything else.
No. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm not saying we should have zero. I'm saying the numbers we have now, 300,000, 400,000,
We
is
don't have
enough.
up to we have only 200 and something thousand, 220 at most, if you include the paramilitaries. We don't have more than that.
That's also enough. Now, here's the problem, and that's where I want to go. Actually, let's try to advance this thing here. In Nigeria, a lot of
we've never tried that one before. We've
Listen
tried
to what I'm
economic
saying.
policies. We've tried all the other things.
No, we have not. Let me tell you, all our entire budget is not even sufficient for the military, right? You need resources for that military, right? Have you seen the barracks of our soldiers where they sleep, right? It's not a professional soldier. Nigeria
around the point. The only one thing we've not tried, there was a time the military was adequately equipped. There was a time they were even in ECOMOG, they were doing us proud and not the rest. The only thing we've not tried is the one I'm talking about, and you are not even willing to countenance that.
You just devastated everything you're talking about. You just cited a time when we were able to project power with less numbers that we have now. We were able to not only defend ourselves, hold on, okay, because that's you just ruined the whole thing here.
No,
we were able to defend our region, not just Nigeria. We were able to go to Liberia. Our boys were able to go out there and maintain order. They did a good job. The ECOMOG and all kinds of
why
things.
Are we here now then? Because
we're here. That's a very good question. Let me tell you why we're here. At some point, the Nigerian army became unprofessional. It became pretty much because there are religious and ideological.
Because you have a weak nation. That's why.
Yes.
Machiavelli has told you that you don't have enough security forces. The one you were doing before was taking dwarfs to go and fight dwarfs. We didn't fight any major military.
Listen, we were just coming close to reasonable agreement on what the problem is, right? If you have 2 million Nigerian soldiers today, what would they be preoccupied with? It's taking over the country to make it an Islamic country. They're going to just overrun the country.
All going to be Muslims.
Yes, they will do that because there's something I posted earlier for you today. This is one angle. Now, I posted something for you today.
And why don't you just send your brothers to join too?
No, hold on. Let me, forefathers. I posted something at your earlier show. I had to go, so I left that thing for you, which is this: if you go to the United Nations, the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations is a Nigerian Fulani woman called Amina J. Mohammed. I want you to Google it now and put it on the screen so you could see what the problem we have. Why, even if you have 2 million soldiers, it'll be a problem. This person came in 2017, but before Buhari made her the agent for Nigeria, she was the what is it? It's not agricultural, but environmental. I don't know, something like that of Nigerian government, and she comes from the Sahel, right? And if you read some books, I also posted a link to show you what her fond memories is when she was in the Sahel and how they had it going on until this climate change. Now, remember what I said before, she used to be environmental czar for Nigeria at the time. Then she came in and then she was promoted in 2017. That's why no matter how many Nigerians are killed, they wouldn't touch it. The Secretary General himself, she's got them all wrapped up. That's where this whole agenda come from, right? Because these people from Sahel, the Fulanis, she's a Fulani woman. You could go there and massacre Nigerians. United Nations will not touch it. It's none of their business, right? So that's where our problem is. They figure that there's a problem, environmentally speaking, where the desert is encroaching, and they want to relocate those people to Nigeria. And that is the whole thing. Nobody, no talk show mentions this woman. She's the highest ranking person from Nigeria. Let me just tell you, you may not know about it. Google it, put it on the screen. Let me read it fast. Amina J. Mohammed, right? She looks, now, a lot of people who are darker than Festus here, they say they're Fulanese, right? If you want to really see a Fulani, put her picture up there. One of the things I showed you earlier also has her image. She looks like Queen Elizabeth.
What's her name?
Amina
Mohammed.
J. Mohammed. Jane stands for Jane. Amina Jane Mohammed. She's the highest ranking Nigerian, but you will never hear it. And administration after administration, they will not remove her. It's not like after when Buhari came in there, she's always been in that United Nations corridor. But now she is to be a deputy to what's his name now? The Greek guy who was the Secretary General. It's a big post. So when Nnamdi Kanu was going around talking about the Fulanese are going to take over this and do this, if she wants him arrested, she will organize it with Kenya. She's a very powerful woman, and that's why we have the problem we have. The United Nations has brought into her thing that the Sahel is the desert is very active, and that population needs a homeland, and Nigeria is that homeland, right? So you want to. A lot of people don't know that when you're talking about it, it's like conspiracy theory, but that's one right there. That how could you argue against that? You have to look at her antecedents, look at what she's saying, look at where she's from, and look at her activities, and then look at when these people came in 2015 and massacred so many Shia in Zaria and buried them in mass graves, like 1,000. You go to United Nations will not say, hey, what's going on here? Let's have a hearing on this. So it's just a matter of time now. You go and look at who she worked with before, and it's Kigali. What's his name? Kigali. What's the guy in the president of Rwanda? Kagame, right? Two of them worked together, where Kagame was chairman, she was co. And that's why methodically the Tutsis took over the, what is the other tribe there in Rwanda? Hutus, right? And they did it methodically so that when the Hutus rose up against the Tutsis, they say it's a genocide, and they took over that country and gave it to that guy. So that's what they plan for Nigeria, the same thing. One of these days, Nigerians are going to get upset, like they're getting upset now in Benue and otherwise. Once Nigerians start killing these people, they're going to come and take over our country. Now, but you have to look at the actors behind the scenes, like what I'm just telling you right now. If I want you to show it on the screen. Let me read it fast, so it doesn't sound like conspiracy theory. That's where it is. This Tinubu cannot remove her, and as far as she's not removed from there, no matter, even if you kill half of the 25 million you're talking about, you go in there, you kill 25 million Nigerians, United Nations will not say anything. That is my theory. Now, that's actually my own theory. It doesn't mean that anybody's saying that.
For me, anyway, all I can say is that you take your security for granted. Life is going to take you for granted. It's very, very simple principle. If you guys think that it's it's a flippant statement to say that you have people that have no job, they should defend their country like other people do. People that don't even have as much money and resources as we do, they can defend their country. I can help you. If you keep making excuses to look all that
nobody's
you are making excuses. Let's see. Whenever I get to this point, nobody's saying we should not do that. But yes, you are saying that.
Okay, let him talk, and then you ask me a question like I do. Why don't you ask me a question? Ask me a question.
Do you think?
Because I've asked you the question, and you kept telling me that we should do other things first.
Do you think removing people from poverty and reducing the amount of hungry people in your country is part of security or not?
Of course, it's part of security.
See you later, guys. After it out.
Yeah, what I'm advocating is going to save Nigeria almost $50 billion in GDP. So how is that not part of economy? As a matter of fact, when I even said that it's the most economic argument anybody can make right now, it's a fact. It's not anti-economy to go for security. Security, how can you be losing $50 billion every year and you don't think that matters?
Why do you think you're losing? Why do you think you're losing that $50 billion?
because of insecurity.
Insecurity in terms of
Agricultural output.
Do you think if your army was well taken care of, okay, their welfare was good, they were properly trained, they didn't have a reason to steal, and they knew that pilfering government funds would have ramifications which they would not be able to bear personally? Do you think you would have issues of rampant stealing and indiscipline, the type we have within the Nigerian military or security apparatus?
What we have in the Nigerian security apparatus is what happens to a body that is sick. You are bound to see symptoms, bad things going on. It's not because that is normal. If you want to solve it, it's like saying.
All right, let me ask again. Do you think if they were properly trained, again, you're giving me a lecture of something I didn't ask. Do you think if they were properly trained, properly taken care of, welfare was what I referenced, if they were properly taken care of financially, and knowing that if they touched even a penny of government funds, there would be consequences to pay for, like we have in countries where you are and where I'm at? Do you think they will be stealing this money and we will be losing $50 billion every year?
Please repeat that again. I'm sure I missed something.
If they were properly taken care of, and they knew there was consequences to their bad actions, like the types they are carrying out today, do you think they will steal Nigerian money meant for the military or carry out the kind of indiscipline they do every day in Nigeria that we always hear about?
They probably wouldn't. Okay, let me try to break it down. If they know they are not going to get away with theft, they will not do it now, of course. It's going to reduce. And their behavior to the Nigerian people comes from.
And if they were taken care of, they would not do it.
There's no guarantee they will not steal money.
Well, it's more than likely. Well,
it will reduce. That's for sure.
Okay, so we agree that in this instance, two of the things that I have brought up that leads to this loss of $50 billion that you've been telling us about are indiscipline, lack of the judicial system carrying out its functions as directed by the Constitution, and that they are not properly taken care of financially by the government that they are supposed to.
The indiscipline is not the reason why that's the theft. I mean, it's not the reason why a soldier is corrupt on the road. Is because they think they can get away with it. If they think they can get away with it, they will be corrupt. Whether I give them money or not, they will want more.
Which goes to the lack of consequences from the judicial system.
That is a fact. But the reason why there is a decay is because the environment is not helping itself heal.
So we agree in this instance that lack of consequences, meaning the law is not being carried out effectively, there's no consequence for their bad actions, right? So we know right now that there's a problem with the way the law is being carried out. We also agree that they are not being adequately compensated financially by the government whom they have sworn to protect, right? The country. So we also know that welfare or lack thereof is also a problem. What will the new numbers do if you have not addressed these problems?
The new numbers means that, like I said, every police officer does their job maybe 70-80% of the time. 20% of the time they are corrupt. So if you have more numbers, that 20-70% of the time they are doing their job will increase. In other words, it will reduce the losses Nigeria is suffering. And thereby, this is what I mean, because it reduces the losses, now we have more money to pay the officials, and it reduces the losses further. Now we have more money to pay the losses. This is what I mean by a self-healing system.
So
You
you
have
think to help to solve a solution, the solution to bad workers is to hire more bad workers that might potentially be good.
You are describing bad workers. That's where you spiked the question in the first place. Not all of them are bad workers. You are employing 3 bad workers, 7 good workers, because
But
70% of the time they're doing their job.
they cannot be good workers in this instance if they are being brought in with the same system that we are complaining about in the first place.
Like I said, even in this system, let me even make it simple for you. Even if we spend every single penny that we've got on our defense, it's still not enough. So that should tell you something. If they don't steal, if the top brasses don't steal a penny, it still won't be enough.
But if the top brass didn't steal a penny, they'll be more effective.
They will have slightly more money.
No, that wasn't what I asked. If the top brass did not steal the money, they did not steal a penny.
Mm-hmm.
And they took care of the guys in charge of security, there will be a vastly different situation on the ground in Nigeria right now in terms of how the society is run. Would
It
you
won't be
agree with
fast
that?
at all. It's not.
So if they never stole any money, nobody was corrupt.
Yes.
Nobody was standing on the corners seeking bribes from the people or gunning them down when they did not give them 20% or 20-cent bribes. And nobody was extorting businesses, and nobody was stopping the free flow of transportation from point A to point B. You really think this would not resonate in the economy and the society would be vastly different from what we have on ground right now?
If you're having insecurity problems, you are still going to have problems because you are not spirit. You are not going to be everywhere at the same time. Boko Haram is going to show up where they're going to show up, and they are going to cause problem, you like it or not. The fact
that wasn't my question, forefathers.
Your question was that if there was no corruption, there were no theft, and they were
based
taking care
on
of
your own
soldiers.
statement that if they used every penny, even if they didn't steal every penny, that the country would not see a vast improvement.
Yes.
So if you are telling us now that if $4.5 billion or thereabout that is budgeted for Nigeria's security today, the defense budget, if none of it was pilfered, if none of it was stolen, if everything was actually distributed in the manner that it was supposed to be for training, for welfare, for the upkeep of the army, for arming them to get the army to your dreams and the desires that all of us wish for. You think if not one penny was missing and the monies was used as it was directed that it should be, you think we will not have a vastly different country on ground today?
It won't be that vast.
Okay. All right. I rest my case.
The reason it wouldn't
Okay, let me I want to
it wouldn't be
entertain.
that fast is that
Let me
Algeria spent 25 billion on their security, and they are made up of 30-something billion people. The UK spends in
you know,
excess
you
of
keep
70
talking
billion.
about that Algeria, right?
No, the UK, I'm not even including Egypt. The UK spend in excess of 70 billion. They don't have invisible security, but they have way better security. So why do you think you can buy things so cheap and you expect them to perform the way that the more expensive versions cost? It's not going to perform the same way. I don't understand. It's just a fact of life.
Wait. Restart what you're saying.
I said, why do you think you buy something at a cheaper rate then you expect it to perform just as much as the more expensive
like
ones?
the $4 billion?
Yeah.
So how
the
do you
$4 billion
expect,
spending is not the same. It doesn't compare with other nations that have less population than us.
Good. So this is why I asked you when I started this conversation, and I remember you ran around everything, and after a while you started getting upset. The budget of Nigeria. Let's do this again. How much is Nigeria's budget?
$28 billion, which is one of the lowest.
$28 billion. How much is the defense budget right now for 2024-25 fiscal year?
I think what I got is 4 billion.
Approximately 4.7, whatever, 4 point whatever. Let's say 5. Let's say 5.
Okay.
How much, then I asked you, how much would you, as president, allocate as the defense budget from that $28 billion?
I told you I will allocate about 8 billion or so. Not from, let me finish now. Not from the national budget, from loans. Because that loan is meant to help end the Nigerian GDP far more money. Because if you borrow,
forget
if
the
you
loan.
borrow
You're
$3
not
billion,
guaranteed that.
no, if you borrow $3 billion, you use it to recruit 200, 300,000 people into the security forces. You are going to improve the security of the country. You are going to encourage stability, business, and save the Nigeria a lot of money that they are losing for free right now.
Let's deal with the situation on ground. This is where me and you usually bump heads, because you come up with fantasies and you don't like when I say these are fantasies. Like,
let's get to the point.
What is the guarantee that you will get a loan? You don't know that, but what is the guarantee that you might have $28 billion to budget? That is a very high chance from the oil and all the natural resources. So let's focus.
Let's say I will actually spend it, $28 billion on it. So what happens? The whole world will spend,
and then what happens? What happens to the rest of society?
The rest of society, you prioritize your other key areas that you need to prioritize. Remember what is happening.
How? With what?
You don't let me talk.
Because you're not saying anything. You just said
I said I will prioritize what is needed to prioritize. The ones that are not of high priority. You just said you will take the
whole 28. You just said you will take. I don't know if you hear yourself.
The 8 billion.
You said you will take the whole 28 billion.
No, I said 8. You had the 20 wrong. Maybe I made the mistake. I don't know. But I'm telling you that I meant to say 8.
Okay.
Billion, because I talked about 3 billion extra.
You will take 8 billion, but you are telling us that even the entire budget is not even enough.
Yes.
What you're saying doesn't even make sense.
How can it be enough if you are losing $50 billion a year? How can it be enough? Is that not enough? Is that not enough sign for you? Is it not obvious?
I'm saying, if you're saying $4 billion,
so how do you save that? How do you stop?
How do you get 8 billion?
Ask him how you stop losing 50 billion. How do you solve that problem?
By plugging the insecurity gap, by ensuring that you have manpower in the places where they are not present right now, by putting pressure on the terrorists and giving morale to the military. If the military knows that they are getting backup, their military size is increasing, their morale is going to increase, that they have more people to support them to do their job now. They are not overstretched. The Nigerian
how do you do that before you get the 50 billion? How do you, if you're able to do that, it means that you can do it before you get that 50 billion.
Yeah.
Right?
Do what?
I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. If you're able to plug it, right? You don't have the military that the size you want, but you're able to go in there and plug it. How?
How did I plug? I didn't say I plug anything. What did I plug? I never used.
You said, okay, then let me ask you again. How do you stop that $50 billion from being lost, purified, or whatever? How do you stop it?
You have to secure the country, and to do that, you need people in the right places, and you have to have a lot of them in the areas where these bandits, the terrorists, are creating insecurity that is leading to the damaging of the Nigerian economy, resulting in almost $50 billion.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. How do you do that now?
I just said it to you right now. You recruit people and put them in those places so that when these people show up, you neutralize them.
Okay, so you recruit them. Where you're gonna get the funds because the major reason why you don't
talk about the funds. I'm going to get the funds either from the budget or I'll get it from a loan.
From a loan, right? So you said first priority, at least secure money and plug in those things, right?
That's what you say. You use money to secure money.
Right. Okay. Well, fine. That's your own proposal, right? There are many ways to skin a cat, like they said. It doesn't sound right. Okay, that's your own preferred method, is to go get the money or
get a loan.
Or not only get the loan, but maybe
you get a loan or use the national budget.
Yeah.
Because remember, like I was saying, I wanted to make this point that seems to have escaped. What is happening while you are doing that? You are creating jobs, remember. And each job you create affects about 3 other people. And those jobs are jobs that are going to may last for life for quite a lot of the people that are there. And it affects the children, schools,
creating jobs,
pensions and everything. Yeah, you are creating jobs.
Wait. Creating jobs when you've shifted monies went for healthcare. So now you have more sick people. You shifted, wait, hold on. You shifted money from education. Now you're having more degenerates and criminals. You have more homeless people because you've taken money from that. You have more hungry people because you did not invest in agriculture. You put everything on, and you think that will create mysteriously somehow an enabling business environment.
That's exactly.
You know when I said prioritizing, you go for the areas that don't cost a lot of lives. Nobody said anything about cutting healthcare. You might one can choose to even increase the healthcare because that
Let me. Can you ask me a question? I think you know my position. I'm totally against what you're saying. So ask me a question so I can answer.
Position. Okay, your position. If you keep the Nigerian state the way it is right now, and you have 230 million, and you're hemorrhaging so much resources, based on all the numbers out there, you should have a military that should be one soldier to around, if you are lucky, maybe 300 citizens. That is the respectable size that you could have. Normally, most people go for one soldier to 150. What will be your strategy knowing this fact in terms of dealing with the Nigerian insecurity problems?
Okay. My strategy is not set in stone. It's not
sacrosanct.
Yeah. You could do, I'll probably do it better after I thought about it. It's not my job, but let me give you what I would say. In the case of Nigeria, I would first of all secure the borders of Nigeria. I would assemble a team that will go out there and take a look at our security needs. How many soldiers do we need? How many police officers do we need? How many security guards do we need? How many, citizens? Educating the citizens by television. How do we try?
You already know what you need.
There's no way. You could tell me, but I'm going by the fact that
standards that we know works.
Okay, I'm gonna put that into when I choose when I focus on the solution. Right now, I'm just trying to do the studies, right? So I will try to find out how do I solve some problems with carrots instead of the military internally. Now I will talk to Boko Haram. I'll talk to IPOB. I will talk to the Shia. I will talk to anybody who will listen and find out how do we stop and try to build the country. What is the grievances all about? What's the problem, right? I will try to get people from every local government, assemble, try to make them more patriotic, right? Then that's my carrots. On the stick part of it, I will deal mercilessly with anybody who is thwarting our constitution. That means politicians. I would address the country so that they know that we cannot keep going the way we're going. The corruption, I'm going to cut that down. Then when the studies come in and it will tell me what are the major threats that we face, maybe they're going to say something like, if we keep going this way in 25 years, Oyibo are going to need resources. Maybe they're going to come in, right? Then, or they're going to say, if we don't tackle Boko Haram within a year, that the country is going to disintegrate. So I'm going to put my resources for right now into solving the religious problems. I'll solve the ethnic problems with the Biafrans. I say, hey, look, had a war. I'm sorry. We're stupid as Nigerians. And you guys, you're the best. You have technology and all that. I want to bring you back into the country. Here's we're going to make you whole here and there. I'm going to bring government secretaries down there, build railways like I do in other places, do everything that's going to make them feel like they're part of the country, right? I'm going to talk to Emerson Motors, all those kind of people that manufacture stuff that could ship outside, have them build up the military. The politicians cannot buy cars unless there are no available homemade cars in Nigeria.
What do you mean build up the military?
I build up the military by training them. I would have soldiers themselves trained to be architects or whatever, building barracks, right? I would
by, I don't know, by coincidence or not, you sound very much like everyday politician in Nigeria.
No, I don't. So when I landed, you tell
almost
me how.
everything you said right now.
No, let me. No, they have not.
You see how I speak the truth is laughing because he knows it's the truth.
No, he's just laughing because I'm pumping
the only
up.
thing they've not done is what I've said.
Let me land because I will land very
he
soon.
transformed himself to Akpabio.
Hold on, let me say.
He just became Akpabio. Just one question he
I
asked him.
I was being facetious on that.
To Akpabio. That was fast.
I was that's my attempt of being funny.
Like, I'm going to
listen
train
to
them.
this.
I'm going to train them.
Forefather, one thing you have to understand is that here in the United States we have what we call the Army Corps of Engineers, right?
Oh, no.
These people, they build stuff, right? You want to pay these people more, so just let them. They're sitting there on the streets, manning checkpoints. Have them be useful to that country. Build up that country infrastructure-wise. They can do it. Bridges.
You are sounding like you are waffling.
Okay, how?
All these things you have said, you are sounding like every other politician. This is what they've been saying forever. This, if I go and replay the video, you will see exactly. I can get you a politician that have said this. They will say these things. They've been saying it forever, and it's really me.
No, if I give you $100 for every clip of politician that say what I'm saying. $100. If you do it now, do it now.
Training. Oh my God! I can give
no, that's not training. That's not what I just said.
What did you say? Tell me. Okay, name one again. You said again.
I said. Okay, so if you can't remember, then how could you accuse me?
Because I heard of them before. I can't tell
no, you have not. You're very tired.
Name another one now. Name another one.
I just said that I will turn the army into Army Corps of Engineers.
They have them already in terms of Deacon and all the rest.
Where? Tell me one infrastructure.
Nigeria manufactures ships. Nigeria made ships. They made armored cars in Nigeria military.
Yes, in Owerri, right?
I'm not sure it's in Owerri. I'm not sure it's in Owerri.
It's Owerri. It's Owerri. Google it now.
What else?
Google everything else.
Would you trust yourself? Would you trust yourself to sit in those APCs that the Nigerian military?
Yes, the one that I'm talking about. Google it so you could show the picture and show who is
being made. One now? Which other thing are you going to do? You know what? He's afraid of saying the other one because he's afraid of sounding like everyday Nigeria. Tell us what's you're going to do.
Do you know what my IQ is? Those who cannot sound like
me.
What
are you going to do? Okay, now let's.
As a patriotic
country, what are you going to do to secure
I just told you I would. Number one thing. I'm going to close those borders, right?
With what?
As a matter of fact, if Chad...
With what?
We have the soldiers to close those borders. You don't think we have soldiers? See, that's where you're making a mistake.
Soldiers that are protecting vital national assets.
They're not protecting anything. We don't have natural enemies like Ghana. We're the biggest...
If we don't have enemies, why are you closing the border?
No, listen to me. But as far as an invasion, right? We don't have the conventional invasion. Let's say Cameroon or Ghana come to invade us. Luckily for us,
we have incursions coming from.
We have incursions from terrorists.
We have enough to close the border. Okay.
We have enough to take over Chad and drain the swamp. I would drain the swamp. So see, because that's. Let me tell you something. I will take it over.
Chief of Defense Staff said they should put fence up around the border. Our current defense minister, he said they should put fence around the border. He's even more.
That was why I knew they would.
I would threaten them in a way that they will close the border. They will pay to close the border. I will make it so hard on them that they're gonna close the border. Say, hey, we don't want to deal with this guy. We're gonna close our border, right?
Sure.
All those terrorists. Because I have nothing to do with Islam.
It's like his daddy has arrived.
Shows my cool, man. Shows my
you know, forefathers, you don't like hearing the truth. I noticed something about you. You don't like hearing the truth.
No, I'm asking
you want to shut me down.
You sound like everyday Nigerian politicians. By the time you started talking, I was like, Pastor, that's
let me give Show an opportunity. Show, I'll let you say what you have in mind, but because he's not listening to what I'm saying anyway. I saw that problem so fast, your head will spin.
It didn't spin anything. He sounded like a Akpabio to me.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. I went to bed and I woke up and I saw that you people almost started the war. US, I saw breaking news, forefathers, US strike. I said,
So
where's the plane? Where's the plane to Ogun State? Because I think we're so
it's getting out of control. It's getting out of control.
I mean, it's crazy, you know, the development, and I think like a lot of people have said we might be closer to the World War III than a lot of people would want to believe. But the reason why I joined this particular topic, I remember I've joined it on a Monday morning when I got to work, and it was just I speak the truth. I always come back with that name. Okay, it's no longer Canada is half of Europe or Turkey is half of Europe, and I think it was just the two of you having a conversation. And I thought, okay, let me join, and maybe I can help them, you know, explain to forefathers what they're trying to say, and that's why I've come again. I've listened to you guys for the last hour. I think what they're trying to say, which I agree with, and they might, Pansat and I Speak the Truth might disagree with me to say that's not what they're saying. I think what they're saying is we are not opposed to increasing the numbers, but with the current setup, it's like throwing money into a black hole. If you're talking about the guys you're going to recruit, they might go in with the best of intentions, but you cannot outdo your Oga. The people at the helms of affair, you've listened to them yourself. Do they strike you as people who can lead, even with 1 million soldiers? You heard the NSA saying to an Oyibo man, and that annoys you to hell, to say, can you please come and help us? We want to live like normal human beings. You had our own president, which some people said, you know, what they said is not bad, is good. Jonathan saying to Obama, and look at Obama's reaction. When he was telling Obama, come and help us, we are the most populous black nation in the world. If you solve our problem, you've solved the problem of the black people. That's a president, commander-in-chief. This is the way some of these guys think. So I think what we're saying is recruiting is not bad, but cleaning out is more important, far more important. Once you have a system that you think, okay, these guys are the helms of affair, they are sincere, and the politicians who direct them, they are willing, then we can now say, let's add more to the numbers. I think all of us agree the numbers is too short. The ratio, like you say, is crazy. It's not even, it's appalling. But you add more to it today, forefathers, what you get would almost be, it will be inconsequential, no matter how many people you give to these crazy people. I mean, one was relocated to Benue, as if that was going to solve any problem. As soon as they relocated to Benue on the 2nd or 3rd of June, look at what happened in Benue. So we're saying first of all, before we add and waste money on their salaries and all of these things and training or the lack of it, let's clean out the people we have in charge. You need willing politicians who understand the danger like you do, and they treat it with utmost urgency like you want to. But just throwing numbers and adding money. Have you seen the training our military go through? Is that what you want to add to? Have you seen some of the food that they give these guys? And I'm not saying they should go there for buffet, but for that, please Google even our police officers. The food they give these boys, they would come out as police and go on the road and punish people. They are trained the same way you do people train them to batter us. That's the same training they are still getting today. I think what we're saying is some of this money that we currently have, the 4 billion budget, genuinely out of that 4 billion budget for our military, what value in terms of billion dollars, what value do you think we're getting? Do you think we're getting 2 billion worth of value from the 4 billion?
I think I agree with you to a point about thinking about how do I put it? Trying to optimize or you have more efficiency in the system whereby none of the wastage is there. This is why, but in the end, we are working with so little that even when the 5 billion that we are spending, a penny is not stolen, there will be improvement, but you still have insecurity.
I agree. But so do you agree with us that if you throw more people at it with the current setup, just your own answer now, there will be improvement, but it will be so insignificant? Do you agree or not?
Okay, good. That sounds like a question.
Here's the breakdown. Here's the breakdown. Look at how much personnel alone costs. Okay, click on that so we can see how much is personnel.
Okay,
first,
let me finish the point I was trying to drive home first. Regarding the current cost. I think in terms of he's just distracted me now. The point I was making, I think it had something to do with the what was that again? Okay, yeah. Regarding the current situation we are in, do you agree that we don't have zero security?
That we don't have zero, that we have too little. Yes, I agree.
So somebody, and 80%, would you say any officer now, how many percent are they actually doing their job versus how many percent they are not doing their job? What would you say on average?
To put a number on it, on the average, I'll probably say, in terms of what we get for our money, like what they do, I'll probably say 20% that they're doing. I went to Nigeria, maybe you did as well not too long ago. You saw our soldiers. They are now assigned to private individuals, 30,000 naira per day. That's what they're doing today. 30,000 naira per day. I was in Nigeria. All my friends who came from UK, US, they had one each. Me, I don't have money, so there's nothing to take from me. I didn't have one. You went out, and these soldiers will follow us on a night out. They'll be drinking Guinness. They were sleeping. I was telling my friends, I said, look at what you're paying for. They are sleeping. We'll wake them when we're going back to our hotel. That's our Nigerian military. I'm not saying that's everything, but think about it. 30,000 naira per day times 30 days in a month. That's what 900,000 naira. That is going to their Oga. Out of that 900,000 naira, let's even say they give that particular officer 200,000 naira on top of his basic salary. He would rather do that than go and stand in one place where they are fighting war. So I'm now saying that, is it the call of the junior officers to follow my friends around, or is it the call of their Ogas? And that's what I'm saying. If you add more, there will just be more people to guide Oga Madam and people from abroad. So the people who are going home, I don't mean to be disrespectful, but people who are going home from maybe smaller countries, maybe even people going home from Ghana, they will be able to afford one. Right now, somebody who goes home from Ghana just goes about his business. It's all people like, myself, yourself, UK, US, Canada, that have maybe money like that. But very soon, if you add more, I think you probably start having people going home from Ghana, people going from Cote d'Ivoire saying, oh, it's cheaper now because they're more military. Maybe you can get it back at 30,000. It might be too simplistic.
I get that point, and I get the fact that our officers are not always doing what they are supposed to be doing.
Which is not their fault.
But it still remains that when I go to Nigeria, I don't exactly are looking, somebody's about to rob me, and you come out from the airport, you feel safe. Somebody is making that happen. The money you are paying to your security sector is making it happen. And if you look at some countries around the world and check the amount they spend on their security to achieve something close, maybe ours is worse, but something close, you find that the scales are totally different.
Okay.
They spend way more than we do.
Okay.
If we check the budget of the Metropolitan Police now, it's going to make us look like chicken change.
Right.
So why do we think that when we pay less for something, we should get extraordinary? Does that not seem unfair?
Of course it does.
Okay, well, that's the point you should be making. That's the point we're making. You're saying we should have more soldiers, not that they should be paid better, the ones we have now.
No, I agree with that point. That because
once you stipulate to that,
there are multiple layers.
Exactly.
Yes, everything else you're saying.
So
once you agree to that, there's no debate.
You're coming to the same point now.
You're conflating the point. When I said you pay more, let's say you have more security officers, you have the same quality of security officers that we have now, but you have more of them. That feeling that I get when I come out of the airport, not feeling like they're about to rob me, will improve even further.
But you're talking about the airport. It's one of the most secure places in any country, no matter how bad it is. But once you step away from there, it changes quickly.
No, I agree with you. Like when I'm in Abuja too, I
look at the places you're talking about now.
But that's what I'm trying to highlight to you.
He has agreed with you. Everything you said, he's agreed with you, right? But what I normally do is when somebody agrees, once you stipulate, then we have to look at.
No, you're not letting me reach my point. You're not letting me reach my point. See,
you're not even letting me make a
zero
point.
Security. Sorry, you've been talking now. Nigeria doesn't have zero security. I've traveled from Lagos to Port Harcourt by road, and I've been in this. I've actually gone all the way to Kaduna, then gone to Zaria and all. So it doesn't have zero security. The place we have most of our real problems is on the outskirts now. That's where the lives are lost. That's where the kidnappings and all those things. Most of it is happening.
Not true.
most of it is happening in those outskirts areas.
That's
Am I
not true.
mistaken?
You're mistaken.
Okay,
Don't you see the news in Benue State, for example?
I will research that if you are saying that, because I like to go with figures, but based on the numbers that I get, the death toll and the where people are kidnapped, they tend to be mostly on those outskirts, not in the main city centers. They are. It's not that it's not happening.
Let me ask you a question. Let me piggyback on what you're saying, right? Look, you don't have to say things you're saying all the way to the end for us to get it. You don't have unlimited resources, just like we don't have unlimited time on this platform right now. You agree with pretty much everything. Show who speaks slower as a gentleman in appearance and all that stuff, right? So you listen and you agreed.
If you say counter the point that I'm making, that
it does, because let me tell you, let me give you an example.
It's still going to improve the security. Yeah, you're going to get more useless soldiers, but you get more that are still doing the right job.
No, but you just said you agree with, for example, paying more, right? It's like when you say that 9 is greater than 7, then I could come in and say, once you make that stipulation, I could say, okay, 9 is greater than 1, 9 is greater than 2, 9 is greater than 3, right? Up to that 7 that you agreed with.
Yes.
You said all that when you made that statement, right? I posted here for you so we could see, okay, how much does it cost for right now for personnel? How much does actually just paying their salary from the budget of 4
You're talking
trillion?
about Nigerian trillion, this in 3 billion US dollar, the budget, yes.
It's in Naira, right?
Yeah, that 2022 budget, yes.
Okay. Right there, this is actually
not Naira, $3.1 billion, I mean.
Yeah, $3.16 billion, which is 6.57 trillion, is the total proposed for 2025. This year we're in right now, right?
It's actually 2022.
I'm looking at my own. I don't know can you show on the screen what you're talking about?
Let me show you then. I think I'm seeing 2022, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know.
You click the last thing that I posted. Let me see what you got.
I'm trying to check it. Just hold on for a second. Let me see if I can pull it up. That should be it. All right. So, am I mistaken? Is that not 2022?
No. That's not what I have an AI thing, but okay, maybe it's to say the same thing. It's AI thing. Let me see. Can you go down? You don't have the AI one?
No, I don't have the AI one. Okay, you can just say 2024.
25, 25, bro.
Okay, 2025.
I don't know what he clicked on, but let me
Just
post
don't
it
say
again.
military, say defense budget.
Oh no, he typed in your own thing.
Yeah, that's it. Okay, that's it. Just budget foundation.
Right here. I just know to click on the link that I'm posting. That will just make it easier, right?
That's
right.
it.
That's it. No, but that's still
that is
different
actually
numbers.
wrong.
That's Nigeria.
What's that? You're giving me another link?
I posted a link down there, which is the same link that I posted before, but your thing there. But anyway, maybe to make the same point.
Are you saying
what I'm saying is that
for the 9.74 trillion budget?
I think the exchange that it is using is wrong.
Could you click on the more? Let me just go down some more.
Because
go down some more. Let me
see. To Grant Thornton and
can you click on that show more? Let me see if it breaks it down there. Okay, I guess that would do. I that's not what I have. What I have would show all I want to show is out of the 6.57 trillion naira, right, which is the total defense and security budget, right? Personnel cost is 4.7 trillion out of that.
Yeah, so we're seeing the same thing.
Personnel costs. So if you hire more, do you understand what I'm saying? There's nothing left for the other stuff. That's
where
why
you get personnel costs.
In my own, it shows that. I don't know why yours doesn't have
I think
that.
It should be under here then.
No, it's way up there on top of when you click it. It's the AI overview. Maybe I don't know if you know. It's supposed to come automatically.
Yeah, it's supposed to. Okay, let me see. Maybe it should be under here. Budgetary, economic, accounts is education. Okay, these are different departments.
Okay, you know what? Maybe I could just let me copy it and paste the text of that's relevant on this private. Let me see. Maybe take.
2025 seems to have seen an increase in defense spending, which is the first time this year that it's gotten to this amount. That if this is true in naira, when you convert naira, because Nigerian naira has weakened, That must have been a significant push-up of the defense budget for it to even reach $7 billion. But that said, it's
But
still
still,
not the same as that of
could you
Egypt
put
or
AI overview on this on top there where you have that? You could just put AI overview. I don't know if I've never searched.
this is AI overview now.
Okay. Well, anyway, it's different from what I have. But then again, I'm in the United States. I don't know where the hell you are.
They give you different numbers from every corner.
It's our country. It's our internet. So I don't know where the hell you are. But let me. What I'm saying is that if you look at the figures that I have, it only leaves like 2 trillion for other things. When you pay, you have to. If you recruit 1 million or 2 million soldiers, how's Nigeria going to pay for it? The entire budget of Nigeria can't even pay for that kind of recruitment. That's why we're saying, for example, when you said the pay friend and stealing 50 billion, we have to get the country in order. We have to have a good leader who's incorruptible, for example, right? Okay, let me give you 2 examples. If you just do these 2 things, you get somebody like me or Peter will be in there, right? Who's not corrupt, who's not going to take any money, it's not going to let anybody steal any money. And then you go and you tell Chad and all this, hey, look, we don't have money for security, right? So we're gonna deal mercilessly. We're gonna authorize our soldiers and our police, when there's a hot pursuit, going all the way into that country
and kill them
and get whoever.
Are you looking at Nigeria's borrowing for 2025 that they are looking at? So they are willing to borrow 20-something billion when they could use just a fraction of that to recruit and secure the country.
Okay, fine. Look, I'll give you that. If I'm not opposed to borrowing, if you're going to be using it to solve the problem that we have in the country. Normally, I'm against it, but we're in a perilous society now. We can't continue doing what we're doing. So I'm saying to you that there are cheaper ways to cut down the security problems we have. One of them is to warn our neighbors who are smaller than we are, right? We're going to say to them that, hey, look, we're in trouble. We're not going to take any nonsense, right? We don't want drug pushers coming over there. We don't want religious zealots coming across the border.
They are going to die.
If they do, we're going to drain the swamp. That means we're going to take them over.
The question
people like Chad, 21 million people, we're 250 million.
This money is going to borrow. What do you think is going to happen to most of it? Genuinely.
Wasted. That is my problem. That is my problem. If they were spending it on human beings, it's very hard for them to run away from overhead.
We agree with you. So that's what we're saying. You are probably putting the cart before the horse. How do they say it? So if you borrow money, which I speak the truth was even saying was the guarantee. Now let's even say there's guarantee. With the current setup, they borrow this money. You yourself, you've said it will be wasted. So what happens?
Because when you are paying staff, you cannot not pay them. The money still has to go to them.
I'm not even talking about military only, because this money they're borrowing it's not just for military. The whole money they're borrowing, we've agreed that most of it will just disappear into thin air. And that is what's going to happen with the military as well, because the military is not in isolation. It's part of Nigeria. It's part of the system. So we are saying, let's get the first thing right, and every other thing can follow. Even if all we're able to recruit when we get things right as a country is 100,000 more soldiers, you would see drastic
even 5,000 more.
Let me ask you, how many soldiers does Israel have? I don't know. You might know. You might have an idea.
From what I got, it's around 600 and something thousand.
How many does Nigeria have?
220. 30.
Do you think their efficiency is 3 times more than ours?
20 times.
I'm not sure.
You don't think it's more than 3 times?
You see, that's the thing. If you give our Nigerian soldiers give them the same number, give them the same tools, they will be more efficient than the Israeli military. You see, why I say this is, that's the thing. That's a very revealing question, because I feel like our Nigerian soldiers are walking with their hands tied behind their back.
Who is tying it?
The country's lack of resources.
Okay.
See, I hear that I hear corruption. I hear the idea of corruption.
200 Israeli soldiers against Nigeria, 200,000 Nigerian soldiers, 200,000 Israeli, 200,000 Nigerians. Who wins?
Because of the if they don't use if you give them gun to gun, and they will lose.
Who will lose?
To the Nigerian soldiers.
Gun
to gun. If they don't go and use this,
drones and all
they don't.
kinds
Yeah,
of
yeah,
things.
yeah. They don't go use other higher technology on the ground. Tactics. Have your gun. 200,000 to 200. Are you talking?
Well, the
They
idea
will
is to
massacre
Let me
them.
ask. Let me
So,
ask you a more pointed question for
so
fathers.
what? So no, sorry. What gives them the advantage? 200,000 to 200,000. You mentioned some things they have that we don't have. So you can see it's not all about foot on ground.
Yes.
Can you see
Then
that
why
it's
do
not
you
always
know?
about?
No,
Very good point.
God, we already
Sorry.
know that. We already know
That's,
that. But see, okay, let me ask you then. If
No,
that's
but hold on before you ask him. I was going to ask you a question because there's something I want Show to also chime in on this. You said
you keep
Nigeria is losing
stopping it,
50.
I don't finish a point.
No, but it's you now. You were the one answering all the questions. I wish it was me. You got it made. But what I'm saying is that if you
Because I
said
want
you're
to
gonna
hear
you're gonna
you
recover
make
50
you want me
million.
to talk, then now you have to
No,
chime in.
after this one, I'll listen. I'm saying you mentioned you want to recruit all kinds of personnel to recover 50 billion that Nigeria is losing. So if you had a situation where it's more efficient for us to pick a good leader, right? All we have to do to recover that 50 billion is we pick let's say Peter Obi comes into play because he is demonstrated that he's not interested in pay for the money, right? So at least all of us agree that he's not the kind of person that will come in there and start paying for the money, letting people steal that money. So isn't it cheaper for us, those of us who are pursuing good leadership, good election, so that we could pick a good leader who will recover that 50 billion than going and borrowing money, hiring all kinds of people under a corrupt government trying to recover the 50 billion? Would you say that efficiency at least should be in play in what we're talking about? I would listen and then I'll be listening.
Argument now. He's already made the argument. Why would you ask him about efficiency? That's the core of his argument.
No, I'm talking to you.
Oh, okay.
Your suggestion was that we borrow money and plug it so that we can recover that $50 billion.
I think we have we talk as if there is nothing on the ground. Like when we go into Nigeria, we're just walking on the floor and we are drowning in. There's nothing being spent. Do you think Nigeria was built using nothing? The Nigeria you see today, money is actually being spent there. Don't make the mistake of thinking that every single penny is being stolen. It's not. It's impossible. You have to pay staff. You have to buy table. You have to do those things. They are not sitting on the floor.
Yes. Yeah, we agree.
So
they don't pay them enough. They don't pay them
true,
enough.
But that is why
true,
they don't even have those basic.
If that is true, you just do more of it. Most nations have theft and all kinds of stuff. If you do more of those things, you will have more of the, like in terms of security, you have more of security. In other words, you extract more money out of the losses that you are making from insecurity. Then you pour it back into the in the forces. In other words, improving their welfare. In other words, they will increase output in terms of efficiency because they will be more productive. Then what do you think happens if you circle that process 1 year, 2 years, 3 years? The system will become self-healing because now you are in a better cycle. You are doing something.
You didn't answer the question. I'm saying those of us who are pursuing good leadership first before a big military, right? If we feel that it's more efficient for us to get the country in the hands of patriotic, good leaders, a good president, a good Senate president, a good Speaker of the House, all that kind of stuff first, and then they could do it's more efficient. So let's say in 2023, when we're arguing about this, we're saying that we're pursuing a good electoral system that will produce good, not corruptible, incorruptible leadership first. You're saying no, we should get a good military, forget about all that stuff. It's more efficient to get a good leadership to begin with. If you disagree with that, then tell us why. I'm not going to say anything else. I just want to hear you and Show.
It sounds like it's more efficient, but let's assume that 30% of everything that is being spent on Nigeria is being stolen. And you have $28 billion. But if you spend $3 billion, $4 billion, let's say $5 billion even, you recruit in, and you are able to plug 25% of, in your 50% of that loss, which is about 25 billion. So you made a profit technically of 20 billion. What is there to plug? What are you doing? What the efficiency you are trying to gain, you could still gain it by taking the action now. And for me, security is so sacrosanct because it preserves life. And if you keep trading it out for later, Iran is learning that lesson now. Because they were busy doing this. I don't know where we studied this thing that we study, that we follow it all the time. We say, oh, we have to do this unfair. We have to this unfair. No, keep doing that. The people that understand this, what I'm telling you right now, they think in a different way. They don't care about the rules. They care about.
Okay, but I'm sorry again.
Leave
Sure,
you die.
You know, but you see, I was gonna change over to this, so I could only just listen, right? I will do that. It doesn't have a microphone. Hold on, I just want to say I'll change to this. There's no microphone, right? So I'll be listening. What I'm saying to you is that why do you keep changing the stuff? Nobody said this is what you're saying, but it's highfalutin. It's not practical.
You disagreed, right? Actually. You
would
rather do something else.
What I'm saying is that
I have.
If you have a situation where 90-something% of our politicians are corrupt, right? Those things that you're talking about can never happen.
Why can't you just deal with those things and still institute security?
You don't have the institutions in place.
You see that now that one would jump in because he's here particularly.
Okay, I will listen. I'll listen.
No, why can't you? No, even when I try to meet you halfway, I say, why can't you just do those things and have your security systems in place? Let me finish what I'm saying. Are you gonna wait one day and say, oh, I'm sorry, all these people that have been killed, we're trying to get this thing right. That's why we didn't bother to secure your people. That is not an excuse. You can't keep making an excuse for that kind of thing all the time. You people are dying every day. You keep saying, oh yeah, until we take care of the corruption first before.
No.
Why don't you just do that and secure your country at the same time?
All right, so hear me out. You can secure, and this is coming from a policy point of view. So you can secure a society through different means. And one of those means could also include taking people out of poverty. It could include educating people. It could include improving the economy of the country, which also, yes, security would have to play a part if you have a volatile situation like what we have on the ground in Nigeria. But I think it's unfathomable to assume that you could just primarily focus on improving the Nigerian military or the Nigerian security apparatus to the detriment of other aspects of society. And I will keep repeating it. If you, for example, took people out of poverty, invested money in education, improved on the life expectancy of people, improved on infant mortality, improved these things, you wouldn't even need guns. You wouldn't even need to have people running around with guns. Your military will not be standing at the junctions bribing people or shooting them down if they don't pay up the extortion fees. So there are different ways to improve society. There are different ways to increase the security of a
while
country.
You do that, who guarantees security of the nation?
These are the things you can put in place.
So that's how you guarantee the security of a nation.
Again, these are things you can put in place, meaning, in a nutshell, you have to strengthen the institutions. You have to strengthen.
That's how you guarantee the security of the nation.
Yes, that is how you do it. So you got to guarantee. Okay. You got to. The way you're talking, your suggestions, right, is how despots and dictators will take care of the kind of situation we have on ground. And it will not work in a polarized country, in a multi-ethnic society like we have in Nigeria. It's not going to work. You work by first, we don't have nationhood. I think a lot of Nigerians don't understand.
You're not shuffling to other areas.
No, because it encompasses.
Because your point is hollow.
No, hold on. It encompasses all these things, okay? So you just want to take money and dump it in the military without First of all, we don't have loyal citizens for fathers. This is why you put people in position and they don't mind what happens to their next door neighbor or even their family members, and they will go there, take the money, knowing that people are going to die if I don't fix this road, knowing that ambulances
I
are
think
not.
we have more loyal people than some people would like to
All right.
believe.
Well, you have more loyal people.
And
That's
they
why
don't
you
even have to be loyal to the nation. They have to be loyal to the next. Is it not people in the West that
Bro,
say
you
that you
have
have to
to
be
be.
loyal to the next man standing next to you? That's how it works.
Well, the next man standing next to you, let me break it to you, newsflash, is the nation. That's the nation. Yeah. So the nation is not just a geographical entity. Your
They are
citizen,
fighting for their fellow soldiers. They are not
yeah,
thinking
the next man next to you is the nation. That's the
not the
nation.
nation.
The next man next to you is the nation. So
Why?
when you look at that person as your brother, as your fellow citizen, as someone you probably should not be harming, you should be looking out for his welfare. That is a sense. That is where nationhood.
In other words, you are
comes in.
saying what I'm saying, because when you join the military, if you have a unit of 5, they are not acting as individuals, they are acting as brothers.
All right,
So,
let's not pretend you were in the military. So you keep
no,
moving all
I
around.
don't have to be to know these things. What are you going on about? But the point I'm making still stands. You can't trade perfection for the lives of your people. And it's a big mistake, because you have to be alive to even be able to enforce some of all those things. And remember, you can't say you want to reduce poverty for people and that will improve security, because there's more to muscular security. The other people that have it will come and take you out.
Not
That
true.
thing that you want to
Not-
preserve, you are not going to preserve
Not
it.
true. Personally, if I was in position, like I told you, equipping the army would be the least of my problems. No. I would be more focused, on internal policing of that society. Meaning,
That too is a form of security. I don't have any issue with it.
well, I've mentioned this 1,000 times when I ask you a question, but you dodge it like, your Rocky Marciano style. I ask you which one.
I don't have a pressure. You
I
said
did
which
ask
one should
you.
I
asked you-
prioritize? I
asked you-
prioritize the
I asked you
military.
I asked you several times. You refused to answer.
I
asked you-
prioritize the military. You
I
asked
asked
me.
you- exactly. So let's not act like it was you saying, "No, I said."
But I
that,
don't
said
have
it.
any problem with the police.
All
But
right,
I will
so,
prioritize the
but,
military.
Again, if I was in position, all right,
You prioritize
I
the
would
police, which is fine.
prioritize the police. And you have to remember, the police does not just mean the local uniform police. This would also include intelligence gathering, like whatever our DSS is, our NSAs. These are the people I would prioritize what happens in that country. If you make your country secure, all right, you make you live in a Western country. If you live in a Western country, all this, if you have something, someone else is going to come take it. You're not worried, because if you take what I own, I call the police, we file charges on you, you're going to prison. That's one.
You
If
call
you
the
kill
police,
me,
that
you
is
go.
gonna
Yeah,
shock
if you
you
go,
how
if
many
you
minutes.
kill me, you go to prison. You get what I'm saying? So these are deterrents from you
But
committing
what if
crime.
Russia wants to take it?
Why would Russia come to take? I am talking about creating an enabling business environment. These are the kind of things you start. These are steps. You don't just go from having nothing, except, if you somehow see $10,000 or $50,000 lying on the side of the road. But in real life, you have to work towards it. There are steps. So before you get to that step where the rest of the world wants to attack you, you build your military along with it, but you don't abandon in a country where you cannot even eradicate malaria.
See, let
You
me
can't
say this.
eradicate malaria.
There is no need to
And
shout. Geez, calm
No,
down.
but you
I'm not even
can't-
disagreeing with you, and you're just acting as if we are
but
fighting.
you cannot. We're fighting, but you cannot eradicate.
You want to start a fight in an empty room now?
Yeah.
Can you calm down?
But listen, seriously, you can't even eradicate malaria. And you think the next thing to do, this is a country where Nnamdi Kanu, for
Calm
example.
down now. Let me add something.
Nnamdi Kanu, for example, is still locked up. I mean, personally, if I was a judge, I'm not letting them go anywhere, right? But they are violating this man's right, meaning there's even no rule of law in that country. And this is the country you think the most important thing, instead of cleaning up things like the judicial system or redoing everything, resetting the whole system, you think, oh, we have to just give money to the military, and that way all our problems are going to be solved. No, you're not going to do that. You're not going to get any results if you do not increase the economy of that country. If you do not make the life and the welfare and the people of that country to improve drastically and fast, your military is going to end up in arms against them, then against you that is in power, because eventually they're going to turn on you along with the people. And just what? That is the direction that Nigeria is heading on towards.
Okay, so first, you came in the direction that I was referring to, except you are intending to still keep the security, your so-called police, very, very small. If you do that, you're going to pay a heavy price for it. You are still going to fail. But if you are intending to scale up the numbers to an internationally acceptable level of slightly higher, because we have a unique security challenge that we need to put down, you probably need to even double that if you need to put the security challenge down faster. So, which is fine. I don't have any problem with you going from the point of view of the police, because from that point of view, you are taking care of the internal security first, at least to a point. And you also said that you are still going to go on to, I don't know whether you actually use the term scale up. If you don't scale it up, you're still going to have the same problem again. But if you're looking to scale it up in time, as you are, the police and is improving the system and everything is improving, and then you decide to scale up the military at that time, you might get away with it. You hope that while you are doing that, somebody didn't come in and, when people want to attack you, they don't exactly take permission. That would be counterproductive to their intentions. So you hope that while you are doing that, they don't come and attack you. That's why I said I was going to prioritize the other one first.
If I
but
say
the other one will
improve,
still help the internal one too.
sure, just one quick second. When I say improve, I mean in terms of, say we increase Nigeria's GDP right now to $1 trillion. I don't think anybody's trying to attack us. It was still not a threat at that point. We're still not a threat.
If you get to that point and if you have $3 trillion dollars economy and $1 trillion economy, I don't know, but let's say assume 3 trillion.
No, 1 trillion. No, you will have security. But what I'm saying is I'm not worried about people invading me, but I have enough to repel a local invasion, meaning from West Africa or any country from the African sub-regions. So we're going to build as needed.
So why are you not worried about people invading you?
Because I'm not a threat to anybody. I'm not a
So
threat.
because you're not a threat, that will make them not invade you.
So who has more soldiers than we do, though? Right?
Do you know sometimes your existence is a threat? You are saying
who has more soldiers than we do?
What are we worried about?
You have to answer that, because your whole thing.
I don't even know why. What you just said just now means this conversation is over, because the fact that you literally said that you are not a threat to anybody, that's why they're going to leave you alone.
No, that's not what I said. Listen to what I said. I said, even if I have a $1 trillion economy, right? I'm not a threat to anybody. I'm still building my army. I'm still funding research. We're doing all these things. Enough to repel any local adversary, right? And it could be
that's the point there.
And it could be from even as far as the East African sub-region, right? So we're all right, but I don't have ballistic missiles, which in the real life is not coming anytime soon. I might not have aircraft carriers. I might have enough planes, maybe refueling planes to help if we have to go that distance. I might train my military properly, but that will not be my main purpose. My main purpose will be
your priority.
My main priority will be, how can I improve the life of my people. Security matters because we have to take care of the people.
So
But
let's say you've
education,
improved the lives of your people. Would you still start enhancing your security to the point whereby you'll be able to repair?
Side
No,
by side.
don't help him because that's where he was. Because that's where he was. Don't help him out.
Sorry.
Side by side, even like we're doing in Nigeria right now, even with a $28 billion budget, we are still spending on the military. The military is not abandoned. The military actually is still
No, I
enough.
mean, are you going to then? That's if you're, and because I'm just taking in that these things are procedural, whereby you are relying on low tech first. Is the tech is increasing? I'm also assuming that you are scaling it up. Then the economy is growing. You are scaling it up. You don't stop because you've reached a certain point of economic progress. Would you carry on building to be able to repel even the threat that is coming from outside?
Well, in that instance, then we would have to look at the situation on the ground. You improve your security with all these kind of things. So you improve your intelligence.
My point is that after you reach a security level whereby you can deal with the ones locally, would you now still give the traveling, enhancing your security posture to deal with external?
Answer that. Sure, I know you want to get in here, but you're the executive producer.
If intelligence says,
let me help you.
Let me just land with this thing.
Okay.
So thank you. So if intelligence says this is a viable threat, then we have to proceed as follows. But if it's not a threat, my main focus is making the life of my people better.
So you wait until you see a threat. You can detect it before you.
But I said we move accordingly. So if we determine right now that in 20 years these people are going to be a threat, they might try to come attack us, then we do what we have to do prior.
You know, when you said that just now, in 20 years, is the opposite I hear people talk about here. They said, we don't know what we are going to be experiencing in 20 years.
But you did it. When the designer
Hold
came
on
up
now.
with a 200-year plan, you shot it down and you was
Hold on. I said they don't even know what they are facing in 20 years' time, but they prepare for it anyway. That's why I'm asking you, because you seem to be saying, just because your people are doing well, you stop because you don't think that there's a threat coming from.
But
just
if I
because
give
you
you
don't see, doesn't mean you don't prepare.
And I reduce it to 20 years just because I didn't want to hear you complain. And you just
no, my point is that because you don't see doesn't mean you don't prepare. That's my point.
How can I see?
He answered that
you
question.
A 200-year plan.
Yeah,
if
he
I'm
answered that
you
question.
A 20-year plan. How am I not seeing it?
Yeah, let me just add, because that's what I was going to say, right?
Before you start acting. That's what you said. You have to wait for intelligence.
Remember, it's the intelligence community that would make those calls. In essence, you're not going to go ahead because you don't have unlimited resources and you have other problems. You have other issues,
yes,
right? You want to equip laboratories in high school, in elementary schools. You want to build more schools. You want to do all kinds of things. But once you have adequate protection, right? In your case, what you're saying is something I reject, which is to just keep building up the military. We look at the question that I want to ask you is this. For right now, from your own assessment, what are the countries in Africa that have the things you're talking about to threaten us? In essence, they have a lot more soldiers than we do. In your case, the magnitude of the soldiers makes a big difference. Nobody around us there has more soldiers than Nigeria. As a matter of fact, we go to defend them. We send our soldiers like the ECOMOG and all kinds of stuff to go and take care of them like in Liberia and all that.
America in Middle East, when he goes and knock Iran, you don't have to be anywhere. America goes to. They don't have to take permission.
Right, but we don't have that. We don't have that problem. Okay, that's what I'm saying.
Come to you anywhere you are.
No, but yeah, if they do, then we just out of luck because nothing we can even do. Listen to this.
Did you just say we're out of luck?
Yes, what? If we do what you're saying, okay, listen to me. I just told you. If we
that's
do
your plan.
No, listen to me now. We're not talking in the abstract. We're talking about the real lives that we have now, right? If we do what you're saying in the best scenario, you cannot defend yourself against the United States. They have, like I said to you before, a weapon class that's called DEWS, DWS. It's an acronym for Directed Energy Weapons. These weapons can convert electrical or chemical energy into concentrated beams of electromagnetic energy or particles. We don't have it. Can you defend yourself? Can Iran defend itself against the United States? The only thing is does the president of the United States have the authority to go to war? Has Congress signed? If they decide to go to war, even against
It's not
Russia,
very convoluted, Panzer.
no, but listen. Let me just land on what I'm saying. Well, that's by the way, this is one area that you've been very safe, because what you're actually talking about is not defending ourselves from our imminent threat, our neighbors like Ghana. You're talking about us.
All of them, you have to be preparing from the get-go for all of them. You don't have to go. See, it's always procedural. That's why I don't have much of an issue with what I is saying. But I worry that he has a cap on his distance and the scale that he wants to scale it up, because we have a habit of doing things, underdoing things. I'm not even demanding for much. I'm just saying, do what other people do. Is that so much to ask?
No,
what is wrong with us?
Please don't. I would say one more thing. Then let's show. I think he's more adept in communicating with you. What I'm saying is this: what you're doing is to be preparing us to defend ourselves against the United States or Europeans or white people in general, right? That would include America, not just
anybody.
Anybody.
Because you have to prepare for anybody that is technologically and militarily stronger than you, because they could pose the problem to you any moment.
Okay, then that would be a more efficient way of doing something like that, in my opinion, would be we'll bring our house in order, Nigeria, like the little things that we're talking about, make it so attractive that other countries like Ghana or West Africa would then join us in a defense pact. Other African countries, even South Africa, going all the way to East Africa, we try to form a formidable force that will give you those kind of numbers you're talking about. Because the United States is like a continental country. It's not like one country. For example, California, Los Angeles alone can deal with Nigeria.
What number am I talking about that is so sacrilegious to you?
I'm going to even if we go to 10 million, right? 10 million.
I'm not talking about 10 million.
Okay, well, I'm saying even if you do that,
I'm just
it's
saying,
not adequate.
Double the population of Egypt. Let's get the same number as they do.
I know,
but actually
those numbers
under secure.
Do you remember the Yom Kippur War, for example? Right, that included even one of this Algeria that you're talking about. They were part of the fighting force. That's the entire Arab League.
I don't know why this is.
And Israel was able to defeat them in a war. Right?
See, let's not. I don't know why this is even complicated. Egypt has corruption. Algeria has corruption. They didn't wait for anything to be perfect before they did what they did to improve their security. Why are they doing better than us still?
Because they made peace, right? They made peace with Israel. God. Listen to me. Listen to what I'm saying.
Algeria didn't make peace with anybody.
No, I'm talking about Egypt. You jump from Egypt, you go to Algeria.
I'm saying both of them were able to pull that off, even with the fact that they have corruption. They have all the issues you were all describing just now. Like Cho talked about, you have to make sure that they have all those things there, but they did all these things too.
Okay. Can I come in here? I like the angle you've gone, and I'm going to ask the question again, but in a slightly different fashion. So you've talked about Egypt, Algeria, there's corruption everywhere, and they're still able to beef up their security. Now, for you, probably I'll make a last attempt for you to get what I'm saying, and I think most of the people are saying is, let's get this right before what you're saying is. The question I would ask you, forget what I Speak the Truth said, because it was his comments that I read. No, it was the comments I read in the comment section that made me join when people said, he's annoyed forefathers. He said you have no knowledge or something like that. And I was like, let me quickly rewind like 2 minutes and catch up that area. And I saw that when he said, you are not adept at management and all of that. So forget what he said and what people think about you being able to handle security. Ignore it when you answer this. Our current military budget, defense budget, is about 4 billion or 4.7 billion. Let's say you are the commander-in-chief of Nigeria, and you are saying, let's probably say 8 billion. You think that should be ideal. So let's say 8 billion in the hands of forefather, the commander-in-chief of the armed forces of Nigeria, and 20 billion defense budget in the hands of someone like Ganduje as the president of Nigeria or Tinubu as the president of Nigeria. Which one would be more effective?
Mine will be more effective
Why do you think that is?
because of the mindset that I have.
So, do you now agree with us that having the right leadership with less would get you a lot more than times 4 times 5 in the hands of these people? They don't understand the threat like you do. And that's why I said, forget what people have said about our forefathers, this and that. They don't understand, or maybe they understand it and they're just compromised. Whatever the excuses or the reason is, they don't care. So no matter how much money you give them, you've just confirmed that 8 billion as our defense budget would get a lot more done than 40 billion defense budget, not the whole budget, in the hands of Ganduje. And that's what we're saying, that what you want to do, it is right. We agree. There's no disagreement. But we're saying if you go and give the money to these current guys, you won't see it.
But the money is already being wasted anyway.
Exactly. So should we waste more?
You waste it on. See, my point is that when you put it on security, you are not getting zero.
These guys won't put
right
it.
now. Right now, they are not. See, my point is, okay. Let me put it this way: if you give them $20 billion, you think they are not going to hire anybody? You think they are not going to buy any car?
They would.
That's my point. That one they are buying is helping to improve things, and when it is improving things, it will be self-healing. The process will start healing itself slowly.
So you think we can overwhelm the corruption? Basically, if we give them a lot more, we would somehow self-heal and get to a better place.
There's always a threshold. Maybe it will not happen immediately, but there will be a point whereby it starts reverting back, because when you start plugging the gap, the training is improving. You are plugging the gap of insecurity, depending on, because human beings too, they have a threshold. Once you have met that threshold of their need, suddenly, boom, their productivity will increase. They are not going to be focusing on bribery anymore. So you have to look at it from that point of view.
I beg, make you no go into our security.
My issue is
you cannot be part of our security.
Hold on. My issue is that how can we wait until you find the leader that meets your criteria before you move on something so sacred as life, this is protecting? If you leave that, then the day of, let's say something happens, like 200 people getting slaughtered, when they are dying, they are not going to be saying, we are waiting for the perfect leader. Why? That's why we are waiting for this person to slaughter us. That's not how it works. Every single life you save matters, because with that money you have just spent on that security is going to save some lives that were supposed to be lost, or due to the loss of $50 billion. Let's say instead of $50 billion, we are losing 40, or we are losing 30. That extra 10 billion is going to save lives. That's why the system starts healing itself slowly because why should we leave it until while you are waiting for it to get the better leader? The system is decaying further, and the people, their attitude is decaying further, and you're not going to get that good leader.
I'm not saying you shouldn't increase it, but I'm saying you get little or nothing for it. I'm not saying don't increase it. I'm not, let's borrow, let's do it, but I'm just not as hopeful as you are.
If I ask you today that Nigerian leaders today, or the people in Nigeria today versus the people in Nigeria 40 years ago, which was better in terms of integrity and the way they carry themselves, which ones have better morals?
40 years ago.
Because the system has decayed to this point whereby the people you have now is of less quality. Now you see what I'm trying to show you. While you are waiting to get a better leader,
I don't see what
the point I'm making is that while you are waiting to get a better leader, you are not going to get it because you're not trying to solve the problem. You are sitting still and waiting. The system is decaying further. You have to try to reverse the decay.
Why do you think Nigeria was slightly better than 40 years ago? Could they have anything to do with better leadership?
No, they had, relatively compared to now, better leadership. But the system was decaying already anyway, because they were not doing anything to preserve it.
Look, what you have to, let's use renames, right? Up till 2015, before APC came into Nigeria, there was modicum of progress that third world countries go through, right? We had corrupt politicians, but nothing like what we've had since 2015. So Nigerians were snookered by Buhari coming back, and that's when they put all these things in place. That's the problem we have. We have a single problem. we have a cabal come and take over our country since 2015, and we want to get out of it. So you have to understand that. We've had bad leadership in the past, but nothing like what we have now, where everything, security, corruption, everything, civil rights, is completely gone. So Nigerians came out in 2023 trying to do something about it, and they rigged the election. They shut off the beavers. We spent 400 billion naira to perfect a system, pass a law. So up to now, we have, if you look at Mahmoud, the INEC chairman, he studied terrorism. That's his thing. Asymmetrical warfare. He's a terrorist. You go ahead and you
terrorist too.
Google it.
No wonder they say our character has decayed. Now he's a terrorist because he didn't do the election the way he like it.
No, I'm saying study his education now. No, study.
If he has cheated and got to your guy elected,
okay, you know what? Let me. If you're lazy, I'll do it. Because you like to Google. Google what I said, right? Somebody, you have a background. You just don't appear and become INEC chairman from nothing. You have to have what you were doing before. So what I'm saying to you is that he's not even listening. He doesn't appear and have regular press, ask me a question. He's doing it like you do what you want. So I was talking to you in 2023. I said, you're sitting on the fence. It's just like what I said here a minute ago about Amina J. Mohammed. If you really care about security, and I made those claims, you should be angry, or you should say, I don't believe you. If you believe me, and you care about security, you have to take a look at what I'm saying. If our problem is
all this
political,
what you're saying now, my mind is still on the last conversation I had with Show just now, because that is quite important. Because I remember when Obama said something about something urgency of now. I don't know what that means. I don't know whether anybody can remember the comment.
I remember that. Yeah,
something about the urgency of now.
Yes,
that is what he was trying to say by saying that, because while you are waiting to try to solve a problem, the situation is getting worse, and the character of the people around us within the system, because it erodes our morals. And
yeah, but what you're saying,
I don't see the Nigerian morale improving. I've been in Nigeria operating for 4 years. The morale is decaying.
Look, but for that, what you're saying will take more time than getting the right leadership that we need. What we're proposing will be quicker. So how could you say, while we're wasting time trying to find a good leader? We want an election whereby the people's vote count, right? So in 2027, we're going to have another election. Right now, the process has begun so that we could select people who have the character.
You are waiting for years. When
we're not waiting. No. In 2027, we're gonna get it. We almost had it in 2023. It's just that we didn't think they're gonna go that low.
I don't believe in waiting. I just believe in that if you have the power to do something now.
Okay. Give us something that will be quicker than that to get to what we're talking about here.
Told you.
What is quicker? Well, how would you do it quicker?
Start improving manpower so that these people don't have space to operate in the country. Wherever they show up,
you don't speak in abstract now. Talk about how do you do that? How, in essence, what is the solution?
If you like now, Nigeria trains 6,000 every 6 months, which is 12,000 totally a year, which is rubbish. If you were taking on 200,000 every year, then you'll be able to circle the soldiers. The soldiers are not fatigued anymore.
200,000 from next year, because the budget. Hold on, the budget for this year is already gone. So if you want to budget 200,000 for 2027, right? I don't know if it's by annual budgeting that will go to, let's say 2026. You still have to wait for that budget to be passed, right? Is it fair for us to accuse you that you're sitting on your hands and legs till 2026? No, the budget.
We are acting. We are acting to get that specific stuff done.
Well, that's what we're acting to get new leadership. Right now, the political parties are forging.
You're waiting for 2027.
Yeah, but you're waiting to. How are you going to get the budget passed for the recruitment you're talking about? The budget's already been assigned for 2025, right?
Yeah, let's say 2026 you get it, but I'm not waiting for doing it. I'm doing it as soon as possible.
I know, but look, people get sworn in 2027. What I'm saying to you is that the political process has begun now. You see this coalition people forming. You have P2B running. You have Tinubu running. So I'm saying join us now to begin the process of selecting a good leadership, because it's going to be the quickest way to get to what you're talking about.
What do you mean join us? I'm already an obedient. I'm not an obedient, but I support P2B. What is there to join anymore?
Okay, what
you are saying join us as if I don't support P2B.
What I'm saying, you should.
I'm not an obedient.
That's what I'm saying. You should become an obedient. Is what I'm saying, right? You're already supporting P2B.
What is the point of being obedient? Is that
because obedient may have started with the name Obi in it. Obedient doesn't mean Peter Obi, right? Obedient, we know what it is psychologically. What do we mean by obedient? Obedient is somebody who wants the country to do better than what it's doing now, to progress. Where we are
not an obedient, because if I see somebody that is better than Peter Obi, I will not. I will.
That's what I'm saying. That makes you an obedient. That makes you an obedient.
Obi for life.
No. There's no obedient.
What happens, they are not going anywhere.
There's no obedient that's Obi for life. If Obi does something, nobody's gonna go with him. We're not playing. He might have his name Obi in the obedient kind of thing, but let me tell you, it's a movement of progressives to reclaim our country, but to achieve the things that you're talking about. One of them being having adequate security, having an economy that can support adequate security, because you don't have unlimited resources. You in order for you, for example, the budget of Nigeria should actually go to maybe to the Nigerian police, the entire budget.
I can't believe you. You see, this answer, whenever you see I want to close a show, that's and you dragged it for 2 hours now.
It
wasn't for waste anyway, because I think I picked up on something that Show said, and that is something that people have come up with. I've argued before, but you have helped me crystallize it clearly. Why the importance of the urgency of now is not only just flippantly saying, "Oh, you're saving life," which some people find weird that you are saving life right now. But it's also saying that while you are waiting, things are getting worse. You are chasing an uncatchable goal. You can't catch it. You just have to start working. As a matter by acting, you are bringing it closer to you for you to actually see that leader that you are looking for. But when you don't act, it just gets getting worse and worse. And that's why most people think like that, because it's intuitive. The way I'm talking about it is counterintuitive. It doesn't make sense. Why should you be putting money in the hands of these crazies that are running away with our money? But it's not zero. It's not zero. And people find it hard because they hate the people. They think everything that you just give them, everything is stolen. Not everything is stolen. They are paying staff. They're making roads. There are so many things in Nigeria that you can see they are spending the money on. Yes, they steal, but not everything is getting stolen. So you put more in there so that those ones actually get to the people. Yeah, they will still steal. That is the cliche of rich people. Rich people always steal from every country. Look at Trump. He's made more than $2 billion since he's going to office. Are you going to say he doesn't steal too?
I know, but offer that what you're saying, you're not thinking thorough. You're not looking at all the angles.
I need to go past that. Today is Sunday.
I know, but I'm ready for you to go. Listen to me. I'm saying that when you say get something,
you need to stop this. You have stretched this too long already. Do not do this. Sure, go ahead.
I just want to ask something quickly. Someone in the comment section is asking. I've asked the question repeatedly in different ways, saying that almost like, if I paraphrase, which countries or where's the imminent? I'm not saying there's no threat to Nigeria, but in terms of imminent threat, you personally, where do you think it's coming from? Like, if you're to say Nigeria, everybody's, of course, we don't live in a bubble. We're part of this world, so that means we're exposed to danger. But if you were to say the imminent threat to Nigeria, the way you see it, where would you think it would come from? You might be wrong in your guess or assumption, but where do you think the imminent threat is coming from?
I would like to think that our biggest threat is likely to come from the European angles, working with America one way or the other. That would be the immediate one. If, let's say, we wanted to do something that they don't approve of, that would be a threat. It doesn't mean that China would not be a threat. After that, China could be any of them can be a threat. Any of them, because they are stronger than you. They have more military,
more than the country dividing.
Decide that they like
is that a threat more than the country breaking up from ethnic and religious? Is that a more imminent threat than the country breaking up right now. Do you?
I worry that there is this Christian organization overseas that seems to be taking a lot of information from Nigerians, and Nigerians should be careful about giving people information. They're collecting intelligence that they're going to use as weapons against you. They are doing that to Iran right now. I think I just saw a headline in Al Jazeera where Iranians are saying that Israelis is targeting them along ethnic lines, trying to sever the ties between the nations. These are crafts that they are using. I can't believe they actually use that term. Let me see, just to confirm it. It says, let me see, because there's a lot of headlines running through. Oh my God, Starmer, this thing is moving fast. The headline, let me see if I click, it's going to show me
what did Starmer say? Because that one is
Starmer says U.S. strikes alleviate Iran nuclear threat. You see, none of them, once the deal is done, they will not criticize. They will be like, they fall in line. That's how they behave. They will kill all your people, and they will not care. They will just pretend as if they don't see it. Okay, let's all fall in line and forget about it and move on. They are very good at doing that. Even when they kill their own, I have to say, it's not only about other people. They did that to each other in the First World War, the Second World War, and look at how they are cooperating now. Many of those countries.
As I'm signing off, sure, the answer to you, to what you asked forefathers, is Nigeria breaking up over all the religious and ethnic problems that we have in that country, and the corruption that's, and then depriving people of their rights, all the decay we have in the country. I mean, it's an internal problem. He wouldn't answer the question we asked him based on raising your soldiers. Who is going to be able, who's coming to attack us that's bigger than us? Because that's what he's basing his stand, is the number of soldiers. We have the largest number of soldiers that any country has in our neck of the woods. So that's not an issue. So, but he hinted at you that his problem are people like the United States. Do you know what he's going to take for you to defend yourself from those, even Britain, coming to take over our resources, which they do now? They take our resources, they set prices for our commodities, they pick our leaders. So
wow.
if
look at
you
what
know,
Iran is saying, IEA should investigate the strike of US. Oh God, this imam, this Ayatollah, he might get overthrown. He wants to kill that country with his righteousness.
There's nothing he can do.
He just blew his country up. He's saying, "Go and investigate, please."
There's nothing he can do.
Oh my God!
The whole thing is that
he might get overthrown because hardliners will be like, "This guy is out of his mind, man. He doesn't seem to know. This is not going to be the end if he carries on in this direction. It's going to be worse and worse and worse." But
he may get overthrown, but not from the side you're thinking about. It be from the former Shah, who are the ones actually walking the stuff, the son of the Shah, and all those people who wants to remove the religious aspect. You see, Iran used to be a hard place.
Iranians rally around the flag amid fears Israel aims to balkanize the nation. So, but in the main headline there, they put it like Israel is targeting them along ethnic line because they know what they are doing. They are trying to, and this is why I said, our people, you have to be careful what you are sharing with these people because they will use it against you. To them, they're just collecting intelligence. You think they care about you? They don't care. Why do they care about you? They don't have any reason to care about you.
Who are they? Who are they?
The people any of our people report to. If you go and report to China, you go and report to America, you are asking for trouble.
No, but listen, see that situation that brings it home to us, Nigeria, right? Iran and even though Israel has the same kind of problem where they are a Jewish country, Iran is an Islamic republic, right? That's a problem because there are people who don't want to be under that Islamic thing where you have to wear your veil, you have to do this, you have to do that. They want to be free and make religion. That's the problem they have. And by the way, I'm just putting everything together because we're leaving. That's another debate I want to have with you. China has the same problem. It's not a democratic country. So when you look at the index,
you're not going to get me to stay 2 minutes.
You lose a lot. Look, I'm here, right? You're lucky to have you're lucky to have me here. You're talking nonsense.
Look at that.
But anyway, good night. Sure. Executive
go
producer. We'll do it again. We'll do it again.
It's been an absolute pleasure joining you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sarauniya
TV.
All right then. See you guys later.